My name is Tyler Gardner, in-game name Designful, and I play for Team AM Assist. The adrenaline rush Apex gives me and my team kind of turns us all into nuts. Our team comms are always on point during a tournament. We're screaming.
Watson's double headshot! Watson's one! Watson's down! It's Petty!
The reason I play Pathfinder is the grapples. Even though they're nerfed, you can use Pathfinder basically as the new Wraith without her Q now.
This is the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit, where the best Apex Legends competitors in the world battle in their region to take their shot at playing for glory, bragging rights, and their share of a $500,000 prize pool. When we met for the second Summer Circuit Super Regional, everyone was waiting to see if previous winners Nicewig and the rest of Yeet Squad could pull off the back-to-back wins. But once the fighting started, Yeet Squad was never in contention. Instead, it was another group of unknowns, calling themselves AIM Assist, who came out of nowhere with a day of absolute domination. Designful and the rest of AIM Assist crushed the competition, with 3 first-place finishes and notching 45 kills, for a total of 82 points on the day, easily outdistancing the second-place team by a stellar 33 points. In doing so, AIM Assist also snagged its official spot in the America's Super Regional Summer Circuit Finals in September. In second place was Team Smile, who managed to outpace Rogue by a slim margin of 5 points. Rogue got more kills on the day, but Team Smile claimed 2 top 5 placements, including a win, to put themselves on top. And all top 10 finishing teams secured their spot in today's Super Regional. Once again, the dropships are loading up with more Super Regional challengers, all vying to knock the crown off AIM Assist's heads. With players like Nathan from NRG and Hierarchy from Godsent, all looking to wipe the champion squad and grab that first place trophy, prize money, and September playoff spot. It's time to find out which regions are going to surprise us. Who will pull out those devious, notorious rat strats? Who is going to outshoot, outthink, and outplay their rivals? Who's pushing with R99s and Mastiffs? And who's sitting back with a Kraber? Hit the jets, we're dropping hot. Welcome to the ALGS Summer Circuit Super Regionals.
The hype is real, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Summer Circuit Super Regional number 3. My name is Kate, and along with my ALGS colleagues, we are excited, nay, delighted, to bring you all the action and the drama from our homes to yours. And one of those people that is necessary for the drama to unfold is a guy named T-Squared. Tom, thank you so much for once again reprising your role as analyst for this, the America's Super Regional number 3.
Let's go, Kate. It's round 2. Are you ready?
I am ready. I've had coffee. Again, it's going to be a little nutballs, but I am very excited to see our America's region, which of course includes both South American teams as well as North American teams in a battle to the finish. Not sure why I felt the need to do that, but you know, welcome to Sunday at any rate. Tom, what's getting you excited for today besides the coffee?
The top teams in the world. This time it's the Americas around, and it's the same format as we've always had, and it's a lot of regular names that we've seen. A couple of teams didn't make it. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about our tournament schedule right now. We started off the day in EMEA with our 9:45 start from the Pacific side, but of course you're here with us from the U.S., specifically the West Coast. It's 4:45 in case you were curious. Those of you in London, guess what? It's almost 1 a.m. Don't go to bed. Stay up with us. We love you so much. You're going to go ahead and keep us sane, keep us happy, keep us happening all day long across the globe, just following that sun. That's going to keep us going. But let's talk about what it is that we are going to be here to say, which is our format. And we started with the regionals. As I mentioned earlier, we had the South American region and the North American region, and they make up our Super Regional. Boy, do I love wordplay. Let's take a look at what we had here. 120 teams participated. 120 teams is what you had to get through in order to get top 8 in the North American region. 38 teams, you had to get top 2 for South America. That equals 10. And as we mentioned earlier, My math not being so great here, Tom, I'm pretty sure that means that the 10 that we have selected through qualifiers today, combined with the 10 that have made it to the Super Regionals from their qualifications last week.
That's great. All you got to do is use all your fingers and all your toes, Kate.
It's just so good every single time I hear it. I love it. Absolutely. But let's talk about today. So we had regionals. Super regional means we've got, this is something new, Tom, 6 matches. You know why? Because more Apex is better. That's what I like to see. We've got 6 chances for glory, 6 chances to show your guts, 6 chances to find your share of that $500,000 prize pool ultimately for this season. And as we mentioned, it all comes down to the math. We're talking placement points, we're talking kill points, the whole 9 yards. It's just going to be an all-out bloodbath, and I cannot wait for it to begin. Because why? Well, I'm so glad you asked. This is all leading up to one very important thing, and that would be our playoffs. Yep, that's right. As we mentioned earlier, top 10 teams that come out of this Super Regional get their seed in the next Super Regional, number 4, which means we're still going to need 10 teams to make up the Super Regional for next week, and that is where the qualifiers come in. But here's the other thing. The top 3 teams from today, they get much more than just placement in our next Super Regional. They also get placement in our playoffs in September, and they get a little bit of cash, if memory serves there, Tom.
A lot of bit of cash. Look at that.
A lot of it.
G's for first, 3 G's for second, 1,500 for third. But it's also the bragging rights, the respect. Also, you get to update your Twitter bio. You know, put ALGS Super Regional 3 champion. Who doesn't want the clout?
I think that's an excellent point, and one of the many reasons you are our analyst, Tom, because I wouldn't have thought to do that, but that's exactly what you should do as our Super Regional 3 champ. And there's not that many Super Regionals. Plus, the name's Super. Come on. That just like makes it that much bigger, that much better. But I personally would like to know who's competing today. What do you think?
Yeah, let's take a look at the list for sure.
And I was going to say, let's actually start with, I'm going to throw a curve. Let's start with that overall. This is going to showcase all the teams and where they are so far in our match. Tom, any surprises here? Anything you'd like to see change? Anything you're excited about?
I think the most surprising thing is, let's just get it out of the way early. Yeet Squad did not make it into this round this time, and they were a previous winner. So unfortunate for Bowser, Sick, and Wiggs. We know how well respected and well liked and loved all players are. They're going to be bouncing back extremely hard. That is probably the most surprising thing. We'll take a look at that in a little bit. But you have Rogue, TSM battling out for first and second. You have Celafide, very surprising to see them over at fourth. But I'm looking at some other teams like Aim Assist, Godsent, Sentinels continue to work their way over towards the top. Also, Silver Fox really starting to get their cohesion and teamwork going on. You have Complexity as well. We'll talk about them a little bit later.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at exactly who will be in our top 20 teams. The teams you're going to see on your screen for the next 6 games. That is going up on our screen right now. Rogue, number 1, obviously, the 1 through 10 is not going to surprise anybody, of course. But let's talk Team Liquid coming in at number 11. And a number of team names that might look a little new to some people.
Yeah, so LTP, that's going to be Lion, Tech, and Pandas. So that's a crypto team, so watch out for them. They're flying crypto around. It's going to be Tech on the crypto. I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing the Bloodhounds busted out. We may see the Revenant crypto combo coming out. So Smile is up there as well. Again, they got second in the previous Super Regional. Watch out for them. There's going to be so many solid teams here. Really, the only team that didn't make it in terms of these top teams would be Yeet Squad.
And I'll tell you something, Yeet Squad, as you mentioned, beloved by the community, they were definitely some of the people we saw time and time again in our tweets that were showcased on our show. So yeah, to your point, I'm sorry we don't see Yeet Squad, but we have a ton of teams that are going to be fielding today, and the drama just continues. Speaking of teams, I know you had to whittle your teams to watch down to just 5. It was tough. It was like shooting puppies, as they call it. Tell me what your top 5 teams to watch are. I know, I just it's in your brain now.
Oh, no.
It's in everyone's brain. I'm sorry, it happened.
Oh, no.
Let's go.
these poor pups. Yeah, so the top 5 that I picked are kind of It has to deal with previous placings, right? And you got to start with aim assist since they're the previous winners. Now, another team to watch I had up there was Complexity because of the fact that they're doing so well in the weeklies that are going on. And also they have a team change in terms of Lou out, Shiny in, Energy, Rogue, and TSM are going to round the top 5. But you got to watch out for Liquid, OBV, which is Amu's team, Skirt, that's Madness and Friends, Smile, they got second, Sentinels, Deadly Team, LTP, we touched base on them, and Godsent as well would probably round out my top 10 if we had a top 10.
Absolutely, and I like, you know, I'm going to go with the where they are mentally here. Team Liquid number 11. Okay, Team Liquid's coming in, maybe a little bit of momentum. Now, one thing I will say, and I'm curious if you know somewhat of the qualifiers and how some of our teams have gotten to where they are. But one of the things that's a little bit newer with these super regionals is that if you got top 10 in our last super regional, you don't have to play through the qualifiers this time, which last in our EMEA's region. We saw that to be somewhat of a hindrance in a lot of ways due to just being cold right out of the gate.
Yeah, it could be a small disadvantage where you're not getting the games under your belt to go and warm up. You're not warming up your communication, your strategy, and also the level and intensity and pace that you can't find anywhere else. You're not going to find that in ranked. You very even rarely find that in scrims. Now that there's so much on the line and so much money on the line, then everybody tightens up their play style and really takes it as seriously as possible. And what happens in terms of these other practices, what happens is they start to really push the envelope and see what they can get away with. Here they have a lot more respect for one another, and they know that they can't get away with some of these crazy plays that they're used to pulling off.
Absolutely. And now we've also got a mention that, you know, we're going to have 2 different maps as per usual, right? World's Edge and Kings Canyon. And we've got, for the first time in our Super Regionals, 3 and 3. So if you're dominant on one, you're going to be great for 3 games, and then you're going to find yourself back on another. So maybe something else to consider. Who's to know? But guess what? One of those teams that you mentioned, a little team called Aim Assist, well, we actually caught up with one of their players, Designful. I almost said Design Free. Nah, whatever. At any rate, Designful. Let's take a look at a little bit more about this Apex legend.
I'm kind of looked at sometimes by some people as the William Wallace of controller.
Headshot. Oh!
My name is Tyler Gardner, in-game name Designful, otherwise known as the Havoc Nerf, and I play for Team Aim Assist.
He's outside. Mid is one shot.
I've been playing controller on Xbox. I was on a competitive Call of Duty team at the age of 13, so I've just always been a controller boy at heart. I'm always going to want to be the best. I'm always going to want to be first place because I'm just a super competitive person. The reason I play Pathfinder is the grapples. Even though they're nerfed and they're out of commission, you could say, you can use Pathfinder basically as the new Wraith without her Q now. Me and Aim Assist get a massive adrenaline rush from playing Apex Legends. During tournaments, our team comms are cracked.
Push them! Push them! Push them right now! Fast locked!
We are always screaming at the top of our lungs, making sure each and every person on our team knows what's going on and knows what we're going to be doing.
Then, let's go, boys! Let's go!
Going into Super Regional number 2, we all woke up that morning and I'm pretty sure none of us showered. I don't know, there was something in the air. We went into game 1 with the same mindset we always have for a tournament, which is we go by the saying, first game, first dub. After we dropped 17 kills that game, it was only our turn to lose. I talked to the boys and I told them, we're doing this.
Perfect position to close this one out.
Game 5 was super stressful. We actually ended up running into Rogue and Smile right next to each other. We were pinched in between 3 teams and I ended up triple headshotting Petty Boss. And as soon as I saw that name, Petty Boss, I screamed.
Watson's double headshot. Watson's one. Watson's down. It's Petty.
Nice. We ended up just rotating, letting everyone fight, just picking up all the kills, and dropped another 17 kill dub, which was actually absurd.
That's going to be it. Aim Assist does it again. That is 3 games that they are the champions
The
of.
dub that we took felt very good for me as well as my team. There was just so many emotions when we won. Lots of tears of joy, lots of hard work that finally paid off. But not only was it a dub for us, but it was definitely a dub for the controller community. I felt like not only us were winners, but everybody who supported us.
Any game, it's all about dedication and mindset. It's all about what you put your mind to and how much effort you put into it.
I feel like we're definitely on people's radars, but now we're kind of proving that not only do we have the gun skill, but we now have the circle knowledge, and we're here and we're ready to compete. go, baby! Let's go!
Let's go, baby, indeed. So this definitely begs the question, and it's one I always like to ask you, which is controller versus mouse and keyboard. And he brings up a great question for me, which is how much does it matter and how much does it impact? And more importantly, is it something that should allow this team to, do what they do best, which is succeed?
Yeah, I mean, well, let's start talking about shower versus no shower first, because I think that's, maybe they feel like they don't want to wash off the victory, and they haven't showered in 2 weeks. Kate, I'm a little concerned about these guys.
Yeah, maybe, you know what? In fairness, in like traditional sports, you can definitely hear of people not washing their jerseys for like weeks on end, and it's not something I want to propagate here in the esports community. I will also say that Onset, in all of his glory, was talking about Caustic being not the only stinky boy in the entire ALGS. So this is good, and I cannot wait to have more in-depth conversations about their bathing habits. But let's talk mouse and keyboard versus controller first.
Yeah, sure. So there was also a 1v1 tournament that GDolph put together, and there was a controller player that I believe dominated fairly hard. But the way that was set up is very close range. So when we talk about aim assist or controller versus mouse and keyboard, controller is going to have an advantage when it comes to these ADS up close battles. I really think that it's a little bit exaggerated in certain times and points because a lot of positioning comes in, and like Designful was saying, mindset, circle knowledge, all these other things come into play besides just aim. It's the way that you carry yourself. It's the way that you carry your character and legend that you're playing and the position that you are in. You have to always be ready for fights. One of the things that people don't realize is just how hard it is to armor swap and do certain things when you're on a controller. So mouse and keyboard really has all of the advantages in my opinion, except for when it comes to these close quarter battles where that aim assist starts to stick on a little bit. But it's all about what you're comfortable with, and that's why I love Apex Legends. I think they've done a great job with it, and I can't wait for crossplay to come out in fall.
It's going to be great. I cannot wait as well. Well, you know what? If you can't wait to be a part of our team, a part of our show, guess what? We've got an outlet for you. It's called social media. Who knew? Go ahead and hit us up at Play Apex. Sorry, there's we're here from our home to yours, and sometimes there's lots of sirens in the backyard, and that's what's happening in my area. So there's that. But if you want to be a part of this, go ahead and tweet at us at Play Apex on Twitter, and we've got Instagram. If you want to follow us, more importantly, sub to our YouTube channel at Play Apex Compete. Go ahead and do it. It's free. We'll love you for it. Also, you can go ahead and follow us on our Twitch channel at Play Apex. And make sure whenever you're tweeting us, whenever you're mentioning us, go ahead and use that hashtag ALGS. We're going to love you for it. And we might even showcase you here on this show. Tom, it's just absolutely one of those things that I really appreciate, which is our community itself and the small dogs and setups that they show us.
Yeah, we already had a Joker sighting earlier in the day. Looking forward to seeing more puppies, more kittens. Maybe we get some lizards out there. You never know what's going to pop up. Rabbits.
You never know. You never know. Oh, do we have some tweets? Oh my gosh, is it possible? Is it possible that we have some tweets? We do. Oh, okay.
Who's that beautiful human being? Oh, it's you, Kate.
I feel I did not know they were going to put this on, but Crystal Callie, you do have a gift. I absolutely think you are incredible, and this one going to make drawings for the other casters. I cannot wait to see Tom's. That's going to be great. But thank you, Crystal Callie, man. Appreciate it. That's the likeness is stirring. It's awesome, actually, Crystal.
You did
thank you
a
so
great
much.
job, Crystal. You're
Absolutely.
super talented. Very nicely done.
Yeah, you made me look nice, which, it's hard to do. Anyway, Tom, I think actually, if I'm not mistaken, we are ready to go with our gameplay question mark, but I totally am now going a little bit farther than I need to be before being queued. So Tom, now that I haven't been queued yet, let's talk a little bit about what we have seen in our community. As you mentioned, we've got small dogs, we've got setups, we've got people, and more importantly, Tom, this is something that I think was really interesting, especially this morning in EMEA. We saw tweets from around the world. I believe one from Kosovo specifically. Does it surprise you at all that we are a global entity, that our audience just follows the sun?
Not at all, and I think that's so cool. And like they were saying, all the characters are so diverse. We've even seen, boyfriend, girlfriends meeting up from different countries and getting together. So that's what gaming is really all about, is bringing people together, especially, going from online in a time like this to go and meet people in person. We can't go meet people in person quite yet, but these tournaments really do a great job of bringing even the competitors together, where you go and you're so competitive all the time, and now they get a chance to share that. But yeah, it's really special. So keep those feeds rolling in, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what else is special? Gameplay, which we're going to get to right after this.
Game number 1 of the Americas region. Summer Circuit number 3 is upon us as we are gearing up and getting ready to jump into gameplay. Before we even do that, Crystal Cali, you are amazing at what you do. I got to continue that shout out. I would love a cartoon of me. I'd be absolutely honored by that. I am beyond excited to be bringing to the action. Big shout out to Crystal Cali and all of our very, very creative community members. But we are jumping into gameplay. We're getting ready to kick off game number 1. I am joined alongside the man himself. It's Bravo. Bravo, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, man. I'm excited to kick off EMEA. I think the Super Regionals and the entire Summer Circuit have provided such new storylines for us, right? We're looking at teams here that have kind of been on our radar for a while, many of them. Some of them, as they talked about during the pre-show, teams that maybe have a little bit of a new mixture and are ready to jump into this tournament. But you've got some interesting stories that we're going to dive into throughout the day when we talk about the likes of where Rogue is, where TSM is, where Complexity is. It's going to be exciting to watch these through the whole summer.
That's exactly right. Storyline upon storyline. And, if we're building off of EMEA as well, which has so many stories coming into it. The big question was North. When are they going to take home a championship? Well, they did. They delivered when it mattered the most. On the American side, we were wondering the same thing for NRG. They were kind of the north of the Americas region. They finally took home an online tournament championship, and has been a little more quiet but consistent top 10 finishes from them. So in the likes of Rogue, Solafide, in my eyes, could potentially kind of fall into that same North storyline and category. Rogue, TSM, Solafide, NRG, Complexity is another one of those squads that has not taken home a championship just yet, but we know what they're capable of as well. Bravo, a lot, of course, at the line here and a lot of storylines to set up.
Yeah, and you hit a lot of the good ones there. I think Complexity is a team that everyone's been watching for so long, and now they have a new roster once again. The fact that they got 4th place in Super Regional number 1 and then a 12th in Super Regional number 2, not the direction they wanted to go. And I think it's another example of a Complexity team that is not performing up to their standards simply because they know that they can perform better. Their fans know they can perform better, but they're bringing a new level of aggression. And they were doing it before the Lost Treasures patch. Keep in mind, they were playing the Hound before we even saw Revenant Crypto. So I'm curious as to what they'll bring today, not just in terms of placements and where they sit on the leaderboard, but playstyle as well.
Yeah, I could not agree more with that. I love the Bloodhound meta that they brought to light. I hope it happens again. We will see, of course, as gameplay is about to start. We want to hear from you, though, as well in chat. Make sure to blow it up in the chat right now. Your favorite teams. Who do you want to come out on top in this one? Also, tweet using hashtag ALGS as always. But for those that may be new or are watching for the first time, let's break down the points and scoring and how exactly the tournament is to go down. On screen, you see it right now. First place will be awarded 12 points for a game. It is a 6-game series. 1 additional point will be awarded per kill. So you really have 2 options here. You can play aggressive, go for kills in a way that Complexity with that Bloodhound aggressive meta type tends to do, or you can play a very, very rotation heavy, placement focused, or a combination of both, as we've seen likes of TSM and other do. So first place 12 points all the way down to 11th through 15th with 1 point for placement in addition to that 1 point per kill. That's going to be a crucial item that we're going to keep an eye on as well throughout. Let's also take a look at the map schedule so we can see what maps we'll be playing on. A big difference in our Summer Circuit series, the introduction of Kings Canyon back to competitive Apex. We, of course, all knew and loved Kings Canyon to kick off competitive Apex back in the preseason invitational. World's Edge got introduced. We slowly fell in love with that. Well, now we get both. The first 3 games will be played on World's Edge, the last 3 games on Kings Canyon. Bravo, we saw a little bit of a meta shift between both maps as we saw a Revenant Crypto meta come through on Kings Canyon, but not World's Edge. Talk to me a little about some of the differences between these 2 maps.
Absolutely. I think you're not only going to see quite a bit of difference in play style as well, but as we saw earlier, and as Girl and I were talking about in the EMEA show as well, you can even see teams running different comps across the two maps depending on how comfortable they might be. So now you have teams juggling multiple comps, multiple play styles throughout the day. It's really exciting to watch. Like you said, we really only saw the Revenant Crypto come out on Kings Canyon from Third Impact Black and one or two more squads. I think it was Kick Esports that also brought out a Revenant Crypto. Question is when we'll see that today. Of course, we've seen top teams running Revenant Crypto just after the last patch on World's Edge as well. That has slowed down just a bit, but it'll be great to see that. And I think another thing to note, of course, is not only do we have 3 of each, but also the 6th game, which, when you talk to competitors, if they're feeling confident in their team, they want more games to play. Like Girl said in the earlier broadcast as well, it's going to reduce the RNG by just a bit. It's going to draw the series out a little bit more. And all of a sudden, games 3 and 4 aren't the beginning of the home stretch per se, but they're actually integral middle series games. And by the time you saw it in the last series earlier today, by the time you get to game 6, even though there's more points on the board, and even though we have an overall longer day, the things could be just as tight going into game number 6. So Kate also said it best, right? More Apex is certainly welcomed by us and the players. So it's going to be great to have that 6-game set here moving forward for our Super Regionals.
Yeah, that's a great call out. Really, for the first time now at the 6-game series, you have the exposition, you have the beginning, you have maybe some rising action throughout the maps that are played and the points that are being accumulated. You have kind of a climax in that map 3 and 4 where you have teams continue to go, and of course you kind of have that falling action and near term those last games that are so incredibly crucial with the resolution in the end. So I'm excited for that narrative to be told over 6 games. Could not agree more. The addition of that 6th game adds such a unique element and really helps us make sure the best team that is consistent throughout is crowned. Again, to wrap up EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. If you missed it, it was North. So incredibly consistent. Almost every single game. I think 4 or 5 of the games they finished in a top 3 placement. They didn't even have the most kills. There were a couple other teams that have more kills than them or just as many kills as them. But it was their consistency in placements over time that made the difference. Bravo, my question to you, which team in North America do you think is going to rival that here in this series? I know it's hard to kind of wave a magic 8 ball and understand what's going to happen, but if you had to pick 1 or 2 teams that are going to play that consistent style of play that you can think we can guarantee to end up on top, who would it be?
Man, I think one of the easy choices is certainly Aim Assist. You heard about him in the pregame. You saw what they did last event, but I'm pointing them out not because of the win, but because of the wins that they had. Keep in mind the game numbers that they won. Right, they won games 1, 3, and 5. That means they won games on both maps and did not just that, but also dropped 17 kill games on both maps, which really sends a message. Right, there are teams that can play a certain way. Maybe they catch a little bit of heat on a given map on a given Super Regional Sunday, but Aim Assist told a very clear story that they are able to drop huge kill games across both maps. So I'm looking at them not only how they finish on the leaderboard, I want to see how they do on both maps today as well.
Yeah, I love that call out. We saw Aim Assist really pop off last series. It was one of the most beautiful, dominant performances. Ended up with 80+ points, a giant gap between them and second place. The question is, can they repeat? Can they do it again? I loved the player profile we saw from Designful. Look, if you're looking for a team to follow, a team to be a fan of, Aim Assist is certainly up there in the running. Is they are fun to watch. They're entertaining. Controller players stand up. By the way, I got to give a quick shout out to controller players as Aim Assist does it. The first majority controller team to win a championship, I believe, in terms of what we've seen in the grand scheme of things. So big shot to Aim Assist, a massive, massive statement of a win. The question is, to Bravo's point, can they do it again? Can they do it consistently across multiple maps like they did last time? Looks like game number 1 is about to load in and we are gearing up, getting ready. Wanted to set some of the storylines for you. And of course, had to give that update. 6 games, 3 games on each map to determine our victor, to determine our champion of the Summer Circuit number 3, America's final. We, of course, are also qualifying teams for the playoffs that will exist in September. Top 3 gets a qualified spot for the playoffs. Top 10 gets a guaranteed spot back to Summer Circuit number 4. Top 10 from that, Summer Circuit number 5, and so on and so forth. There will also be a last chance qualifier to qualify for the playoffs in September. $500,000 total at stake throughout this entire Summer Circuit series. Just wanted to make sure to put the lay of the land of what's at stake here. And Bravo, there's certainly a lot as we get ready for game number 1.
Oh, there really is. You can just tell week in, week out just how excited these players are to come into these tournaments and, to fight for their squad. And, once they're able to find a groove, see what they can do here in this Summer Circuit. This is the 3rd one here for the Americas, and I'm excited to jump into gameplay. Like we said, so many teams to watch in this game, and we're starting our first 3 off on World's Edge, just like you saw in EMEA. We'll close out on Kings Canyon later today.
That's exactly right. See the beautiful map overview and fly through of World's Edge. You know what? You've come to love it in competitive Apex. Obviously going to play out a bit different than Kings Canyon. We got the diversity of both maps, but World's Edge is a lot more choke point focused. There's a lot of these narrow choke points on the map that can determine if a team is able to rotate, how can they rotate. Teams are going to try and hold those to kind of gatekeep those rotations as they're fighting around the edge, especially teams that run Gibraltar team compositions. Gibraltar known to kind of be a more of an edge of the ring type of team. Pathfinder, hard rotate to center circle because you have the intel, you have the information that you need, as it looks like game number 1 is upon us. The drop ship is flying across World's Edge. Teams are dropping to their favorite locations, and we are kicking off game number 1 of the Americas Finals.
And take a look here right away. Reptar is running the Hound. He's been doing it for weeks now. You expect him to be there. Shiny, of course, the newest addition there, also on the Gibby for this south to north, almost pretty central route here for the dropship.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's an important, notable story to talk about. Lou, no longer playing with Complexity. It is iShiny who is currently playing alongside the roster. If you don't know iShiny, former member of Fnatic North America, the brother of Muffins, and the McCarthy brothers, as we've called them. He's been playing consistently alongside BCJ in our last few online tournaments. We know what he's capable of. Former Overwatch competitive player has made the switch over to Apex and has loved it ever since. We're going to see what Complexity can do. Meanwhile, it looks like some action is heating up already as Team Liquid says, hey, don't you dare drop towards our side of the map.
Look at that from Tree, and some damage coming in on free smoke from the side of Liquid right away, like you said. And T-Squared highlighted it earlier today as well, right? In these first games, especially when you have teams that have qualified through separate tournaments, when you have 10 auto-advancing from the last week, you do end up with a little bit of question marks in terms of where teams are going to drop. That's what we're seeing here early, and Liquid's taking advantage of that.
Yeah, that's a good call, Bravo. For those who've been watching competitive Apex for a long time, important note, they dropped throughout the majority of the online tournament series. That was from January all the way until May, June timeframe. Really, they were dropping over towards Train Yard. That was their area. They would do a split drop towards Drill Site. If no one was landing there, they'd grab the Pathfinder beacon, they'd get the intel, they'd get the loot, and they were really uncontested there heavily for a long time. Finally, some teams started dropping on them over there, so it looks like they've changed things up. I like to see that. I hate when teams just flex their muscles and say, this is where we drop, don't you dare drop here. I like when teams have diversity and variety and strategy, and they show that they can run multiple strategies in a game.
You take a look at Energy up north here, trying to find a little bit of loot. You think with the Skyhook drop, I didn't see exactly. It looks like they're not going to be contested too heavily, so they should be able to emerge with some decent loot out of this Skyhook drop.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If they get all Skyhooked themselves, that's quite significant. It's a ridiculous amount of loot. Typically, you'll see two teams split Skyhook, and they will not fight. Unlike, maybe sometimes in Fragment, you see the fights go down. Usually you see a lot of teams split these two cities. Is they don't want to risk a 50-50 fight. One team gets better loot than the other. They both want to make it to late game. Meanwhile, jumping on board with Solafide, one of the teams that runs that Gibraltar comp, that's Metro, the controller player on Solafide. Solafide, alongside Pride, has two controller players, so a controller-focused and controller-heavy team. A lot of people thought they would be the first controller-heavy or primary dominant team to take a championship. Instead, it was Aim Assist last week.
Yeah, Solafide, an interesting team we've been watching all year throughout ALGS online play, and it's a team that was really more of a top 10 team earlier on, but now if you look at the top teams participating in today's event for the Americas, they do rank 4th, so they have slowly made themselves not only a household name, but into that top 4 as far as today's teams go in this lobby.
Yeah, it's a great call, and they've done it the right way, Bravo. They've really have not asked for any respect. They have not demanded any attention. They've not come in here with ego. They just show their worth with their placements. They perform consistently. They got second place 2 times in their online tournament series, again, back in April, May timeframe. They've done everything the right way. I'm excited to see the day that they do get a championship under their belt, but that day has not come yet. The question is, can it be today? If you're a fan of that underdog story, kind of grind from amateur to pro story, you're definitely a fan of Solafide.
Absolutely, and they're holding the spot you expect them to be holding at this point as things are, as you see, pulling here towards the northeast. They're the first team that's able to get this kind of epi height that looks over Refinery. This is one of the first spots that you will see grabbed by top teams whenever the ring is pulling up towards this way.
Very important to know where the ring's going to end up. Of course, always helpful when we get a Pathfinder team, which we weren't watching right there with Solafide. Speaking of Pathfinder teams, Sentinels who we're on board with right now, we'll see them making a rotation if they decide to pull up the map. We see the map from their POV. Hopefully they got a beacon. We'll know where that ring is going to continue to go, as Bravo was mentioning. Ring is definitely pulling north. So this is going to be a long rotation that has to be made from Sentinels, who I believe typically drops on the southwest portion of the map here, Bravo.
Yeah, look at it on a triple purple, though. This is going to be, if they have to play the tiniest bit of a late rotation, it will be one that they will be ready to do with that triple purple armor. Now we're checking in with TSM for the first time here, and actually under quite a bit of pressure and fire, and they're going to take some time to heal here as well inside the building interior. Now I'm going to make sure that they don't get pushed here on this TP. Going to slow things down by just a bit. Now here's Solofide.
Exactly right. So it looks like Solofide and TSM in a little bit of a sprawl between the two of them. Something tells me we're not going to see them decide to take this fight, as you know, maybe they recognize it's TSM they're against, and they also don't want to necessarily risk that 50-50 again, losing that fight and getting robbed of some potential placement points. However, TSM is a team that drops in fragment and one of the fastest teams to rotate. That was their bread and butter that really no one could replicate as successfully as them. They're going to find themselves in some trouble here. It looks like they're rocking the Revenant meta in TSM alongside Crypto. You love to see the shakeup in TSM, who has not had the success that they expect of themselves. First, and nothing less. They're going to change things up with Revenant and Crypto here in Summer Circuit number 3.
Absolutely, and they're running a comp that we saw them running right after the patch, and it's good to see them confident in that. Again, keep in mind, third place in Super Regional number 1. They had top 4 every single game, and then 5th in the last game that they did not place top 4. 10th place, though, in SR2 with a few third place finishes, but they're still back to this Revenant Crypto. We saw them perform and do deadly amounts of damage with it early on right after the patch dropped. We'll have to see what they can do here in Super Regional number 3 as well.
Yeah, I love that narrative, Bravo, because, you know, again, we talk about it. It's important. It's Apex Legends history at this point. They really created the meta that worked so incredibly strong with Pathfinder, with early rotations, and with positioning, with placement, with great teamwork meets great team decisions. Now, they're almost perhaps trying to evolve that meta and show, hey, Revenant Crypto is the way to go. But they have to adjust their play style here, Bravo. They can't play just that common rotate, setup, position focus. You got to play a little bit more aggressive, or you at least have an opportunity to play a little more aggressive when you have a Revenant Crypto on your team.
Yeah, got to give a shout out to Aim Assist, taking the train rotate, saving the energy, saving the Cavs for the battles that they'll need to fight. But now take a look at NRG, now heading through Rain Tunnel as they're going to continue to make this push. They're going to be pretty confident that no one might be at their back just yet. But keep in mind, we were looking at Aim Assist, who is just to the west here. And depending if they take a Skyhook south route, they could go that way. But NRG is already wise to it. They're already checking their back and wondering if they might actually engage with the team that is in station. Once again, that's Aim Assist. So that's a battle we'll be keeping an eye on right on your screens here.
Oh, we absolutely have to. That would be a huge death for Aim Assist if they get taken out by the hands of NRG. Meanwhile, on board with LTP, a team that was rocking Crypto last week. Well, they're going to rock Crypto again. They don't go all in with the Revenant meta. They've been running Gibraltar typically, and it's been working out really well for them. LTP is currently top 5, 5th place in ALGS points in the Americas. That is a team that we have not talked a lot about and kind of stuck their way into a top 5 over the likes of teams like NRG, Sentinels, Complexity, GodSec, and a few others.
Look at that EMP push. Great damage comes in from Pandas. Well timed there. And now it looks like that drone's going to be up for just a second to get a little bit of extra eyes to see what's going on in that roof. But absolutely love the timing there. Didn't go exactly perfect, but you could tell they're really trying to make sure that EMP hits right at the perfect time, just as they were zipping up. But also taking a look here at Bazookas. That's the team who is defending against that push there with that Caustic on height.
I love this fight. 3 versus 3. Will NRG decide to double back to try and interfere and get involved, or Aim Assist? It looks like they will not. So it will be a BRT versus LTP fight. Bazooka's team, however, getting absolutely slaughtered in this fight right now, as LTP just continues to show why they are the real deal when it comes to competitive and top-tier Apex teams. Last member alive is Bask of Bazooka's team is back against the wall. Actually, it looks like, I apologize,
Absolutely.
Looks like Queen is also alive.
Yeah, they had a bit of a trade there, actually. I think Lion went down as well. So it should be a 2v2 for the moment, as Queenhouse trying to do everything he can to stay alive and just playing right along this edge. They certainly, both teams would have liked to have gotten out of Skyhook a little bit easier than this. Panda's looking at 1 HP, trying to get away and stay alive. Going to have to pop a Phoenix.
That was a nice shot. That's going to take Panders out for at least 10 seconds. This opens up an opportunity to take a 2 versus 1 against Tech. But it looks like Bazookas wants nothing to do with it, despite it being a 2 versus 2. Despite having 1 down, and if they could have healed up, could have been a back to fair fight. They're going to back out, reset. They're going to take their casualty and take the loss for now. And I believe Lion will get revived. I don't think he got taken out just yet for LTP. And they'll be able to bounce back with 3. Meanwhile, Aim Assist still 3 alive and still has to get their energy. It looks like they opted for a outside of train tracks rotation.
Yeah, it looks like based on just on the mini map that we saw, we also saw NRG move straight, probably due south through Rain Tunnel, or they got way deep into Survey, and now you're seeing the later rotate from Aim Assist as they're going to need to make a very similar route into Survey here. They've got a little bit of time, but they do need to be careful as they make this route. There's a lot of cover on the way, but of course, you saw in the mini map earlier from the observers just how many teams are already in Survey, and they are punishing anyone trying to make this rotate right now. And here it is on your screen, now just going to be gentrifying left, and I'm not sure he's going to make it out.
Exactly right. Gentrifying, leveraging that what used to be a get out of jail free card, not so much anymore. He is going to survive for now, I believe. Takes out 2 members of Rogue with the Thermite. So huge plays from Gentrifying on that rotation. He's still alive somehow. His teammates not so lucky, not so fortunate. A team that is in a very fortunate position is NRG, who decided to join in on the fun from the train tracks. I like that third-party option from NRG, getting an opportunity to try and get a few of the elims. It looks like Gentrifying at the top right did get taken out by Kubsky of Godsend. So just like that, Aim Assist is our first team out, the champions, with a target on their back.
And look at Solifide also dropping in the feed as well. As we take a look, Complexity, you see Reptar in the Beast of the Hunt there. Yes, that's the names that you saw in the feed as well. I think they're also engaging Smile here, if I'm not mistaken, so they're going to be picking up some extra kills as well. Shani trying to stay alive, but good stuff from Complexity off the break as well as we take a look all the way up north.
Of course, Complexity playing alongside this new third in iShiny instead of Lou, the longtime teammate of Monsoon from FlyQuest back at the Krakow Invitational. They now have a new third. It is Shiny. We'll see what he can do as he's currently at stand. I don't believe it's official. I don't believe it's locked in. I don't believe he's part of that Complexity admirable organization just yet. Perhaps a tryout. Great shots could be put in. Guess who it is? None other than Monsoon himself, who takes out only 1 mini from Smile. That's a huge, huge knock right there, or elimination, I believe.
So they're going to just be patrolling on this outer edge here of Refinery. You're going to try to control as much of this ground as they can. They know they've got the position. They're going to do a little bit of damage here. If they can get the right opens, they might push. We'll have to see. It's, of course, also going to be a timing push with Reptar every time. It's one of the comps that wasn't necessarily what we saw in competitive Apex. A lot of timing-based pushes, but now that you see a few more aggro comps and a little bit more aggro meta, but whether it's a Revenant Crypto or whether it's just a Bloodhound, those are timing pushes. Keep in mind, whenever you listen to these teams, they're going to be saying things like, how long till your ult? And really, it's not in a defensive way like it usually is. If you're asking, for example, how long a Watson has until her ult, it's a very different question when you're asking Reptar exactly how long till his ult, and we've seen them win tournaments and big games in the way that they do on those timing pushes. So look for Complexity to pull that off.
And bro, I love that breakdown right there. You know, it's a timing comp in a much more aggressive offensive way than a timing comp in a defensive way, perhaps with the Watson. So again, it's what you like to see. We have the healthiest Apex Legends legend meta that we've ever seen. And guess what? It was Complexity who started that trend by picking up Bloodhound, by opting for a Bloodhound, realizing it works for their team play, their style. And guess what? We have a chance to actually listen in with Complexity's gameplay as it currently stands. One of the most communicative team in Apex. Let's take a listen.
He's on gold, 53 gold.
I cracked him.
I don't think we can push this either way. Like, we just wait for them to not be safe.
Yeah.
I'm getting charged in the back now.
Oh, gee, I'm at 150.
What characters are they?
Gibby Wraith, at least.
Gibby Wraith.
Did that blue body inside toilet bowl have light?
No, had nothing.
Roger.
Just picked clean already by the team that put it in. They're like wrapping pretty wide now. I see them over here.
This team is just watching now. They're just watching me with the fucking Gibby still.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
They're pretty spread out. They have a Wadi. Wadi Gibby Wraith.
Gibby ran back.
I'm just gonna hold our southeast here.
Yeah. We just hold our compound and make sure nobody can come in. Worst case, we anchor my building, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Let's get ready to rotate to toilet if zone pulls there.
Bro, like, I get it. You have a fucking boner for me.
Hey, can you blame him?
Homie right there is doing nothing but shooting at me. Like, come on, bro.
That's my boy, dude. Don't talk back to him. Don't call him out.
Monsoon confirmed the most hilarious person in Apex Legends.
I mean, how
into Complexity in multiple ways there.
How can you not love the comms that you get out of Complexity? Whether you're just watching scrims or tournament matches, these guys are a blast to listen to, the way they approach the game. You know, Monsoon's gassing up Reptar. He's got his back. I love it.
I absolutely love it. I love it from just a competitive I mean, here's the thing. A lot of people think Monsoon's just a giant troll and because he's hilarious, but this is the most serious man you'll ever meet. He is so incredibly serious about his approach to Apex. I love his approach. It is exactly what you'd expect from a professional. At the same time, he has fun doing it. He keeps things fun for the team, recognizing, hey, we'll perform better if we're having fun. Complexity has that sauce, has that style. It's fun to listen to their gameplay, both to see what they're doing and also to just laugh at what they're saying.
And now here's what's interesting about the TSM side, just because they are holding top stairs, and whether it's over at Sorting or whether it's Refinery, we've seen them hold this exact part of this structure type, if you will, time and time again. Now, it's a little bit different because if they're running a traditional standard comp like we've always seen, this is a pretty straightforward hold, and you know where they're going to hold and where they're going to teach you. But instead now, running a Crypto Revenant with this type of hold, I mean, they're playing an early rotate, they're holding that advantageous position, but how they time that Revenant Crypto EMP as well as Totem is going to be really interesting in a situation like this. They're going to have to be very careful. They're going to have to be pretty aware of who's around. So one thing I'm definitely keeping an eye on Fallout is how does TSM use this comp in this situation? We've seen them so many times in their traditional comp, but not necessarily with this newer aggro comp.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We kind of questioned it earlier. Is TSM's going to have to change their play style a little bit. They're so used to playing for position, set up, defensive with that Watson. Not running the Watson anymore. That's a big change for TSM. We have to see if their gameplay is going to change to follow. Meanwhile, on board with Rogue, we saw them get knocked earlier by the hands of a gentrifying Thermite. They're all back in this one, and it looks like Complexity is going to take out NRG, and it looks like Rogue's in the mix as well. So we have Complexity, NRG, and Rogue in a three-way fight right now. Looks like Rogue and Bazooka's team thrown in the mix as well, I believe. Just like that, Drop's going to take out 2 from NRG. All of NRG eliminated from this one. We're down to 13 squads.
Man, it's a pretty efficient push there from Rogue, and when they are on and clicking, they are certainly doing so. However, I think we just saw a Snipe Down go down very quickly in the feed, if I'm not mistaken, so they do need to be careful that they did not just overextend, because as you said, there were certainly a lot of third-party opportunities that were around.
That's exactly right. On board now with Godsent, a team you may have heard of. They performed very, very well in our online tournaments. Got top 3 once or twice, I believe. Maybe just one time, as they've always been a consistent finalist and consistent finisher. Kubsky, Harky, and Yubbin currently on board. They have some good high ground, but they're going to have to hit this rotation within 30 seconds, and it's actually going to be more easier said than done as they're getting tagged up. Notice the difference here. Ring number 4, game number 1, 13 squads left in Europe. Obviously a different finish. It was a fragment finish, but we saw 19 squads left in the same exact scenario. A lot of aggression coming through from the Americas so far. Speaking of which, LTP gets himself in a fight.
Oh man, and they are in a lot of trouble here at bottom epicenter. They need to be careful. It's really all up to Tech, and now he's going to throw that drone out just for a second, and now just desperately going to try to get away. You know that teams are going to be wrapping around here, and we'll see exactly what he can do. Actually, if Wraith's going to queue out, so that might give him an odd opportunity due to some third party from the other angle. I have no idea how he has managed to stay alive all this time, Fallout. There he goes.
Yeah, he managed to stay alive, but just ran straight to his other death, and obviously not much he can do in that situation. A really tough situation for Tech right there, and there you have it. LTP gets taken out as well. So NRG, LTP, a couple of our top 7 teams in ALGS points for the Americas are already out of this one. This is Free Smoke, a team that lost too early. They're actually the first blood in the entire match. And now, some way, somehow, Rambo is still alive. Rambo is going to try and find some sort of rat opportunity to stay alive and make it to top 3 if he can.
Well, let's see. He's going to see a lot of course, battles happening as he hits this low ground. He should be able to be pretty comfortable right here for a moment. And this is actually a pretty big tournament for Free Smoke, but maybe for different reasons than you'd expect, just because they right now are okay. Unfortunately gets picked out, and that's what you deal with when you are that late to the Refinery party. But what I was about to say is they're 20th ranked team in terms of overall standings in this lobby, so if they do want to kind of stay part of that top 20, that coveted top 20 spots, they need to make sure that they perform here today in Super Regional number 3 Fallout.
Yeah, Free Smoke, undoubtedly the one team we don't know a whole lot about. So anything's possible with this squad. An amateur team looking to work their way to the professional ranks with some consistency. I love that beautiful rat cam angles. We saw him get eliminated on the rat cam. He gets taken out. So Free Smoke, not the best start for them, but we're now on board with 9 squads remaining, back with Godsent. This is a multi-stacked, multi-layered type of situation in Refinery. We often see NRG hold this exact position. They're obviously out of this, but you're going to see a couple teams hold the bottom layer, the middle layer, and the top layer of this small building over here towards Refinery, currently Godsent on the low part of that.
Absolutely, and this is a place, especially once if you have a Watson, very viable to play. And as we said earlier, not necessarily an area that on paper looks like it might be powerful, but just because of the sidelines and limited angles, and honestly because of Watson, it makes places like this viable in these scenarios here, as we are well into our top 10 now.
Yeah, also, we just saw on screen, TSM still alive in this one. We have to keep hyping this storyline up because it's a big one. TSM, despite all the success they found with that Pathfinder, Wraith, Watson composition, 5 in a row in terms of championships, the best dynasty in Apex Legends so far. Undoubtedly, they're going to change it up. I love that approach. It says so much about them. They have not found the success they want, and they're willing to change. Meanwhile, it's Complexity. It's going to get some intel here. Needs to be careful in this fight. Needs to make every right decision. If they don't, they can find themselves in a third-party situation.
Here goes TP from Mon. Let's see exactly where he throws this down. He's going to make this team able to get into this mix. Going to try to climb up just a bit, but actually Q ran into a little bit of trouble there. That TP looks like not going to be safe. Going to go ahead and get back with the team.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now his team's actually in a pretty rough spot as well. They're going to get tagged up. Meanwhile, TSM, with that new aggressive Crypto and Revenant comp, is going to pick up another 2 eliminations. So it's going to be Team Zeratricky who gets eliminated out of this one. TSM has come to play with this new composition. So far, it's working well for them, but the question is, how can they finish? 8 squads still remain. Complexity is still alive. They're going to have to get through a Bloodhound. Of course, Complexity with their back against the wall right now.
And actually, look at that. That's actually going to be Xenial who's actually going to get that down on Reptar. Complexity in a really tough spot here. But look at Sentinel still on that triple purple that they were on way earlier in the game, all the way by tree. They've made the long rotate. They've kept all their armor. Surprisingly, didn't find anything different along the way. However, they're going to be happy to be here with the armor that they do have.
Yeah, good positioning for now for the next 50 seconds, but look at this circle, bro. It's the middle of nowhere. Teams that are in Refinery already will be in a decent spot. Teams that are outside, unlike our unfortunate Complexity squad right now, are just going to be getting absolutely ripped by this 3-burst Prowler coming through from TSM. Again, the story of TSM continues to be how well they position. The best prediction of this endgame ring of any team. TSM is well positioned to win this one.
Right, and there's your answer on exactly how they're going to play it. They're really just going to play that roof on position. They made sure that no one could even come anywhere near the height that they had, and as you saw, quite a few kills already to their name here at this point. You take a look here at a little bit of a massive and a prayer here. Let's see exactly how this will go down, but Sentinel's a team we still have to worry about for sure, but TSM has done well to not only establish presence at the top stair location, but as you said, also just really, looks like not even really leaning or relying on the comp, but instead still relying on that early rotate that got them that position.
The red rotation is going to come through from Sentinels. They got to be careful. Godsent is to their left. There was another team that was stacked with Godsent as well. Here comes the fight. Good shots put in so far. But guess what? It's still TSM that's picking up a couple kills on Prodigy, Aces, and Co. Sentinel some way, somehow is able to get inside the ring, but it is TSM absolutely raining fire on the entire lobby. They are playing near perfect with this new composition. You'll love to see it if you're a TSM fan. Imperial Hal, Reps, and Albrelelli on top right here, right now.
I mean, you saw Sentinel trying to climb, and they climbed right into a TSM. Like you said, they're just raining hot deaths from up top, and my God, we've seen them do it before, but did Hal and TSM call that circle perfectly? They knew exactly where to go. You can bet that they've encountered this in scrims quite a bit here as we go to our top 4 squads here, Fallout.
And guess what? Monsoon's still alive, I believe. So if you're a fan of Complexity, Monsoon is currently ratting. The last member alive, he took out Yubbin of Godsent and is still in this. So 4 squads remain. One of them is 1 player. It's Monsoon. Looks like Vaxion's going to get taken out. Team Liquid in this as well. Team Liquid Casper to the hands of TSM. So that old school TSM versus Team Liquid rivalry we saw in Apex continues true as TSM takes out TL Casper. 2 more members alive. It's Nocturnal. He gets taken out. So now we have Complexity, TSM, and I believe it might be Godsent. No, it's not. It's actually Zenial's team to finish this one out.
Absolutely. They're going to be HRM and Skirt are your last 2 there alongside TSM. Okay. And right now it is going to be a pretty wild final moments here as you're actually going to see HRM doing a little bit of that free looting down low with no teams having an angle on them.
That's a good call out. So yep, good correction there. Skirt, HRN, and TSM. I thought I saw from the kill feed that Monsoon was still alive, ratting Summer, but he is not. We did just get confirmation, courtesy of our observers, that we do have Skirt and HRN in this one. TSM, though, still so well poised, so well positioned to close this one out.
Absolutely, and you have to think if there was any doubt about TSM being ready to play here, they're coming in right now ranked 2nd in the Americas. They are opening with a fire, and to be honest, that's not something we see of TSM every time, as we have now just 12 seconds till this move.
Yeah, we're used to seeing TSM play positioning, maybe get 7, 8, 9 kills. 15 kills currently for TSM. But here comes the push from Skirt, another former champion of our online tournaments and ALGS series, as now it's actually going to be Skirt that somehow gets the high ground here. Not the ultimate high ground, but sorry, somehow able to get within the building that we just saw Revenant from TSM holding. It looks like Albrelelli decided to give that up, play for ultimate high ground, and that ultimate high ground here, Bravo, should be enough. An interesting finish, though, is we have a top of building, mid and bottom building to close this one out.
Absolutely. Look how much the train is making this difficult. Oh my goodness, you would not expect the train at the last second. And of course, there's going to be, we need to start looking at heals because heals are going to start coming into the fray here. Actually, there's going to be some totems here for the side of TSM as they get ready to drop. And then we'll have to see if they actually make the decision to drop. They're actually going to do so. Abilele is still up. We actually have reps still in the totem as well. And they should be able to close this one out. But instead, now taking a look at the heals, as I said, we're going to need to keep an eye to see where those med kits are at as things are now thinning out. It is a heal off in the end. TSM, we do see one player going down. Hal still up, and in the end, it's Skirt who wins the heal off. Unbelievable finishes. I have yet to see a heal off to finish an ALGS match. That's just how the cookie crumbled. A incredibly unique late game as TSM thought that Skirt was low ground. They had a brilliant strategy in dropping the totem pole with Revenant, dropping low ground, leveraging Crypto's abilities in drone to no avail. There was no one there. It was actually Skirt in the mid ground that TSM gave up moments before, and ultimately Skirt ended up stealing that game right from TSM's hand. But in the end, TSM with 15 plus kills, a crazy finish to a crazy game. Number one, TSM ends up on top in points. You got to think, but Skirt is the champion. We have the standings and more, courtesy of Kate and T-Squared. Take it away.
Well, a huge thank you to Bravo and, of course, to Fallen. I cannot... Did I just say Fallen? Oh, my gosh, Fallout. Oh, I was thinking I was just about to miss my microphone once again. But, guys, we thought it was Tom. We thought it was going to be TSM. Everything pointed toward TSM, and then that heal-off happened, and Skirt, as they mentioned, pulled it out from underneath. Are we seeing the new TSM? Is this the next ideation of that dominant team?
Yeah, I mean, they played 99% of that game correctly, and they kind of griefed themselves by dropping down the Revenant ult as the circle was moving, so they couldn't even get their heals off the correct way. And they ended up dropping all the way down to the bottom floor instead of going on to the team that was directly below them, which was Madness and Skirt. So a little bit of a misplay from TSM. Skirt taking full advantage of that. Again, the heal-offs, you have to go through these situations 100 times or more in terms of watching people do it and then you timing your syringes or med kit perfectly. So Skirt did a fantastic job, but TSM was scary with the way that they were able to convert the Revenant and Crypto combo.
Scary indeed. Now, is this something that Skirt can, I mean, first of all, for those who are new, Skirt, tell me a little bit about the team. How is it that they, to your point, we're dealing with 3 tiers of final rounds, 3 tiers of teams in that final circle. How did it ultimately come about here in that final moment?
Well, refinery circles are crazy, and it could move particularly anywhere. Sometimes you hold that concrete slab, which is fairly popular. You saw what it was like for Complexity to try to just rotate around. They were there fairly early, and they were dealing with a lot of different things that were coming towards them. TSM, they had the high ground for majority of the time. So TSM, to me, really had that game in the bag if they were able to fully execute on that Revenant ult, on that Death Totem, but they weren't able to. But Skirt's a previous tournament winner, and they're all grinders, so they're extremely skilled, they're extremely talented, and they're a very aggressive team.
This is going to be good. I'm really looking forward to Skirt and TSM as well as the rest of our competitors to continue their mono E, 19 other monos in these games. Let's go ahead and find ourselves a Game 1 results tab because we're going to see who did what, where, and how. As we mentioned, that a solid 16 kills for TSM, 16 kills, and yet still not number 1, of course, but that's a pretty hefty point total there, Tom.
Yeah, that should give them 25 points overall. Skirt's going to be over at 17 overall because 12 points for first place plus the 5 kills that they got, 1 point for each kill. And then you have a lot of points that are really just evenly distributed right there. HRN, Team Liquid, Gauntset, Complexity, all these guys are going to still be in the running, but a lot of points put up by TSM and a decent amount of points put up by Skirt. If TSM is able to play their game, play this consistently, this is what we're used to seeing. Keep in mind, 5 more games instead of 4 now. It's going to be really exciting to see, especially with 2 Cryptos in the game and a Bloodhound, a lot of different mixed team comps here.
Absolutely. If we take a look at our overall standings, TSM with a nice lead to start us off here. Skirt not far behind, and HRN not far behind them as well. So, my goodness, this is definitely a way to begin our Game 1 of the Americas region with some all-out TSM dominance. Now, of course, they didn't make number 1, but Tom, to your point, let's just keep looking at this, keep watching them, because if we're looking at the TSM that could be, holy cow, is it possible we could find ourselves in another TSM empire?
Yeah, and then you look at on the lower end of the spectrum there, you have aim assist and you have rogue that were very far from that circle. Let's just get that out of the way. They land Mirage on the rogue side, and then they land Thermal on the side of aim assist, and they had to make their way all the way to Refinery. So that's almost as far as you could possibly go in terms of your rotations. So very unlucky for these guys to have to go all the way across the map. I'm not expecting or anticipating them to have any more bad games going forward.
Absolutely. Now, one of the things I love talking to you about is our drops. Who did you see that did the right thing this time, and who needs to work on that drop themselves?
I think that we have to give it up to Complexity for the way that they were able to get over towards Refinery fairly early and hold that spot down. But I saw a lot of good rotations, especially with TSM not having a Pathfinder, getting over to the priority and best position without having any beacon scans. So to me, I think that TSM is really playing on all cylinders right now. It starts off with them getting a lot of kills, which is, again, very scary when they're playing Crypto and Revenant. And I think that they found the recipe for success, because their problem for TSM was they're so good at predicting circles and so much better at predicting circles than everybody, that they get in the circle and then they come out like the John Travolta meme and they kind of just like look around and no one's around because they're so good and they're so fast. Everyone else dies on the outskirts and they're sitting there, you know, third, second place, first place with only 2 to 4 kills when they know they should have a lot more. That's why you're seeing this change in composition.
Absolutely. Well, now, of course, World's Edge, we are starting off on this map, known for its choke points, known for that element of the game. Did we see World's Edge live up to that hype today?
Yeah, definitely. And as the casters were saying, this was a little bit more fast paced, again, because when you look at like the fragment circles that were happening in EMEA earlier, a lot of teams stacking up on top of the buildings. That's what happens over at Refinery side. As you start to split the offices, there's different quadrants that you could play. You have to have respect for when one team is below you or above you, because then you could get third partied from any way, shape, or form. So it really depends on where these rotate towards. Some circles are very unforgiving. World's Edge typically has a lot of room for, you know, holding down different chokes and things like that, or holding down different buildings, and it depends on the composition you're playing. But if multiple teams are going to be running Crypto and you're going to have Bloodhound on this map, that's 3 teams that you know are already playing aggressive. So, and these are very high caliber teams that are playing aggressive too. So this is going to be a lot of kills put up, and maybe not as much, I would say, what would be the right word? Stuffiness inside of the final circle, right? You know, there's like so many people stuffing into this small area.
Absolutely. Well, I'll say this. One of the things I loved about our casters was how surprised they were at the heal off, how unusual that is in ranked, as well as, of course, our pro play. We saw who got it right. Let's talk about who got it wrong. I know, because it's such a hard thing to predict. Certainly, it's a hard thing to time out. What are some pro tips for you as a player, you as a coach, that you're looking at and saying, okay, if you happen to find yourself in this very strange and unusual scenario, what are you looking for your teams to accomplish, and how?
So what you're going to do is you're going to go outside of the zone, and then you're going to take a tick of damage, and then you got to time your syringe or med kit based on that. And then sometimes it's good to have 1 or 2 people go and try to suicide or kamikaze into the other team so they could try to disrupt the healing and take them out. So that's what you were trying to see there from TSM, where they put down the death totem, but it was a little bit mistimed. I'm not sure if if Alberelli got his ult just at that specific time, or if they were trying to use the death totem in conjunction with the actual circle that's closing, so they could go and do that, get reset on their death totem, and then hit the syringe or medkit after that. It was probably 1 or 2 seconds too late, and it was also unfortunate for them that they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. They didn't go to the floor where Skirt was located. Instead, they went down to Euris, which had the runaway train, where it was just like a bad nightmare as they're trying to crawl towards this zone that's just very evasive and getting away from you.
Well, I suspect we're going to see some of that here in our highlights. Let's go ahead and run those right now and showcase exactly how this game 1 went down. Looks like we have at any rate. Sorry. Well, we'll get to highlights in just a second. But Tom, I mean, at this point, we're here for a game 1, number 1 aggressive right out of the gate. It's a thing that we've seen time and time again. Obviously, being our 6 games now, more than our last 5. We'll see what happens. But now we have highlights there, Tom. My tap dancing complete. Let's take a look. Bring me through.
Yeah, so this is again another crypto team. This is going to be LTP, Lion, Tech, and Pandas. And wow, Tech did such a good job staying alive that one time where he was bottom middle over towards the epicenter side. And you can see Snipe down, hitting him with the Hadouken to try to get him back inside to that building to get the res. And this was Rambo, who was the one-man wrecking crew as his team was dying early. This is eventually where Rogue was to drop from behind. They get hit with the charge rifle, Snipe down and gets taken down. You also see Sweet gets dropped as he was trying to Q, and he made his way across this area. A little bit of a mess up on the grapple there. Didn't get his jump off on the right time. A little too long to get that kill as well. Takes a little bit more damage than he would have liked, and they end up falling short right there. This was, again, that fight that was happening towards the bottom epicenter side. Blitzen loses his life here. Amu and Vayne are able to live, I believe, throughout this. They try to rotate over towards the side, and this was that final heal off that we're looking at. Again, a little bit too late with the Death Totem. You can see Albrille is the only one that drops down to the correct area. I believe Reps went down towards the bottom. Hal's trying to hit the med kit. It was a little bit too early. Again, the Death Totem timing really threw that off for him. He's the one that also goes down to the bottom. So really it was just Albrille with the right play there, going down and checking Team Skirt down below him. And that's what gave them the win, because the rest of the players on Team didn't drop down to that lower level.
Absolutely. Well, I love, you know what, I'm a fan of elevation. I'm a fan of those high ground, low ground shots. That's where I get my fun. But let's talk about you guys, specifically our community. You guys, you've seen us talk about some tweets on our show already. Well, don't you worry. We're going to be doing a lot more of it. If you want to follow us on social at Play Apex, you can go ahead and make sure you hashtag ALGS. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel. Hey, it's free, and we're all about Apex. That YouTube channel is youtube.com/Play Apex Compete. Whoo! Lots to say, lots to do. And if you would like to go ahead and follow us on Twitch, head over to twitch.tv/Play Apex. And remember, with all of this, make sure to hashtag ALGS. You might just see yourself right up on our screens talking about your favorite teams, your favorite place to watch, the small little critters that are watching with you. Or maybe just me muting myself. Who's to know? At any rate, let's go ahead and toss it to our casters, Onset and Girl, right after this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Hello everybody, I am Girl, and joining with me today is Onset. How excited are you for game number 2?
Girl, after that first game, how can we not be excited, right? We did not expect to see that level of aggression from the teams in North America. Usually we see some crazy aggression, we see some crazy things, but we're going to slow things down a little bit here, girl, because I don't feel like we've given you the proper welcome to the ALGS that we should. So what we're going to do, the guys in the back and all the production team put something together for you. Look, just take a look at this.
Got 2? This one's 1 HP. Nice! Let's go!
Let's go, girl. What do you think of that?
Beating.
That's amazing. That is amazing, right?
That is super amazing. Thank you guys so much.
We wanted to welcome you to the ALGS, and you've been doing an amazing job so far, but we've got to continue doing that amazing job as we are jumping into our game number 2 here. Just to give you the lay of the land, if you just joined the broadcast, of course, game 1 went to the hands of Skirt in a heel-off. TSM did take the first place as far as points is concerned with a big kill game, but early on here, we're already seeing some contention, and this is a place that we usually see TSM are looking a little bit comfortable, so we've seen a little bit of a change here with TSM and where they're actually dropping on the map.
Yeah, amazing to see Cruelty team take on Fragment East, hit the beacon. They're all triple white armors, though, unfortunately for them. Yeah, I wonder where TSM went this game, but they have a hefty lead, so I think they are not worried whatsoever.
Yeah, really big change for me. Very surprised. And as soon as we see that beacon in Fragment East, I'm thinking TSM, but we were missing one letter, and one of them was very different. It's TC with the team who are over there at the moment. And I'm not going to lie, after that intro, girl, and those clips we've just seen, I want to see some more aggression here in our second game, because that has got me hyped for this game. 303 already in a battle. And look at what is happening in these lobbies here. We're just going to see another player dropped almost immediately. We have got 20 squads still remaining, but all these teams are getting in skirmishes, and that aggression from our first game here in the Americas is continuing here in this second one.
The charge rifles are surely hitting hard in this one. As you can see on the map right now, the zone ends really far south. So the zone, everyone's going to be rotating to tree or that like dome side of tree. So it's going to be a really tough circle to get into because it's such a hard shift south.
Rotating from the north to the south as opposed to what we did in our first game, and T-Squared was talking about that on the desk and saying, you know, teams like Rogue, for example, have to rotate from Mirage Voyage all the way up to the north in that first game, but now they're going to have a slightly better rotation to work with, less distance to cover. But Sentinels, I mean, their rotation's in all sorts of problems at the moment as their team is in tatters. Xenox, the last man alive for them, and so many players just being dropped at the start of this game. Only 2 have been completely eliminated, but we're just seeing battles all the way across World's Edge here.
Xenox is getting shot from multiple different angles. He won't be able to recover his teammate's banners. He's just looking for a little spot to call home so he could grab some placement points as for now. But he's getting shot by charge rifles by the tree team, and he's down to 1 HP. Will he be able to make it into the building?
Oh, no!
No, he won't. Unfortunately, he goes down there.
That was a rough spot for Xenox. I felt a little bit sorry for him. You know, when you're kind of watching something go from bad to worse. That was exactly what just happened there for Sentinels, and I'm sure Sentinels fans will be feeling exactly the same way. But it's going to be Rogue actually involved in a battle with aim assist in the kill feed, and Snipe Down being taken down by a controller player. That's, you know, something in itself, a story in itself. TSM here already made their way over to Tree, though, girl. Early rotation again from Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, it's really surprising. They're playing the games really well without a Pathfinder. It's like they already have the Pathfinder knowledge ingrained in their brains, and they're going for those end zones anyways, and they're able to make this aggression. Doing the crypto ultimate, will they be able to get the kill on this team on the inside? They're throwing in the thermite. Hal putting in a lot of damage. One person goes down on team aim assist. Will they be able to finish off the last 2?
And that is how devastating the Crypto Revenant combination can be. They didn't get the clean wipe, but the damage that they managed to inflict on that team within the building is absolutely incredible. They got 2 players eliminated, I believe. They didn't manage to get the final player down, and now you're seeing all 3 of TSM just swarming over this building as the Wraith is desperately trying to get away and queue out of dodge. And TSM just showing perfectly there how important timing is, but also how much damage that you can do if you execute a push properly with this comp.
Yeah, they're satisfied with the gold and purple boxes. They're going to end up looting and maybe push another team once they get their ultimates back up. Here we are with 303 Esports, though, taking in some damage. Phony Head's not yet healed, but they should be safe inside this dome for now, for sure.
So 19 squads remaining, but 52 players left, which means we've lost 8 players in the lobby, which means there's a lot of partial teams, and there's no surprise. And here is one of those partial teams. Team Smile with TSM now making their way through Tree, and TSM once again looking to get in a fight. Albrelli does some huge damage, and it's going to be Albrelli who actually, comes in to finish off the damage begun by Hal. So TSM with another KP on the board there, and that was designed for the last player alive, I believe, from Aim Assist, or as I say that, correct myself, because Gentrifying is the last man alive, and it looks like TSM, well, they're a little bit thirsty to finish off Aim Assist, and maybe this is just a little bit of a case of TSM trying to assert their dominance on the champions of our last tournament.
Aim Assist didn't seem like they wanted to give up Resulta's banner, so they did try and get his banner, but unfortunately they weren't able to. They got the knock on Hal, which made them able to revive their second last player and recover from that. And now TSM pulling out the drone, looking to see what teams that they could fight next. Here, Shirley in Tree.
And that's how effective the drone can be. We talk about the EMP a lot, but of course, having that scouting ability is so vital. We always say information is king in Battle Royale games, and it's exactly the same here on Apex Legends. You can see what teams are going to be pushing, what areas are taken, what areas you can potentially try and force a fight yourself. So Rep's showing that even with all the hours that he has on Watson, of course, he's starting to adapt to that crypto play a little bit more as these games go on.
That's something I've never thought about before, but normally with teams without a Pathfinder, they can normally tell where the end zone is when they can see a bunch of teams pulling into one place. Now with Crypto, they will be able to do the exact same thing more easy and safe with the Crypto drone. That's really cool to think of in that perspective here.
Yeah, it's a great point that you make, and again, another layer to an evolving metagame here in Apex Legends as we see Team Liquid getting involved here with Rogue being eliminated, I do believe there. Dropped was the last player alive for Rogue, so a little bit of a rough start here for our former champions as we see another Crypto being used here and probably trying to target an EMP. Is he going to let this one go? It looks like he is, and now they're going to be pushing onto this team inside of Harvester. Not sure what point of view we are watching right now, so we don't have the HUD up. It's going to be LTP. No surprise to see them as TSM are snug inside of Tree.
Yeah, it's nice to see the different metas, the different characters that people are playing. This one is Crypto, Gibraltar, and Wraith. They're looking to see who they can fight, but I think they're going to take it easy. They're going to play it a little bit safer, and they're going to find their way into the zone. They're almost in the zone, and here we are with what a nice skin that Pathfinder has. I love the color. Nice little rat spot on him for sure.
So as I say, there's a few teams who don't have a full complement of players, and look at that, Aim Assist, who have managed to at least back off TSM from that fight that they were having for an extended period of time, have managed to get themselves back up to 2 players. Resulta, unfortunately, won't be rejoining the action here in our second game as he has had his respawn timeout. But Sentinel on an R99 in the hands of Gentrifying here, and a big shot with a Sentinel might create an opening for them. But now we're going to see where that ring is going to be pulling. We haven't had the opportunity to see the Pathfinder beacon for a while, so it's going to be up to these teams to decide where they want to rotate and what high ground and what real estate that they want to have in their hands.
Here we are with Solafide, double blue and a white armor, but they do have a nice spot. Although they can get shot from multiple different angles, hopefully they'll be able to hold that area for now.
Vubsy here. He's trying to land some shots from a distance here for Team Superior and his Prodigy Aces, Joey Blackout. And of course, Vubsy, whose POV we are looking through at the moment through the eyes of Vubsy. And they're having to make their rotation in now. And then they kind of position themselves around Dome. And I'm going to have to make a little bit of a move in to the west side of the map. But pretty close to that next circle, you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen, they do have that Pathfinder information as well. So their rotation is going to be planned accordingly. But there is a team potentially trying to hold them out here. And that is going to be Zeratricky.
Do you find there be a big difference between the EMEA region and the Americas, like with play style?
I'm genuinely shocked how that first game went, and the same here in this second game. We've been watching, EMEA in general maybe does play a little bit more of a passive game, and you are going to see more teams in that end circle. That was indicated earlier today in our EMEA region, but the level of aggression I don't think I've seen so far in an America's lobby. This has just been turned up a notch. I don't know if there's something in the water today in America, but trust me, this is crazy stuff we're seeing from these teams.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing to see the aggression. It's amazing for us as observers to see all of this go down aggressively. It's a lot of fun to watch the teams fight. Now, TSM is really getting pressured. They're not full HP, but they are full armor. And Albrelelli holding this door with 3 people on the other side. This is very dangerous because if they kick the door down and all shoot him at once, he could go down right away. But they opt to stay on top of the building for now and maybe look for a different place to retreat.
You can see Solafide maybe using that Gibby bubble to try and rotate ahead of TSM, as we have seen quite a big pull away from Tree. So TSM are going to have to make their rotation and make that move. And I'm not going to, this is going to sound a bit weird, but I had a dream last night that 3 people were trying to break into my house, and it looked exactly the same as that full team outside of that door. And I just had like this weird moment. I was like, what is real life? What is not real life? But TSM, I know how that feels. So just relax. Everything's going to be okay.
Everything's gonna be okay. It's just a dream. This isn't a competition or a tournament or anything. No big deal. Here we are with NRG, though. We haven't seen them too much this game. They have pretty good loot here, and they are indeed in the zone right here in the top of the building.
Rocket trying to get back up to full HP. You can see Nathan, he's got a slither of health to work with. Brazukas, well, not really much to work with at all. 2 players have been dropped here, and it's going to be up to best 9 to try and skirtle away here and find himself a pretty little rock to hide himself behind. Solafide now making the air push on this building as well, and they've got a Peacekeeper in hand as well. So any short range fights that are going to go down, they're going to feel pretty confident here in one of those fights, but confidence is one thing, hitting your shots is another, as the pressure now falls onto Metro and Clarify to win this fight, and somehow Solafide, having lost that first player, absolutely clean house, and they'll get their teammate pride back into this game.
Oh my god, Solafide did such a great job. The Prowler damage, I love the Prowler. It's actually one of my favorite guns right now. Here we are with NRG, though, taking in some damage, poke damage from across the map, but they'll be okay. They'll be safe here while the zone closes in. They are still getting shot at by scouts.
On board with LTP then. They are inside this next zone, and I was just looking at the kill feed as well. You can see NRG are in a little bit of a sticky position as well, as they've had 2 players down. TSM, I think, are still having their battle as well with aim assist, as I saw Gentrifying being taken down by Albrelelli. But LTP here inside this building, you can see they're on the quick side of the zone, so they're going to have to plan a pretty deep rotation towards this next circle. And the longer that you have to travel at this point, the more eyes are going to be on you and the more difficulty you are going to have. And Zanios is going to be one of those players here for HRN who's going to be finding it incredibly difficult to survive. He will be taken down, and that will be their squad eliminated.
Here we are with Solafide, taking in some damage from the Thermites. They have a long way to go to get into the zone. Here we are with Sarah Tricky's team, though, taking in some damage as well. They're fighting 12 squads left, 28 people alive. They got a couple kills under their belt, though, and they do have the chance to win this game. They've got a great spot.
Big shots coming in from Pride there with that Peacekeeper. Manages to get the knock, and that was onto Imperial Howl as well. So TSM finding themselves up against Solafide in this position. I'm not sure if they did get completely wiped or if it was just how he was taken out. And just remember, it was Solafide who were holding out TSM from that building inside of Tree. Big shots with the flatline as well, going to be coming in onto that player who was trying to just hide behind that little crate. But the problem is, as we mentioned earlier, the longer you have to rotate, there's going to be more eyes on you. And in this case, it's the eyes of Solafide onto this team trying to rotate down from the building in Tree.
Let's get a listen in on Solafide's comms here in a moment.
They're aping. Two. I only see 2.
Yep. I'm holding left.
Popping cells.
I'm selling.
They're nading through?
I don't have gen.
Good. I'm good.
We're just playing for kills. We're literally just playing for kills.
Yeah. They finished them.
Pushing
them? I hit the other bitch twice. Purple. Revenant has gold. I'm up. Are you?
We're playing for kills. I already said this. We can't walk up with them.
I ulted them. Claire. Right here, Claire. Come here, Claire.
One's close on me.
Crack two. Crack 3, knocked 1. We're good. Just keep moving forward.
Behind me.
33. Guys, move forward.
I'm armor swapping this.
You grab that bubble.
Bubble now.
Bubbling forward. We're not safe. I don't think we're in.
Just stay alive for as long as you can, try. Play for yourself.
I have 14. If you have Q, use it.
How, bro? We had 6.
They dealt so much damage there, but unfortunately the bubble was a little too short, so they weren't able to sit in the zone safely, and then they went down. Here we are with Complexity though, pushing into the edge of zone, getting a knock on Senpai, absolutely destroying with the massive, gets the whole squad wipe. There we are with Complexity with a couple more kills under their belt. 4 squads left. Who will win here in this second game? 52 seconds left. Let's see what the other squads have in store. Is there anyone in the final zone as of yet that we can see?
There's 4 squads remaining here. You saw Complexity are one of them, Team Superior are another, and they've got a full complement of players, so they're going to be feeling pretty good. They're a tricky, another team involved in this final potential fight. 29 seconds until those teams are going to have to move, and you might be thinking, why is there so few teams left in this final circle with 21 seconds left? It's because it was moving through such a tight choke. So many teams are kind of banked on where that zone would be moving and had to move through that tight choke point, and you heard it in the comms, right? You heard it from Solar Fide themselves. We can't win this game. We have to play for KP from this position. So they tried to get as many KP on the board as they could. Unfortunately for them, they lost that big team fight that maybe would have allowed them to rack up a few more.
I think Complexity just acknowledged the rat in the game now. He may push him. He may find it too dangerous. But here we are with Zero Tricky fighting in the end zone, taking in a lot of damage. Or stay alive for any kill points. No, he is actually out of the game. Team Superior with Joey Blackout and ends up getting killed by Complexity. What a nice third party. What a clean third party. Good job for Complexity. You never want to be the last 2 teams fighting when there's literally one other team and a rat player left in the game. So Complexity was able to take out the rat, able to come in third party, cleanly wipe, and secure the victory. Congrats to Complexity. What do you think about that last fight?
Amazing stuff there. I mean, the fact that Complexity kind of had everything that they could have possibly wanted to happen in that final fight happen, because remember, Complexity were a 2-man in that position, and they saw the 2 teams fight, and they were like, perfect, brilliant. We'll move in now, and we'll hit our massive shots. And it all comes from that big win, right? Monsoon, again, the catalyst for this Complexity team, winning that battle in that choke just before they managed to rotate in a little bit later than those 2 teams. So as I say, it's a kind of a domino effect, right? You win that big fight in the choke, then you can move in, and those 2 teams fighting, it's music to Complexity's ears, massive stuff from them, and they close out game number 2.
Yeah, they were able to acknowledge the teams fighting on the edge zone, took out the people behind them. They acknowledged the rat, ended up killing him, and then all they had to do was third party at the end. Perfect game decisions by them. We're going to head it back to Tom and Kate on the desk.
Well, thank you very much, Onset and Girl. Thanks so much for that hype. Tom, we've seen choke point after choke point, but this choke point was unlike all the rest.
Yeah, absolutely brutal right there. But Complexity comes out on top. Again, one of our teams to watch. And if you have to vote for, one of the teams that you don't want to fight in these final circles, it's going to be Complexity and Monsoon. Just such individually skilled, talented players. But again, you saw a lot of different teams there towards the end. So a lot of points going to be spread across the board. So we're going to see the scoreboard, and it's going to be a lot closer than we were expecting. And I love to see that. I don't want to see one team run away with it quite yet this early on. Still 4 more games to be played.
Absolutely. And I think we were talking about runaways just last game with TSM. So now that we have heard of some of the comms from Complexity, excuse me, Solo Fide, the comms from Solo Fide, I'm curious your thoughts on their strategy there. I mean, obviously they're like, well, we can't possibly get through this. Let's go for kill points. Would you have done the same? Would you coach them to continue doing the same? What was your thoughts on that?
When the circle is that brutal and you have to make the type of play where you make that call, it's going to be the right call, you know, and these guys are in the game. So I'm going to trust the pros on what their call is going to be and what they're feeling that they're going to do, because these kill points are extremely important. Not only are you possibly getting kill points, but you're possibly wiping a team and getting one extra placement, which is going to give you X amount more points going forward, depending on what placement you're going to get. So whenever a team goes and makes that call, whatever call you do make, you got to stick with it. The worst thing that you could do is be split in terms of your communication and your decision making. And one of the things I've always loved to say and preach is, even if you're going to make a wrong decision, as long as you do it together and you do it quickly, it could result in the right decision.
Hey, I like that. I like that a lot. You know what else I like? Game 2 results. Let's take a look at them right now on your screen. Let's see who it is that is coming up behind Complexity. A solid 7 kills for Complexity, but here's one for you. 303 Esports. Tom, 12 kills. Holy God.
Yeah, double digits is always great when you come into this tournament finals scenario, but don't forget about TSM getting half the amount of kills right there too at 6. So it's not like they had a throwaway game or anything like that, but Complexity taking first and 7 kills. They really needed all the points they could get, because you could see 303 really taking a lot of those, Solified taking a lot of those kills as well. And now Aim Assist with only a duo throughout that game, getting a decent placement in kills as well. So now you see these teams that had really bad games to start, starting to pick it up a little bit. And the only team that's been kind of consistent, in my opinion, would be Team Solo Mid and Complexity. So expect to see both of those teams towards the top of the rankings.
Absolutely. And of course, Solo Fide, we saw their strategy of just going for kill points obviously very much pay off with 9 kills themselves. Let's take a look at the overall standings after game 2 and see what has changed. Ooh, TSM still with a pretty healthy lead there, Tom, but Complexity is hot on their heels.
No doubt about it. And look, Skirt, the game winners from 1, sitting there in 3rd place. You have Zeratricky, who had a great game right there. And Zeratricky's a very aggressive team. It's a very wild card team. They play a little unorthodox in terms of the amount of aggression that they're putting on you. It's almost like you're going against Complexity, where they're just constantly in your face. 303 Esports, again, putting up so many kills that's why they have 16 points right there. 12 is absolutely phenomenal, so hats off to them. But still a lot of games to be played, still a lot of opportunities for these teams that have had a slow start, especially Rogue. No one's expecting them to be sitting in 18th place with only 3, and then NRG sitting in 16th with only 5. Same with Sentinels and Smile, not too far in front of them as well.
Absolutely. Now, one of the things I wanted to chat with you real quick about was that final circle. It was, to the caster's words, a very clean third party. Can you break that down for me a little bit more? How did Complexity wind up on top?
Yeah, so again, what you're doing is you're listening for the sound. You're also watching the top right area, and you have a good feeling for what's kind of around you based on how long you've been sitting in that vicinity. So Complexity is just taking their time right there, waiting for the sound cues, waiting for the knocks, waiting to see which team is being knocked. And you know in their comms, it's, hey, it's so-and-so, hey, it's so-and-so. Let's go and push this, just like we saw in the pre-video with Designful, how they knew it was Petty Boss that one time, and they were screaming, it's Petty, it's Petty. Complexity most likely doing the same thing. They have a checklist in their head of what they want to do in terms of executing. And as Girl was saying during the cast, you always want to be that last team to come around. You want to make it look easy. We didn't get a chance to see what it was like from Monsu's point of view, but I'm sure that he was, again, just letting all the action unfold in front of him. And then he comes and strikes at the last second like a shark in the water.
Like a shark in the water, always be moving. I love it. Let's put your coach hat on for a second. What kind of pro tips do you think some of our amateur players who are watching today, maybe looking to potentially register at battlefy.com/ALGS, what kind of top tips can we give them after this pro game 2 in our ALGS summer circuits, number 3 Super Regional?
I would say communication, Kate, is huge. It really is. Call-outs and all of those things really only come once you have the understanding of the game, though. You can't just start calling out random things, right? It's like knowing the lyrics to a song. If you're not like singing the right lyrics, you're really not doing anything at that point. There's stuff like mumbling things, which I'm kind of good at. But, you know, when it comes down to just teamwork and communication in general. Play into your strengths, find out what your weaknesses are, make your weaknesses better, practice on your weaknesses, lead into your strengths, and really start to work on your communication. I think that if you're ever going to play with other pro players, they'll really respect the fact that you call out and put a lot of energy into your game.
Well, let's take a look at how some of those communications have paid off in our highlights of our game 2 for the Americas region. Tom, let's take me through this goodness of Apex mastery.
Yeah, nice couple massive shots to lead, switching on over to the L-Star, and that's where you see Rogue start to drop fairly early. A lot of teams posturing over towards Tree, expecting it to rotate heavy towards this. Pride takes a bad angle right there, overexposing himself, thinking that he was going to be able to do a lot more damage than he could with the Peacekeeper. Fortunately for him, his team is there to clean it up, and you can see the kills going in their favor. Now, this was Complexity and Monsoon coming in as a duo. Keep in mind, Shiny is down, and they were still able to win this one. R301 with the 2X is a very deadly combo. R9 Mastiff, also a deadly combo. So there it is. It's the Dream Team taking on Zeratricky at the very end, and then the third party just comes in, and look at how healthy they are, Kate. Full shields, a full gold armor, full red Evo shield. They had zero chance of losing that once that team started to fight in front of them.
I'll tell you something, it looked as if they were ready to play another round right there, right then. But let's go ahead and talk about you guys, our community, because you've been tweeting at us. You've talked about us on the socials, hashtag ALGS. And let's see, Tom, this is new. We've not seen this ourselves either. I've been watching at Play Apex all day with my little man. Oh, come on. What a delight. Hashtag ALGS. We love to see those guys. Thank you, Jackie Nickerson. I love having the little guys on our screen. Oh, here we go, Tom. Oh, I love you. You love yourself a good setup, right, Tom?
I love the wire management. I'm just so envious of everyone with the patience. This patience is ridiculous, but love the light up keyboard. You love to see the dual monitor set up. He's even got the little sound foamy things. I don't know what those things are called, but what a great setup and high IQ plays. Let's go. You love to see it, Rich. Appreciate the tweet.
Absolutely, absolutely. And here's another. We're getting ready for a second match at ALGS. Oh, we're making a family affair. Feeling good about Solafide and their. Oh, I love it. There is some Solafide fan action. They've got to be pretty pleased with Solafide's kill count in our last game. Well done. Thanks so much, Christian Book Notes, so much for your watch, for your follow, and for tweeting at us. Because that's the coolest ever. Awesome.
He was in the last show. You can't forget that mustache.
Oh, no, that mustache is legend. That mustache is Predator. That is how mustaches work in ALGS. But hey, speaking of things that you guys like to see and we like to have, they're called skins. Anybody in chat, you go ahead and freak out now because, of course, we are actually going to give you a Pathfinder skin. What? Let's see that to the plate. We have an exclusive Pathfinder Swim and Buddy skin with Twitch Prime. Go ahead and snag that now between now and August 24th. Plus, we made you a mixtape gun charm, and it's available now through August 27th. So go ahead and claim that loot. Going to twitch.amazon.com/Apex Legends. Who doesn't love a good skin, Tom? I know I do.
Yeah, especially because it's my homeboy Pathfinder as well. So, and you have a month to claim it, basically.
I was going to say, that skin's going to look real good on a nice little zip line. I will say, if you guys want to be part of our Twitch or Twitter action, go ahead and hit us up at Play Apex. Make sure to hashtag ALGS. If you want to follow us, subscribe to us on YouTube. It's free at, what is it? Play Apex Compete. Boy, sometimes. Play Apex Compete, twitch.tv/Play Apex. And remember, always hashtag ALGS. That's exactly what we want to see, and that's exactly what we want to hear. And now, we've got a lot of action coming up here, Tom. But first, let's take a look at one of these.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3, our final game on World's Edge before we move to Kings Canyon for games 4 through 6. Fallout here joined alongside Bravo to call the action. Bravo, it's been a crazy games number 1 and 2. What are you most excited for in game number 3?
It really has been a crazy games 1 and 2, and I'd say I'm most excited for even more NA aggression. We are seeing very aggressive play. We are seeing very fast end circles. I mean, game 1, the heal off was a little bit nuts, but the leading, especially if you look at, you got to head to Euresa's Twitter, by the way, to see exactly were kind of freaking out when we watched it, but the fact that the unlucky, I can't explain how unlucky the timing is of that train coming through that station on that exact pinpoint end circle. Wild games here, but I'm hoping to see continued aggression here in game number 3 for the Americas.
That's exactly right. We're on board with Yurice Zanile and team right now. Very unfortunate train tracks to get them eliminated in game number 1. If you did not see Yurice's tweet, please do check that out. It is insane how that finished. We will probably never see that again in an ALGS match. Meanwhile, back on board TSM, dropping Fragment back to their bread and butter. So we were kind of curious if they dropped elsewhere in game number 2 because they rotated the tree so fast from Fragment. So that's kind of a big curiosity or question mark for us. Is TSM changing up their gameplay, changing up their strategy? Yes, they're running this different meta, which you love to see. They're the ones that really popularized and dominated with that Pathfinder meta. They weren't the only ones doing it. They didn't create the meta. They just were the best to do it. And now it seems like they're doing that again here with the Revenant and Crypto meta, but still dropping in that same Fragment location.
And what I liked about TSM, I kind of touched on it the tiniest bit in the first game, is that we see TSM playing, sometimes you see a Crypto Revenant playing Edge because they're trying to play aggro on teams they can take advantage of, as we now get a look at the circle pulling southeast here, as we'll see exactly where it does converge on. But the TSM's not playing Crypto Revenant as like relying on those timing pushes. They're still playing early rotate. They're doing so without a beacon. They're doing so without a lot of defense opportunities. But like T-Squared said, called it perfectly, they're so good as we do get a beacon, as you see things kind of pulling there between Geyser and Lava City. There's a lot of end circles between Lava City North and then the even further north Lava City that's right by the Geyser choke, and then Geyser itself. So still a few places where this could pull based off that quick look. But essentially, TSM still playing early rotate and leaning on that more than their comp here so far.
Yeah, bro, that's a great call out. It's almost like they're merging the best of both worlds. They have now a new comp in which they can play aggressive and slay out in a way that we didn't really see them do as much or as dominantly as they did. We always knew they had the skill, but they just didn't really have the comp to follow up. Now they have Revenant and Crypto. They have an EMP from Crypto to take advantage, to get an advantage in fights, and they're doing a combination of both, playing with aggression and they're early rotating. And so far, so good. TSM on top, 33 points back where they believe they belong. Meanwhile, another team that plays with a new meta, new comp with Bloodhound. They've done so in the last 3 online tournaments. It is Complexity, the addition of Shiny, one of the 2 McCarthy brothers alongside Muffins on this team, and Complexity in second place, right behind TSM with 26 points.
And they're absolutely wasting no time as you see them getting them right away. It's actually going to be Cruelty, the Colombia team, on our screen for one of the first times here in this series. They're taking in a lot of damage, even though with that height, Complexity able to do quite a bit of damage there. They need to be careful. And when you see that sonar coming in, you know the scans are coming in from Reptar, and that is the stuff of nightmares, folks.
That's exactly right. It looks like Complexity, though, actually going to get some damage here. Monsoon, 2 HP. The Dream right now going to survive. He's going to get knocked on the way down. So Team Cruelty not giving up without a fight. They take out one. It is the playmaker for this Complexity squad. It's Monsoon. Now it's a straight up 2 versus 2. Who comes out on top? Guess what? He's going to catch one with his pants down. Huge shot. Put it in the start. Turns around. The Gibraltar shield is going to be crucial. It's all up to Duvan. Duvan's going down 1. It's Shiny. Now comes down to a 1 versus 1. Reptar versus Duval for the who stays alive, stays on top in this.
Wow, Reptar needs to be very careful here. Still has Beast of the Hunt, so he's going to try to get these shots down, able to get even more damage with that 301. And my oh my, did Complexity choose quite a battle here. Cruelty has stood up so far, and we'll see if both teams nope out of this. I'm not sure exactly how this is going to end.
This is a crazy 1 versus 1, a crazy early game 3 versus 3 fight. It comes down to a pure Uno v Uno. Reptar versus Duval of Cruelty team to see who will come out on top. Reptar, of course, has his scan. He's going to be able to get some intel. He wants to survive so bad. That's why he's kind of double backing for it rather than playing with aggression. Duval's not letting go of the gas pedal. He's playing with aggression here. He wants to go out of this fight. Instead, Reptar's going to get some good shots in. It all comes down to this. He's going to get a melee. Reptar with 1 HP is going to do it for his team. You can hardly believe it.
Oh my god, and Complexity will win that battle, a much longer battle than they're used to seeing early game. Cruelty put up a great fight, but I think this is a great opportunity. I do want to give a shout out, as Kate and Tom talked about, we've got a global show here, but not only that, this is the first time the Super Regionals are bringing together all these regions from around the world, so I do want to give a special welcome to all of our Spanish-speaking viewers and just say bienvenidos a los televidentes de América Central y América del Sur. Estos torneos, los Super Regionals, son la primera vez para la Norteamérica, América Central y América del Sur son el mismo torneo de ALGS. So es un placer tenerte aquí. Espero que todos ustedes y los jugadores, Brazucas de Brasil y Cruelty Team de Colombia, Disfruten los partidos hoy. Bienvenidos amigos. Muchísimas gracias por ver. And for the Portuguese Brazucas fans, bem-vindo as well.
Brav, I've known you for 8 years. I had no idea you were capable of that as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. Very, very well said. I have no idea what you said, but thank you kindly on behalf of the entire talent team for that warm welcome to South America. Beautiful words, as always. I caught maybe 25% of that from my Spanish class in high school, but boy, I'm impressed. Color me impressed here, Brav. I don't know. Where'd you learn Spanish like that, by the way?
I've tried to get my Spanish better and better throughout the years. I've been lucky to spend a good bit of time in Spanish-speaking countries, so it's been it's been fun. But as we said earlier, we said it in EMEA as well. It's great to see these regions coming through. It is also got to give a shout out. It's difficult, especially when you look at regions like Colombia, like South Africa that we saw earlier today. They're playing against pretty large distances for ping, so we know these lobbies can be pretty challenging for them as well. But it's great to see multiple regions here on the ALGS broadcast for the first time within the summer circuit.
That's exactly right. We got to give not only a warm welcome, but a special shout out and kudos to our South American and, of course, Middle East and African teams over in the EMEA side of things for playing with a little bit more ping, doing what they can, and still competing at a high level. You love to see it. Meanwhile, back into the action here. It looks like NRG, once again, in a difficult situation. They haven't had the best series so far. Hal's going to take out one. Guess what? It is TSM that they're up against. Hal gets the first kill, the first pick. Meanwhile, Frex is going to return the battle on Hal. Hal gets eliminated, or at least down so far in this one. Grenades are going to start flying. 2 versus 2 fight. NRG versus TSM.
Absolutely good damage here coming in. That's what you expect to see out of Nathan there with that 99 spray. He's going to actually have to just throw down this TP, see if they can get even closer into Lava City North. And this is one of the most punishing areas. Exactly where Nathan is right now is where you're going to see a lot of carnage throughout this entire game. Whenever you need to see teams that are rotating all the way into Lava City, when they're making that western route from Sorting into Lava City, there's not a lot of real estate there. It's also an uphill climb, and you can't really even go along the track, so you have to take that uphill route. And that's why you see a team like NRG trying to take that earlier rather than later.
That's exactly right. Meanwhile, back into the action here. Looks like Imperial Hal did get revived, but got knocked right after by set of Sentinels. All up to Alberlelli and Reps, of course. You have Revenant and you have Crypto alive. Both going to turtle up for now. Totem's been dropped, but they do have a very aggressive Sentinel squad right outside of them. Sentinels really was the first team to define that uber aggressive meta way back in 2019. Obviously, I've had some roster changes since then. Filipide, meanwhile, going to pick up some kills as well. Alberlelli just going to back out of this fight, reset. They might have to let Imperial Hal die in this scenario. They recognize Rogue is also in this fight. It is a 3-way fight between Sentinels, Rogue, and TSM.
Absolutely. Rogue's a team I wanted to talk about with you, Fallout, because we talked a lot about them coming into this tournament, and for good reason, just because of where they sit in the leaderboard, ranked #1 overall due to how strong they've been in the summer circuit. But let's not forget, they find themselves in 18th right now after 2 games. So they've got a lot of games to play yet, 4 total here. As we take a look actually at Reps, who has lost 2 players here on the TSM side, and going to need to just slow it down, get a little bit of a drone out to see exactly if he has time to heal, but instead going to go back towards the choke.
Yeah, as he does, I think he got shot at, got a little nervous, and now Rep's in a very difficult position. He's going to be forced to just rat his way to a hopeful top 3 finish. Finds himself a nice little corner, nice little crevice, doing crypto things. Any crypto mains out there certainly can relate to this moment. Is he just going to stay sneaky, stay hidden? He's really going to turn around and try and sneak. He can run in with a rock, but it's not going to work out. Reps has to fight. He's going to fight 2 or 3, get some good shots, and it's not going to be enough. Reps down to 60 HP. He's going to get taken out. So just like that, TSM, your #1 team in this tournament so far, is currently out, opening the door wide open for Complexity, Skirt, Zera, Tricky, any of our top 10 teams to take that first place spot.
And like you said, Fallout, it's a really good opener there from Reps. Had it been a 1v1, it could have been a very different story, but was not able to convert there as that solo. They'll live to fight again. They've got still 3 games left after this one still to play. As a reminder, as you see on your screen, 6 games total for each region today. The first time we're seeing that format as well. And TSM, always part of the final battles, but they never make it easy, do they? That will make the rest of the tournament really interesting for TSM fans, without a doubt.
That's exactly right. Back in the day, they really never ever made it easy. Back in the day, TSM had such a dominant performance, always in first place. We were used to seeing it, but now there's this skill gap that we've seen in the Americas region. Skill gap, even in Europe as well, has always been very, very neck and neck with 5-6 teams that can win championships. In North America, it was very top heavy, very TSM dominated, but now so many teams that can take that first place spot. One team in particular that wants it maybe more than any is Complexity. They haven't taken a breath of a championship just yet. They're hoping that they can do it this time. They've been repping the Bloodhound meta. They've been playing into their play style. They made a roster change. They're thinking that they're doing all the right things that are necessary to be a championship caliber team. The question is, can they execute on Championship Sunday? Currently in second place, 26 points.
Absolutely. Complexity team we're certainly going to be keeping a very close eye on, like you said, in the second right now, and lots to play for in the summer circuit. And also with this new comp, one thing I want to talk about, Fallout, that we didn't get to talk about is how Shiny fits in, not just playstyle wise, but I love what I heard during their listening when they were back at Refinery. You might have caught that actually Shiny was making a little bit of play calls. I don't mean to call him the shot caller on this team, but you heard him saying at this exact time we will make the rotate. And you actually heard Mon and Reptar saying yes. So and if a player's not doing some level of play calling, you will not hear comms like that from them. So it's pretty interesting to see. I think in terms of a demeanor and kind of temperament, kind of sits pretty similarly, to Lou in terms of just how he sits on that team. But it's interesting to see a little bit of play calling coming in from Shiny as well, and we'll have to see how that goes for them through the rest of the day.
Yeah, and Brav, that's a unique thing I think about esports and Apex in particular is every player, based on what you see, the intel you have in any given moment, has to be able to make a play, has to be able to call a play, because the shot caller is not always going to be the one that sees everything in front of them. They understands the full picture, or can paint that full picture necessarily. So you like to see all three members have the ability to turn up, the ability to make those calls when it matters the most, and perhaps that's the impact that Shiny's going to make that can make a difference to this Complexity squad. Only time will tell. As we know, Shiny, former member of Fnatic NA, former Overwatch competitive player, I believe semi-pro or pro player using the Contender Series, I believe in Overwatch. We know he's capable as an individual. The question is, what type of impact will he make, perhaps, as a secondary shot caller to this team?
Absolutely, that's the question as we're taking a look at Bazookas here. In just a little bit, when we start to get towards the end of this close, I do want to get on board with the Complexity in a moment here. Actually, we can listen in. They got about a minute 45 until this close to see exactly what they're thinking, as they do have teams that are pushing up. So let's go to a listen right now with Complexity.
This team is lagging, bro.
Good.
Yeah, just if you get Zerg, you have to slide off.
Yep.
One's looking for the house right here on this corner.
I'm holding truck still. I'm back now off the ledge.
If that's clear, we can look to fuck with people southwest of us.
Roger. I'm gonna hold this until last second, until I see zone on my nose.
Yes, sir.
Heads up.
One of them's killing like a really close, 50 meters from me.
I can look, but somebody just has to...
No, we don't instigate that. We just hold.
Come back. I can fucking have that house.
We have best spot right now, I'm pretty sure, other than that house over there.
Let's go. I don't think we give up this house, no?
No, I mean, I'm not saying we give it up, but we should.
They're gonna play on the ridge. They're gonna stay high.
Yeah.
I'm just
they won't take the house.
You hold that house by yourself, Mon, after you come back, okay?
Yeah.
Drinking water. Stay hydrated.
Water check.
I don't have any.
It's okay, I'm salivating.
There you have it again, Brav, as we did hear exactly what you said. Shiny just as involved in some of the play calling. Of course, different scenario here is Complexity is already kind of set up in positions. There's not a whole lot happening in terms of hectic comms, but you like the discussions, you like the little in-game debate. When you have the time to make sure you can make the right decision, they're talking through it, they're making sure they're going to execute the proper way.
Absolutely. Not only the time to make the right decisions, but also, as you heard Reptar say, a time to grab a sip of water. That just tells you how good that their rotate is. You even heard Reptar say some along the lines of the fact they had the best building. Maybe they would have preferred to have had the building that was just a bit to the southeast, but right now they're going to be pretty comfortable in those Lava City North buildings, and now also taking a look here at Solafide on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And typically you're going to see, teams play and adjust their play style based on the environment or the scenario. Sometimes you're able to get the best building. Sometimes you can kind of predict where the ring is going to correctly switch to in rings 3, 4, and 5. Sometimes you have to play edge. You have to play for kills. You have to play for, with aggression. You have to be able to alter your play style based on the environment in front of you. And I think Complexity, TSM, some of these teams do such a good job of that. If you're an aspiring player, whether you're playing ranked or want to be an ALGS pro one day, you have to be able to have that adjustment. You have to be able to make that adjustment on the fly and understand when to turn it up, when to maybe pull the lever back and set up instead.
And take a look at what's developing there as we see the mini-map from the observers. You're going to take a look at two things. Now, obviously, Complexity thought this was a different poll, saying that they had the best position aside from that southeast building. They clearly do not have the best position anymore at Lava City North, as things have pulled straight south onto Lava City proper. So they need to make sure that they are perfectly timed on the teams that are pushing across the tracks from sorting area. You're seeing it right now on that choke. Complexity needs to make sure they're timing the edge of this and gatekeeping well. They need to balance those two sides right now. And actually, they're getting on the aggressive based on what we're seeing on the mini-map here.
Exactly right. So interesting situation here. Looks like some shots going to come in from top bridge. Mercy's going to get tagged up quite a bit. It's going to be Team Zero Tricky. Ooh, look at this cheeky angle coming through. Hasn't detected for a shot just yet. Finally going to. And he's going to get some important intel. Gold armor. So that means double the heal for shield cells is going to be the scenario of the team they're playing against. So that's important information. They're also sitting pretty well armored, well resourced, 2 purples and a fully stocked Evo shield for Team Zero Tricky. Looking to be in a pretty solid spot. Meanwhile, we had a South American shout out before. Was the best team from Brazil. Currently on board with them, alive with 12 squads left.
Absolutely. I wish my Portuguese was a bit better, but I won't try any more than I did. That's for sure. Brazuca's team of Brazil. We also know that they are 19th right now overall, but we also have seen them week in, week out, putting on some good performances. So staying part of the conversation in the Americas overall, but an even bigger part of that in the South American region, as they are representing, as we said, all 3 players Brazilian on that side. Taking a look at Zero Tricky for just a moment. Moving across this low ground, they have to make a choice here. As you can see, they're going to decide to go north here to try to head this route, but they're taking their time knowing that there's teams that are above on top tracks, and one of those, of course, is Brazucas.
That's exactly right. So they're going to be running into Brazuca's team here momentarily. Get some good shots in. That's 41 damage with the wingman. Good wingman shots for sure. If they decide to take this zip, well, it might be into the enemy opponents, actually. An ultimate's going to be dropped. Defensive barbecue through from Gibraltar, and now, thank goodness for the Gibraltar bubble, but it is going to be in the zone, so they didn't throw it far enough to kind of give them the cover that they needed. Might be dangerous for this Zero Tricky squad, as Brazuca's team is doing a great job gatekeeping, getting some great shots in. The Brazilians coming in clutch. One of our consistent qualifiers here from South America.
Absolutely, and take a look at the feed here. I'm not sure if all the Brazucas players are able to get out of it entirely. Look at Complexity in the feed, though, and this is what we were worried about. We didn't catch it, though, but Complexity not able to make that rotation as they were timing the edge, as well as that choke southern push. Not able to get out of it, but we now have to focus on who is left. 10 squads left, HRN here holding, and just going to continue to rain in damage of those teams that are around at the dome. Make sure that no one pushes up too close on them, because they want to hold this for the time being. They're going to need to make a little bit of a move, but for right now, they'll have good gatekeeping opportunities.
Exactly right. HRN, who did have a top 3, top 2 finish, has been looking incredibly strong so far. Still alive in this one. We also know Skirt has won a game. Both kind of currently stay within the top 5, top 10 range. On board of that HRN squad right now. Charge rifle in hand alongside the wingman. It's a deadly combo. We've seen the charge rifle be used a lot more lately versus earlier on in our online tournaments, and it's become more and more kind of within the weapon meta, within the rotation.
Certainly, of course, Evo Shield's a big part of that. Didn't see that just now, but one of the big reasons that we're seeing that and kind of what it offers is we take a look once again with the side of Solafide. We've seen teams actually in the last tournament. This is one of our end circles as well up at Dome. I don't mean the exact end circle we're seeing in this game. I instead rather where Solafide is right now. But we're also going to take a look at Sentinels, like top station here with 1 red Evo as well as double purple. And at this stage of the game, this is going to be a really great point, because take a look at just the geometry that they're sitting on. This glass is so wide that they can really, as Tom said earlier, you can really hit your head glitches and really be so selective in the engagements. Look at the elevation that they have. They really can't be challenged from anywhere, and they can time their exact push where they want to go. It's going to be up to them to make sure that they time it exactly when they need to, both their movement as well as the battles they take.
Yeah, that's a great call. Meanwhile, Simply RKN crossed map, charge rifle, snipe on, snipe down. Meanwhile, Rogue drops, so 2 members of Rogue are going to go down. And they're not done yet. HRN hunting for this last kill. I believe it is on the 3rd member of Rogue. It should be Sweet. Good shots put in. That's going to be it. Sweet is out. Rogue is out. Our number 1 team in ALGS standings eliminated from this one. Currently on board of Solafide, looking to catch some actions as well. We actually have a listen opportunity. Let's jump into the comp from Solafide.
Bubbles down right here. On my ping. I have 7 stalls and that's it. Careful, Claire. They're just nading. They're just nading. They're just nading. We're good. We're good. We have in. Do you have? I have 3 cells left. I'm at 5. No bat.
We literally just need to hold them.
Yep, I'm holding. I have 2.
I'm getting a fence down.
Oh my god, we both whiffed each other.
I need to get a fence out in the store.
Yep, go for it. I'm covering.
I don't have fence. You need to chill Pride doing that.
We're good, we're good. I'm burning all 3 of them. They're up. We have this. Can you fence this?
I'm peeking. I don't have fences. I don't have fences for Gen.
Just hold this. Hold this. They're up top.
We need to hold everything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go fence. Keep watching now.
You guys watch this. You guys watch this. I'll watch this. I got the drop. I got the drop.
Alright, I'm going down with car. They're TPing? Where's zone in? I don't have mini-map.
TPing on me.
Are we still in? I have the HUD glitch.
Yeah, we're in.
Alright.
Just hold our shit.
They hit TP back.
You stay.
I'm watching your back, Claire.
Fuck, I'm missing. They're sitting in corners. One of them's dead.
You got thirsted?
There's a team outside to the right.
Oh my god, he got his thing off. Fuck, I could have killed the Wraith.
Stay healthy, stay healthy.
I'm coming here. I'm using a syringe.
I cracked these guys outside to the right.
Careful. Come here. You're gonna take zone damage.
How long to your port?
I have port.
I can ult outside real quick and maybe get a knock on too. There's 2 out in the open.
No, they're fighting up top above us. There's a guy in this corner. Oh my low.
And here you have it. Solofita is going to find the one rat, but able to get the elim. And now there's going to be content posting up in this ring for the next minute and 30 seconds while all other teams have to fight one another. That's going to be a big pick on NRG's very own Nathan. You love to hear insights into the late game comms, the mentality. I love some of the call-outs that they use so that they stay healthy. We have to stay healthy. We don't have a ton of heals. Small decisions, small call-outs that they have and the chemistry they have as a team makes a difference. Very good job setting up, holding different angles, making sure they can maintain that inside position as other teams are fighting outside. And guess what? One of them is aim assist with ultimate high ground.
I'm not sure they meant to drop down here. The result was actually going to drop down. Actually, it looks like he did indeed able to hit those PK shots pretty easily, and the rest of the teammates with height as well. You called it out perfectly, though, Fallout. Great stuff there from Solofita. I love what I heard specifically from Pride, really keeping the team with a cool head. There's a lot happening on that roof. You saw the TPs there, and even a few regrets there in terms of missed shots, as well as maybe could have pushed that Wraith. But in the end, they do pretty well to hold on here as we're down to our top 4 squads.
And you got to think, TSM obviously was in the position for game number 1 to close it out. Now with aim assist, ultimate high ground is so important. I don't care what anyone says. In Apex, it's just as important as many other titles. But look, someone's going to try and push them. It's going to be Joey Blackout and co. Prodigy aim assist. They're going to get taken out. It's going to aim assist that clutches up. But there's been some casualties. 2 members down for his team. There's always an opportunity for Team Liquid or Solofita to push. Will they decide to? Yes, they do. Here comes the push. The defensive bubble's going to come down. That's going to hold things off for the time being as they are just desperately trying to heal up. Result is healing. Gentrifying is rezzing, and aim assist is playing near perfect right now as a team. The defensive bombardment ult's going to come first. They're going to drop and cover. Aim assist looking great.
Look at that as Team Superior tries to make that push all the way up to height. And in the end, aim assist holds it down so well. Like you said, they get everyone back up. Perfectly timed bubble as well. And actually a really good job there from Gentrifying to also avoid that ult. And now just try to stay alive. Going to be Carnage here in our final ring.
Here it goes. Last fight. Solofita, Team Liquid, and aim assist, our former champions. Looks like Solofita is still alive. Watson Fence going to get dropped. Good shot's going to get put in here. Solofita is still in it, but no, in the end, it will be a reigning champions aim assist. They had the high ground. They had the superior positioning. And in the end, they are your champions of game number 3 to close out World's Edge. What a finish and what a performance from the reigning champs in aim assist.
And it's a big game for aim assist as well, not just in terms of what they were able to put on the board there, but where they were in the standings. Fallout. Keep in mind they were 11th coming in. That's a team that we talked about so much. We talked about what they did in Super Regional number 2, but for them to be in 11th after 2 games, not where they wanted to be. So this could be turning the tides for them throughout the rest of the evening.
Yeah, it's a great call out. Complexity got taken out relatively in mid to late game. TSM got taken out early. That's going to shake things up quite a bit. Aim assist with 80+ points last summer circuit tournament. They're now looking to have just as good of a finish. They have a great game number 3. The standings are certainly going to get shaken up. And to break it all down for you, we have T Squared and Kate on the desk.
Thank you. Yeah, shaken up. We like to see that in Battle Royale, but this time we see a familiar face at the top, aim assist. Tom, is this something that you were expecting? You've listed them in your top 5 teams to watch.
Yeah, definitely. And they started off slow, and I didn't anticipate them to continue to do so. Keep in mind that circle was so far from them. They drop over at Thermal. They had to make their way all the way to Refinery in game number 1. Not the case in the rest of these games. They made their way over to Lava City this time, which is not nearly as far of a commitment, but still fairly far. But it's just a matter of going in there and getting up close and just dominating that fight, which they did. And you see Solidifide, they had a little bit of weird comms in terms of, dude, I'm missing, like stuff like that. That's not the type of stuff that you want to really hear from your teammates, even though you may be missing and not really hitting your shots. It's like, man, I'm hungry. Like, it's like, why didn't you eat? So you know, when it comes down to it, the intense comms are going to win it there. That's the confidence. But Solidifide, they did a great job, especially the Watson going and putting the fence down in that final circle. All the players from Aim Assist dodging it, sliding in there. Just a really great fight. Well played all around by all the teams, seriously.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things you touched on, that thing Solifide was great at, was gatekeeping, right? This is a great game to showcase that, and really what World's Edge can help with. Let's see exactly what that did to our standings. Tom, this is my favorite part. Let's see what Game 3 is all about. Ooh, I love me some standings. Of course, Aim Assist with that double-digit kills, but a little bit more even for the rest of the field, Tom.
Yeah, and again, there's still a lot of points to be had here. Not many teams ran away with this one. Liquid finally having their best game, sitting with 3rd place. You see Godsent starting to sneak up there, a little bit. Energy, Sentinels. And as Fallout was saying, a lot of the top teams had fallen early. Complexity, TSM, the teams that were over towards the top. This allows a team like Aim Assist, Solifide to go and slide up now in these standings and try to catch up now that we've swapped going on over to Kings Canyon.
That is true, man. I gotta say, yeah, actually, what Bravo said, what we mentioned, Team Liquid came in at number 11, just short of our top 10 on the way in here. And I gotta say, I think that momentum, I think them trying to get themselves into that top 10 has really helped them out here for sure. But Solifide, I'm gonna go real quick back to that gatekeeping mention before our Game 3 overall, excuse me, our overall results here. Talk to me a little bit about gatekeeping. Solifide, we saw doing that in the comms. Talk to me a little bit about what this map particularly requires and who did it best.
I really like the way that they were gatekeeping, and especially the charge rifle wingman combo that we saw coming out too. And the charge rifle could just completely rip. I don't think they had an Evo shield even. I think it was just a regular blue shield on their Watson, and it was just great angles being taken out. They took out the rogue squad. Great job getting the snipe onto snipe down, drops down to the wingman, finishes off sweet, I believe it was. So really great job sitting on over towards Lava City, keeping these guys out. A lot of teams knew that was going to end over towards that train station. A lot of people will try to play inside of the train. What they're fortunate of is that there was no caustic in the final circle. Say that Amu, who's on caustic right now, one of the only caustics in this lobby, gets to a point like that, the barrels are going to be disgusting, the gas is going to be disgusting. It's going to be very hard to get out of that situation, but it wasn't the case. They weren't able to get all the way to that end zone, and Aim Assist took full advantage of that with their very, very solid team fighting.
Fantastic. Let's see how solid that team fight was with our overall standings. Cha-cha-cha. Team Soloma itself, TSM is still making its way, still at the top of our leaderboards, really coming out clutch in the early rounds. Complexity as well, but still hot on their heels next to Aim Assist here, Tom. Look at this.
Yeah, 3 of the top 5 teams that we named, the teams that weren't on there, are NRG and Rogue, who have had a slow start going on World's Edge. Maybe they could turn it around on Kings Canyon. Aim Assist has gone and shown that a team can go and turn it around. They had 0 points after Game 1. They were down a man, the first team to be down a man in game number 2, and look at that. They've turned it around now, 30 points, tied for second with Complexity going into the next round of games.
Man, I will say this. I love the overall point structure. It can change on a dime every single game. This is one of the many reasons, of course, we love Battle Royale. And I will also say, yeah, taking a look at Skirt, HRN, Godsent, Team Liquid, they are all in a dead heat here. I mean, wow. I mean, I will also say, let's take a look at number 11. 303 Esports, last game had an incredible number of kills.
Yeah, they're all within striking distance. Every single team is, except for the teams that are going to have a bad game in game number 4 that are already not inside the top 10. If you're going to go and, you know, average 3 to 4 points a game, that's not going to even get you in the top 10, let alone the top 3, which is the goal here. And even winning the tournament is the ultimate goal. So don't count anybody out yet, but the more that we go and play these games, keep in mind we've gone and updated it to 6 games instead of 5 now. So more chances to go and put more points on the board, but you can't go and have these lackluster games. You have to come out swinging. And it's been surprising to see some of these teams fall a little bit short. Maybe it's just a little bit unlucky. Maybe it's just not their day, but now's the time to go and turn it around. You can't afford any more bad games.
Absolutely. Now we've also got, as you mentioned, a map change. We're going in for our last 3 games. And I'm curious who you think is going to be coming out on top. Who you think? Of course, we saw in our EMEA region, it didn't really matter. North did an incredible job on one map on Kings Canyon as well as World's Edge, both actually in succession. I'm curious if we're going to see that same kind of domination, if these teams can continue to be consistent on this map as well. I'm just curious your thoughts.
Yeah, right now it looks like the hottest teams to me are AIM, Complexity, and TSM. So I'm looking at those 3 to continue to try to push towards the top 3. To me, it's going to be who's going to contest those teams, who's going to go up and try to take their spot. Is it going to be a team like HRN? Is it going to be a team like Superior? Not quite sure yet. Superior needs to put up more kills on the board if they're going to want to go and do something. They're doing a great job of getting these placement points, but they have to slay out as well. And TSM, they're really just 1 or 2 big games away from blowing this one up. And I think that these top 3 teams, any one of these guys are capable of doing that as well. So you got to just watch out for, those teams on the kill feed. If you see them going down, that's your opportunity to step it up and try to take over their spot.
Now, I like this thinking because, you just named 3 teams that have proven time and time again that they can, in fact, lead the podium, get to the top of those standings. I'm curious if you were back into that, 19 points, dead heat. How many of it was it? Like 7 or 8 teams that we had? Who do you, if you're a coach, if you're coaching them, you're saying, what are you telling them? Are you telling them, hey, let's go for those placement points, let's rat our way up into the top? Or are you saying, let's go aggressive? Where are you telling them to go here coming into game 4?
Yeah, I'm looking at the stats right now that we have, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 teams that are in double digits in terms of getting kills, but TSM has really blown all of the teams out of the water in terms of 25 kills. The next closest is 15 at Solifide, and then Amos is tied with them as well. Complexity sitting at 14 kills. So what I'm looking for is I'm looking for early kill points if I'm these guys. I'm looking for possibly even playing edge if I'm struggling getting inside the middle of the circle. And everyone knows if you're going to go and play edge, you really do got to play the edge. Sometimes it's best to be the last team in the circle so you can watch all of the fighting happening in front of you, and then you go and play accordingly and go hit them with that third party that they're not expecting.
100%. Well, let's take a look at some other games that a lot of people may not have expected with our highlights. Let's take a look at Tom and tell me what was highlighted for you.
Yeah, so this is when all hell broke loose over towards where people probably thought this was going to end. This building is very high priority if you think it's going to pull over towards this way. And there's a lot of opportunities for it to pull over towards the trucker, that big 3-story building. But this was Solifide going over towards the respawn beacon, just clapping cheeks in the area, clearing out that spot. Then they put themselves over towards a good spot inside the bottom of the train station. This is where we see Amos just doing a smart play here, dropping down and clearing the players down below him. Having the PK Prowler is very strong for Resulta and friends, doing a great job again of playing the zone here, playing the bubble, playing the situation, dropping inside. And this is Designable coming in with Gentrified towards the end, using the Gibraltar on the ground, avoiding the Watson fence, and taking the 2 versus 1 on Solifide and taking the dub.
Taking the dub indeed. And of course, we've already seen some Solifide fans in our community, in our tweets. And actually, as it turns out, we have some tweets for you. We definitely want to showcase to you right now. Oh, look at that. Plenty of Apex. Holy God.
Guy lives in a spaceship, Kate.
What? How is he? I didn't think we could be in the control room. Is he in our control room right now? My gosh, Electrolyte. Holy God. How many screens is that? I'm only counting 5, but something tells me you have many, many more.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Look at that. Look at that custom PC. That's a beautiful thing right there. Plenty of Apex viewage. I agree, man. Houston, we have Apex.
Oh, I need that on a shirt or a hat. Somebody, let's get on that for sure. Okay, let's take a look. Do we have any more tweets? Oh my gosh, of course we do. Rooting for my boy Solifide. I told you some Solifide love in our community here. Also got my boy up. Let's go, boys. You know what? That is a nice setup as well. Tom, great hair. Great solid hair from you.
Yeah, you know what? One of the things about that, oh, look at that right there. But the two teams that he's cheering for were the two teams that fought towards the end. He must have been a man torn.
Just like, Sophie's choice there. Did some art for y'all. I love our fan art. Thank you so much. It's Miles. Incredible stuff. We saw some art earlier today, of course, as well. And I got to tell you, we've got some real talent in our community here, Tom. And I am so excited for us to showcase that and make sure if you would like to be showcased, well, guess what? All it takes is going to our @PlayApex Twitter or our Instagram. You could also go ahead and subscribe to us. It's free on the YouTubes, and that is @PlayApexCompete. We've also got one of them Twitch channels, twitch.tv/PlayApex, and you can follow us there. All of this is free. All of this is fun because we are nothing if not both of those things. At any rate, we're going to go ahead and make sure that if you want to be on our stream, make sure to hashtag it ALGS. We'll continue to watch you, continue to see what's going on in our chats and in our socials. So thank you so much. Tom, feels like the right time for us to get over to the action.
Hello, everyone. This is the first game of Kings Canyon. Do you expect anything to change on set?
Usually I'd say yes. In comparison to the EMEA region we had earlier, we saw a lot more aggression, we saw a lot more early fights, but the difference here is that the Americas regions have just been fighting constantly in our first 3 games on World's Edge. So now we go into Kings Canyon, it's kind of like you're going to expect the same kind of pace, and it's just going to keep going, and it's going to get even more crazy. But I'm going to kind of look across the board a little bit here because I'm interested in some of the comp changes that we might see. I've seen TSM trying a few different things out recently in different scrims and different tournaments. I've seen different teams trying out little different things. But with the surprise that I had from TSM so far at the top of our leaderboards with 36 and the comp that they went with on World's Edge, I wonder if they're just going to continue with that. They're going to roll with that momentum and see if they can put more points on the board running that same comp here on Kings Canyon.
Either they keep up the momentum or other teams catch up. Just a reminder that this is game 4 out of 6. They have half the games to catch up, to get to the top. This is still anybody's game because TSM only in their 30s. And as we've seen in EMEA earlier, that you could get 30 points in a single game. So this is still anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, you say that and you sum it up perfectly because looking at our top 5 right now, TSM, as I said, top of the leaderboard, 36 points. Right in behind them, Complexity on 30. So just 6 points between first place and second place as we're halfway through here. Aim Assist after that big win in our last game, 30 points for them as well. So tied in second place. And then you have Solar Fide on 27. And just below them, you have Team Superior on 25. So 11 points separating our top 5 teams here means that anyone can really come through and potentially win this tournament. The fact that we've had 3 different winners across our 3 games as well on World's Edge means that everyone is playing to an incredibly high standard so far. The question for me is, you're looking at the difference between these teams at the moment, and it's KP, right? The reason that TSM are the top of the leaderboards is because they are putting more KP on the board, because they are taking more fights, and most importantly, winning those fights. Compare that to Team Superior, who have been placing incredibly well so far in these first 3 games, but not putting the KP on the board. And that's where that 11-point swing comes from. And that's a game in itself.
Yeah, let's take a look at our placement and scoring for the tournament here in a moment. So for the first place, you get 12 points, second place, 9 points, and so on and so forth. And for each kill, you get 1 additional point. Now, TSM used to have that play style where they would go to the end zone, and like Tom said earlier, they weren't able to see anybody at the end zone. And even though they got good placements, they didn't have enough points to end up securing the tournament. So now we see a big change with TSM where they go for those kill points. They take advantage of that 1 additional point per kill because it certainly adds up for the tournament indeed, especially in case you get unlucky with those rotations or the positioning and you end up getting pushed with maybe not a lot of loot like double white armors whatsoever. Super excited to see what goes on in Kings Canyon here. The game will be starting very, very shortly.
I want to pick up on something that you just said there, because it's something that I wanted to talk about as well. And it's the adaptation that I think teams have kind of taken a little bit of time to realize. You know, when we started the ALGS and we were back in Poland, right? You had to win the tournament. You had to win a game. You couldn't just put points on the board. You had to formulate the way that you approached Apex Legends to be able to come first in a lobby, to get that first place finish. And I think that a lot of teams have taken a little bit of time to adapt and realize we don't actually have to win every single game. We don't have to be in the top 2. We don't have to be in the top 3. As long as we can be aggressive, as long as we can put points on the board with KP, that is how we win tournaments. Obviously, first place is going to be great if you can put that alongside it, but I think that adaptation from teams, and especially a team like TSM, who are so set in that way of winning games, it's been fascinating to watch as they progress as a team.
Yeah, it's certainly different in a battle royale, you know, like the last one surviving wins, right? And it's certainly different with Apex and how they have the kill points. They promote getting those kills early game, mid game, and late game. And I feel like the tournament scene has done a flip, and a lot of people are now adapting to it. TSM showing and proving themselves in the last few games that they have adapted to it. They've found a different meta. They've mastered this new comp, and looking forward to see how they change. Will they continue that Crypto Revenant combo in this new map, or will they opt to the old playstyle? I feel like Pathfinder in this map in particular is really important, because I feel like rotations in this map are really important, but we'll see how they decide to play it out.
Yeah, I think talking about rotations, that Pathfinder beacon is a great point as well. You know, there's a lot less area to play in a lot of these end circles in comparison to World's Edge, so finding that rotation and getting into that end zone earlier can be absolutely vital to you. But we're going to start off this game with Cruelty Team here, TC, and there's going to be a contestant off the start as well, as the Sentinel shot isn't going to hit. The second one's going to miss as well, but interesting to see straight away here on Kings Canyon. New map, people don't know where each other are dropping, and in this case, it's going to be a contestant going on early.
The Sentinel is one of the hardest snipers to use. He is playing aggressive, even though he has no armor and almost no HP left, but they did have a knock on the other team. Will he be able to pull this off? They end up getting the knock and the thirst on Euris's team. He does still have 2 teammates left to maybe able to recover his banner, but it seems like one of them have DC'd from the game.
And for Zenial and HRN, this is now a case of survival. That's not what they would have expected. They wouldn't have expected to be dropped on, and it's one of the teams that maybe haven't been involved in those scrim lobbies that have taken that opportunity to win that fight and the aggression. They showed no fear whatsoever here, Cruelty Team, and I love that from them. Coming in here and showing that they do not fear anyone. They won't back down from a fight, and they're going to claim this spot as their own.
Yeah, it's really important for these teams to pick which spots they want to land, because not every spot has the same amount of loot, right? And they want to contest. They want to get a good loot spot. They want to get good items to secure themselves a good game. And that's probably why we're going to see some teams getting contested here. Here with LTP, though, triple white armor, they're rotating in. They have a Pathfinder, but they do also have a Crypto. It's an interesting combo they have on this team here. What do you think about this combo?
Yeah, I like this combo. I think it gives them the opportunity to push if they want to. They can scout. They've kind of got all the bases covered. The only thing that maybe they don't have on their side is that defensive-based legend. So no Gibraltar, no Caustic, no Watson, which means that you can expect a fast-paced game style from these 3 players. But again, it's one of those compositions I look at and think, if you get things wrong, then you can fall very, very quickly. There's not a lot of fallback plan should someone get some shots onto you. You need to always be the aggressors and be on the same page in order to execute those pushes and pick up the KP.
Yeah, very, very well said. Very well put. Here with Team Skirt, double purple armor and a blue. They're looking really well. They might even look to take a team fight here in the early game. They're making their way to the zone, figuring out where they want to be placed in the zone. Taking these balloons are really, really dangerous sometimes, because with these pro players, they're able to hit all their shots. But luckily for them, they're able to get away. Man is just losing his armor, but they'll definitely be able to recover here on this building.
And they've got up near that God spot as well, so they're going to be pretty comfortable here. You can see they're going to try and continue their rotation. The pings are going in. If we do have the opportunity to bring up that overhead, perfect stuff from the observing team. And we see a little flash of the Pathfinder beacon as well. You can see mid-river is going to be one of those places that are contested. So for Team Skirt, that rotation extremely successful for them towards the late game. They're going to be very happy with how things have panned out for them as Aim Assist now in their first battle of the game. We've only lost 2 players, no teams eliminated as yet. But it looks like Aim Assist are hungry to try and be that first team to eliminate one of the others.
Team Aim Assist with the perfect scout shots. They have a good spot. They're going to push this team into small building with their mastiffs. They're going to apply some pressure, but it seems like that team is defending themselves very, very well, and Team Aim Assist will back off for a short little while.
So it's OBV who are that team who will hold up inside this little hut at the moment. Maybe not the best ground to have to hold, but they have held it, like you were saying, against the push that was coming in against Aim Assist. And we know how devastating a slaying team that Aim Assist are. Some of the KP tallies that they put up in their 3 wins in our last Super Regional tournament say that enough for itself. But it looks like another push is going to be coming in from another team. And now it's going to be up to Vayne to try and get out of dodge here and survive. 19 squads now remaining as Sentinels look busy in the kill feed.
Yeah, that's such an unfortunate situation for OBV. They were able to hold probably because they had a caustic, but then another team started applying pressure. Sentinels were able to take 2 of them out, securing themselves with a couple kill points and a level up on that Evo shield. They managed to get it to blue. They have a gold helmet on the Gibraltar, and gold helmet on the Gibraltar is really, really good in these competitive scenes to get those domes down, able to allow them to fight more often. And here they are with another fight. They're getting a little bit gatekept from this choke here, getting Gibraltar ulted. I think they're going to retreat as well.
Yeah, easy decision here for Sentinels. They do not want to take that fight against Aim Assist up on that high ground, working their way through that incredibly tight choke. So back to the drawing board here for Sentinels on how they want to move, and those seconds that are taken out of your rotation, that can be 2 teams that rotate ahead of you and take better positions on the map. So little things like that really do add up and stack up as we move towards that late game.
Yeah, right there. As if you didn't catch that, the Wraith was giving the Gibraltar a gold backpack. Now the Gibraltar normally domes and picks up his teammates if you're new to Apex, so that's why they gave the Gibraltar the gold backpack, so he can get his teammate up at half health. Here we are with Godsent getting shot at by another team. They're finding their way out, actually. They're getting the Phoenix kit off, and they are not looking to fight today, maybe a little bit later on in this game.
And this is the difficulty of Kings Canyon, right? If you run into a team, you have to back down. You can't be aggressive on that fight without having to worry about that third party being around the corner as we see these circles start to close in, as Godsent now going to be moving around and trying to get a little bit of loot under their belts as well. But we're going to be jumping into drone cam now as we're hovering above the farm area of the map. Pretty central here as we're going to be having a little peek over at 2 spines as well. So this is a perfect example of how effective a scouting tool that drone can be on a crypto player. And you just, as I said earlier, not just the EMP, Reps really starting to find a little bit of the groove with that scouting here as we jump on board with TSM as they're just looking on the hillside outpost.
Yeah, as you said, in this map, they're easily able to get third-partied, so not everybody wants to take a fight because it's like risk versus reward, right? If you take a fight, there's a risk of you losing your placement points there, and is it really worth it? So you want to be secure, you want to be confident in the fights that you do take to get those kills quickly so that you can recover before a third party is able to push you. Here we are with LTP again, with the crypto. Tech going down to 1 HP. Pander's getting the Phoenix kit off. Lion's just trying to defend them as best as he can. He's taking in a lot of damage as well. He's about to go down, and Tech also goes down with him.
Yeah, that's going to be them eliminated as well. And that's what we were talking about, right? Great for offensive maneuvers, that composition. However, if you don't initially get that damage done and are able to push onto it and execute the push and take that team down, you have no fallback plan. And that was a perfect example of it there, as they will be taken out of the game. So unfortunately for them, That will be the end of their first game at Kings Canyons. We now have 18 squads remaining. A team here still inside of Hillside Outpost, just overlooking farm and just looking for any late rotators in. Of course, TSM is who we're looking through the eyes of as Reps is playing on that crypto again. And one thing we talked about before this game got underway, what composition are TSM going to be running? It looks like they are continuing, or going to try, should I say, to continue with that momentum that they had on World's Edge with the same composition as we saw there.
Yeah, I'm honestly very, very surprised that they're running that composition, and they are going to play it a little bit slower. As you can see on this map, there's 18 squads still alive. Sentinels is getting really, really low on their team. They're trying to recover with Crust's caustic gas kind of covering the revive here. He does a lot of damage with that burst prowler. Will his team be able to get the re-knock?
It looks like his two teammates, unfortunately, are a little bit too far away to really capitalize on that damage that was done. Crust doing a good job to maybe hold up this push coming in from Aim Assist, but look at these shots with the scout from Resulta. Beautiful damage done across map onto that team that is holding down Salvage, and now Designful's going to have to back down, take his time a little bit to get those sails popped once again. You can see Vubsy actually managed to get the finish onto Crust as well. So unfortunately for Aim Assist, they did the damage, but they don't get the KP to go alongside it.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they weren't able to clear that team. Here we are with Team Superior, though, looking to poke in. They have the G7 Scout, they have the Massive, two really, really good guns in this game. I personally prefer the Wingman over the Scout, but it's an amazing gun.
There's going to be a battle going down here. You can see shots being exchanged between the two teams. They're a tricky team who had a pretty decent performance in one of our earlier games are going to be winning this battle, and it's NRG Rocker who is going to be taken down. So NRG now eliminated, I believe, from this lobby. But look at the nades still flying into the building as we talked about that third-party opportunity, and once again it's being shown here. Now it's up to the last player alive here, playing on the Watson. Big knock, big massive shots as well, and the traps are doing damage, massive damage, but unfortunately not enough to hold off that push, and it looks like TSM will be able to pick up those KP, but I'm not sure if anyone actually survived from TSM. I saw Reps go down. I think that will be TSM actually eliminated during that fight.
Yeah, I believe they're actually eliminated as well. There's a lot of teams that went down there. There's only 14 squads alive. Big fight, but that's the deal. That's the risk versus reward, and it's hard to get out of those situations without like a Caustic, Gibby, Watson in your building to protect you.
Solafide are a team who have made it into this top 14 now as they set up for their next rotation. Let's jump into a listen-in with Solafide and see if they can put the pieces together in this puzzle.
I mean, we're going to have to move there eventually.
Yeah.
Yep, could even pull back. Oh, nope, GG's. Raps.
Oh my god, it's
gonna end on
it's
this
either
side.
gonna end like here or
We can also play the outside,
that.
the open area in the desert.
I don't think we can, bro. We have two whites basically.
Okay, just force that shit then.
Alright.
Where's we still have that extra cell.
This kid's in it, this kid's in it.
Fuck. I mean, we're just gonna have to walk up to that then.
We're still in here.
Yeah, we're still in, but we'd have to walk up to
top. Clear, you can farm up top.
I'm putting... Dude, is this game, like, special?
You have...
Yes.
What?
How much longer do you have?
Really well, let me put the fucking gen down.
Here, Clear,
I
you
think
can farm up top
you
there.
should try and get purple now before you gen.
Look, they're right up there. They're just vibing up there. Hit them shots. Shield cell here. Wait, Reese.
I'm no-wrecking my first shot every single time. This guy's trying to bait me to peek, I think.
Yeah, he's sitting on that door. I just shot it 3 times and it didn't.
I heard an arc.
Watch here, watch here.
That's liquid with the alternator.
I'm in the gen now.
He has gold. I hit him 30.
I'm just gonna gen now.
Okay.
It's so rough getting your shield up with the Evo, because it's like if you get shot, they know you have a white Evo shield. They know you have a blue Evo shield, so you might get pushed off of those. So Solafide gonna play it slow. They're in the zone. They're safe in their building, and they're just trying to figure out where they want to go next. A fun fact from production, though: the first 5 teams to die were all 3-letter teams: TSM, HRN, Energy, OBV, LTP. What a fun fact to hear from. What do you think about that?
I'm so glad you said it, because I would have fumbled so many letters having to say that. But yeah, they're the stats that I live for. They're the ones that really paint the picture of our game that we have going on at the moment. But some of the big teams that are involved in there are obviously very notable, the likes of TSM, HRN, NRG. They are at the top of the table at the moment, but another team who is top of the table currently sat in 2nd place, just 6 points behind TSM, who were currently in 3rd place, now have a massive opportunity here to close that gap and potentially overtake them. And of course, we're talking about the complexity lineup that we are watching right now. 13 seconds until this team behind them has to move in as well. So it's going to be up to complexity to hold them out and do the damage and put some KP on the board, as big shots now coming from Shiny.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see them continue to play the Bloodhound. I would think that they would play something with a little bit more of a defensive character on this map, because it's so small, it's so third-partyable, if you know what I mean, and they're gonna have to have the best comms in their life to pull this off, and it seems like they're doing fine. They're gonna try and get a kill in the market, but unfortunately for them, that there's a Caustic team in there, so they're not gonna be able to push it quite yet here. Monsoon just healing up, trying to get some info on the other team. They might be getting pushed here in a second. The Caustic pushing up on the roof, him getting a couple massive shots. He goes down, though.
Now Shiny's got to finish off this job, and a big massive shot, make that 2, and he's doing all of the work here for Complexity. Even though Monsoon went down, the damage that he done allowed his teammates to get into a position to hit some big shots, and when that pressure was on, Shiny turned up. The new addition here to the Complexity lineup is showing why Monsoon and his teammate, of course, Reptar, decided he was the fit there for this lineup.
Insane plays by Complexity. Although they didn't have a defensive character, like I was talking about, the comms, the skills, their shots hitting, every single shot doing damage. That is what I'm talking about. That is how they stay alive in this game, and they go next. They are putting off the Bloodhound really well. They're pulling it off really well.
So Complexity doing the business at the moment. Solafide are going down in the kill feed as well, the team that we did listen into just a few minutes ago, but Complexity really are starting to build some momentum here. They, of course, have to move across the map, but it's going to be made a lot easier when damage like that is being done by Monsoon. The team who is just behind them, though, is going to be Sentinels. Both these teams are going to be making very similar rotation battles here towards the crossroads area of Kings Canyon, and now you can see, trying to find a little place to hole up, and it looks like Sentinels have a clear rotation into this building.
There's little to no room on this side of the circle for a team to just sit on this side, so there will only be one team left alive when this circle closes in on this side of the dome. Let's see who will be able to hold this side of the circle here shortly. 22 seconds till the zone does pull in.
So Solafide still in position here. We jumped on board them a little bit earlier on, and Rogue, one of those teams who are still in position to be the potential winner here, as big shots from the Prowler are going to connect strong and hard here from Snipe Down. He manages to pick up a couple of eliminations for his team, but he's going to have to back down here as shots are coming from these teams rotating. He's going to do so. He's going to get the gen down, and now Rogue look like they're in a position to maybe set up for just a second, get that reset, as we see potentially a very similar circle to what we did a little bit earlier in the EMEA region.
Complexity doing really well, holding on this side, getting their shots through, and they will be able to take these teams down on this side.
Complexity are the team who are involved in this fight. Let's see if we can jump into the comms now as they go into this fight.
God, let's go, baby. You guys are so fucking sexy. I didn't do anything in that fight at all.
Let's fucking go, boys. I got a gold helmet. We're good.
I think they're trying to TP out fucking East.
Shiny, go back.
Loot all 6 cells.
Right here. Take help for now. Take help from there.
Yep.
I grab bag.
I need light.
Here, take my light, take it all.
Yeah.
I need shotgun ammo. I got shotgun ammo, I'm good.
Here.
I'm dropping bats. Alright,
I need bats. I need bats.
I drop one over here.
How many do you have, Shiny?
We're not gonna make that. You won't be able to make that.
Come on, we have to go this way.
There's no way you make that. Trust me.
Okay. We have to go this side. We just AFK. We can just walk it, bro. It's literally, we're safe.
Okay.
Just look at me.
Okay. Yeah.
We might get held, but we
might want to just run with zone, and people pile up before us.
Okay.
All the houses have to leave before us, so we're good.
We can walk up here. We're good. We're good.
Thanks. Okay. This isn't as bad as.
This is kind of hard.
Wait, we can reach. They're right there. We wait for them to move, and then we fight them in their fucking canyon. They know.
Can we jibble them?
I don't jibble.
Don't.
Throw him down. You play your life on. You play your life here, okay? You portal raid for him. Fucking go.
Height maybe, man?
Right there, you're good. Above you, care above you.
Yep.
Play under them.
Careful of that team. Yep.
Yeah, they're trying to res up there. You're good.
Every placement matters here, baby.
Unfortunately for complexity there, that was a long stretch. It was too hard to rotate in with all the scouts pointing towards their team. But Monsoon here, able to rat it out under this team. He has the cover. The other team's doing the work for him. They're shooting at the other team to keep him alive, whether they know it or they don't. That is Team Liquid that we're looking at with the Golden Sentinel. Nice 74 shot by flanker here on the Watson.
And Monsoon has been taken down, so there will be complexity out of it. But as you heard in the team comms, every single placement counts. They know how big a game this is in the complexion of the entire tournament, as Rogue now have just one player alive themselves. Dropped is going to be that man on the Pathfinder, so he's going to have some mobility to work with. Godsent still up to a full complement of players, as that ring is going to be closing in around 25 seconds or so now. That's when we're going to see this final battle kick off.
Godsent here where North was earlier today, getting their victory, but it seems like they're taking in a lot of damage from the teams on the high grounds. This one is a tough spot for Godsent, but Team Liquid looking pretty, looking like they're going to have an easier rotate definitely than Godsent. So we'll see 3 seconds till the zone closes in. All eyes are on Godsent right now. Will they be able to make it out alive? There's a team on the rock, holding the rock, so it's going to be hard for them to push in here.
Well, Nocturnal probably wishing that he didn't have an alternator to work with at this point in the game, but he's going to try and make it work. Now we're going to see Free Smoke, a team that we haven't seen involved in an end zone so far today, trying to really dominate this lobby. Team Liquid now going to be below them, and it might be all up to them now. 2 squads remaining. Peacekeeper shots will connect, and it is going to be Free Smoke who managed to take home this game here on Kings Canyon. We haven't heard much of them today, but now we've heard that name.
Free Smoke playing that rock perfectly, allowing the other teams to fight each other and go down and getting that third party in. All that, the whole team was in the little pit. It's easy for them to go in, hitting their perfect Peacekeeper shots, doing a lot of damage. Congratulations to Free Smoke on that win. What do you think?
Yeah, amazing stuff from them. As I say, we haven't really mentioned their name so far today. One of those teams who came through the qualification process to get into our grand finals today and just announcing themselves, you know, with a big win like that in those final moments. But you're looking at our top rating teams, right? TSM, Complexity, Aim Assist, Solar Fide. Really, Complexity and Solar Fide are the ones that got points on the board in that game. So we're going to have to see how that kind of shakes up the leaderboard.
For sure. Let's toss it back to our desk, Kate and Tom, for the analysis.
And a huge thank you to Onset and to Girl for kicking us off in this new game and this new map here on Game 4. Tom, Free Smoke. Let's talk about this team that kind of came out of nowhere. But I hasten to say that because it's Battle Royale and a lot of teams come out of nowhere.
Yeah, and out of the 18th spot, I believe they were in. So congratulations to them. I don't think that they were even expecting to, you know, get a dub there. Maybe they were, and that's why they were able to do it. But you expect to see when these top teams or these signed teams, things like that, teams that are consistently winning, when it comes down to the finals, really picking up a big game, but it's Free Smoke instead doing so against some very tough competition. But I just love Complexity and listening to their comms. I swear, we should every game we should at least go to Monsoon once because he's just so damn funny.
He is. I could not agree more. But let's talk about something that we've seen here, which is, and it's something that every Apex player knows, third partying, right? We'll actually get to that in just a second because I really want to ask you more about that. But I do see that our game flow results are in, and I want to make sure that we see where we are in our leaderboards. So Tom, let's take a look, and we'll talk third party later. Free Smoke, nice kill count, 8. Team Liquid following with 7.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if all those kills are correct, because if so, then everything was so spread out, more than I've ever even seen. Maybe Complexity had a little bit more kills, not quite sure, but Free Smoke with 8 and first place, that's going to be 20 overall for them. So that's a solid performance. You have Rogue finally having their best performance, taking 4th place. So maybe the Gibraltar switch starting to work out for them. Also, maybe it's just a little bit of Kings Canyon working in their favor, but we do have our overall scores as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at those and see exactly where everybody's going to go and set up at. And there it is. Complexity still at first, TSM in second, and then Liquid in third, Kate. But they still have so many teams, just like earlier, close to that top 10, top 11. Look at this, 19 points for 13th place, almost a 4-way tie for 10th.
Good grief. I'll tell you, if you're as a viewer and as a fan, this is exactly what you want to see. But if I'm Complexity, if I'm TSM, if I'm Team Liquid, this is breathing down my neck.
Oh, totally. It can't get any closer than this in terms of getting over towards the top 3. So many teams have an opportunity here. If you are close to that 20-point mark, you stand a chance still of getting into the top 3 because it's just 1 win and a couple of kills away. It's definitely possible. It's possible for a team like NRG even, sitting at 13 points. Sentinels, 303. So don't count any of these teams out. Rogue started to put it on a little bit. Obviously, if you're Complexity, TSM, Liquid, Aim Assist, you're feeling better that you're sitting with a little bit of a cushion, but still anything could happen. We have 2 games left.
Excellent. Now, this is the thing I was going to ask you before our results came in, which was third partying. So it's an absolute and total mainstay in not just BR, but of course Apex specifically. I'm curious, when you look at the early game to get yourself into position for third party, what does that look like, and which teams have been doing a great job of that?
Yeah, so it really depends on if you're playing Pathfinder or not. You don't see that many Pathfinders right now, and then getting inside to a good spot in the zone. And sometimes it just comes down to where that zone is and where you've landed. And it could just be as simple as that, Kate, where you just go and you get to a spot early and then you keep them out. But really, Solifide has been a team that's getting into these zones and keeping a lot of teams out. They really have been. So I really got to give props to them. We saw TSM doing it in Refinery. To me, it seems like the team that's taking the most action because of the fact that they're running that Bloodhound would be Complexity, and also their play style that they're willing to take any single fight. The only reason they'll back off from a fight is if they feel like they're going to get third party. That's how confident they are in winning their 3v3s.
Now, and I'm not mistaken, TSM not working with a Pathfinder as well. They do, however, have their crypto, I believe, and they're using him in somewhat of the same scouting form. Is that correct?
Yeah, so they're scouting out with him and checking certain angles. Rep still hasn't mastered crypto quite yet. There's still a couple of things that he could do with his drone, but that's what makes it very difficult in a tournament final situation, is if you don't have tons of experience on him like he had with Watson, then you find yourself in these difficult situations where you don't know really when to go in your drone and when not to, like you saw in game number 2, I believe it was, a little late to go and scout out exactly where Madness and Skirt were. If they knew that everybody was going to go and die on that bottom floor, they could have scouted out Madness on the floor below them, and then they could have planned accordingly, as Albarelli did.
Excellent. Well, let's take a look at some of those highlights, what our teams have done right and how they got to where they are. Let's check it out. Tom, bring me through.
Yeah, so again, fighting on over towards market side was Reptar and the rest of the Complexity squad. They're trying to get a feel for exactly what's going on here. They see that there's a team that's located right underneath them in this tent area, so they decide to get onto the roof as they should. It's going to be the Caustic team. They take down the players that are inside the building. That's going to be Skirt. They get the res, and as you were saying, so much damage done by Complexity in that situation that all they had to do was go and finish what they started. This is the final fight over towards the crevice. Great Peacekeeper shots coming in from Free Smoke, cleaning that one up. Godsent and another team falling just short right there. And it was just clean gameplay all around. And it was just really unfortunate for a team like Complexity that they thought they could walk it in that situation when they did have Portal up. So if they end up making a Portal play and causing some, a little bit of havoc inside that zone there, it could have been a different story for them. They still had Gibraltar, they still had resources. Unfortunately for them, they walk up and just get scouted by Godset and Euban immediately, completely ruining their game and stopping them from potentially going and getting a dub.
Well, we've seen some great gameplay, and thank you, Tom, for that analysis. I'll tell you something. It is definitely something we want to make sure that you guys can be a part of. Make sure to go ahead and on our Twitters at PlayApex. We'll get to some of those socials in just a little bit. Tom, is there something you're excited for coming up here? I know we've got a community spotlight just around the corner.
I want to see it because earlier we saw some fantastic art going in. Before that, we saw somebody that was doing a lot of moderating and capturing for the Reddit as well. So I love all these community spotlights. You don't have to be just a pro player to be involved. There's so many different opportunities, and this is just one example of them.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Tom. Let's take a look.
Hello, my name is Ronnie. I go by Ryanello. I've really just been like a full-time Apex artist since it came out, and it's been pretty much non-stop ever since. A couple of years ago, I was like, I want to do this for a living. I want to draw things, and I got to take it full-time last year. So I've been an artist, like professionally, for a while now, which is really, really cool. I'm living my dream. I can pretty much fall in love with anything if I like the characters. I met this really amazing, diverse range of characters. I really liked how it was so like inclusive from the start. The cast of Apex is such a like well-rounded, fleshed out cast where each character has their own like motivations, interactions and everything, and you kind of see that when you're playing it, and each time you play you uncover a little bit more with like a new voice line or a quest that just finished. It's just been really incredible to be a part of and to be able to watch the game grow and meet the new legends and see how the dynamic between the legends has changed as well, like as the game's evolved. One of my favorite pieces would be the drawing of Mirage that I did for the anniversary. That was one of the ones where I was sort of drawing it with an idea in mind, and it just came out so much better than I could have ever expected it to have come out. The love that I put into it just kind of shows through on a level that I couldn't achieve before. Through Apex is a lot of the like fandom community is slightly different to like gamers who like the game kind of thing, where we're all really invested in the lore and the characters, and we build up a whole sort of side culture to the game. I'm just a dude, like seeing people like what I do and like me for it is just, I can't put it into words. So yeah, I'm like a completely different person now thanks to Apex Legends. It's changed my life and I'm really, really grateful. So you can find me on Twitter. I'm there every single day at Ryanello, and also there's a bunch of other links. You'll find them on my Twitter.
Oh man. Talk about talent at Ryanello. Make sure to give her a follow on Twitter, guys. You, Tom, you and yourself and myself. At any rate, we've actually got a tweet ready to go. Want to take a look? It's always a surprise to Tom and I, right, Tom? Cool. What?
Are you kidding me?
Doing some studies. Pretty hyped to see who wins. Whoa! Winner Lloyd.
Are you kidding? You look like an Apex Legends character there, Kate.
I do. My gosh, thank you so much. This is the first time I've seen this.
Rock
This is
star.
rad. Man, I'll tell you what, we have talent in all of our Apex community, and you know what, Ryan said it right. And so did you, Tom. We've got community members all over the place, not just gamers, not just our staff and casters and everything. My gosh, I'm just bowled over by our community today.
Blown away by that, and I was thinking if anyone was to draw me, all I would get is a sweaty forehead.
Hey, you and me both, friend. I got you. The lights are hot in our houses. I'll tell you that. Hey, if you want to become a part of our show, go ahead and tweet at us at PlayApex. Make sure to hashtag ALGS. And if you'd like to give us a subscribe over on YouTube, it's free. And that's at PlayApex Compete. We're also on Twitch, of course. You might be watching us there. Hey, what's up, Twitch? Twitch.tv/PlayApex. Is there anything I forgot on that? I don't think there is. Yeah. At any rate, you know what? We've got an elusive Game 5, which is coming up to Game 6, and it's just right around the corner. But first, this.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
John, I can't hear you, John. Come in, John. I hear you. I hear you. All right, don't worry, guys. I can hear John, but you guys can't hear. But don't worry. I'm pretty excited. We have game number 5 coming up in just a bit. I know Fallout will be back in just a moment, but we've had an incredible day so far. We thank you so much for tuning in. And my, oh my, we're jumping straight into the gameplay, which is so lucky because you don't have to look at a solo shot of me, folks. Welcome to game number 5 of the Super Regional number 3 for the Americas. It's been quite a day so far, and largely due to the results that we just saw, we have a pretty tight table going into games number 5 and 6. Just in case you're just joining us, you picked a perfect hour to tune in wherever you're joining us from around the world. We thank you for tuning in to Super Regional number 3 for the ALGS Summer Circuit. Complexity is in first place with 42. Team Solo Mid in second with 40, and Team Liquid with 35. Aim Assist is only one away in fourth with 34. The reason I bring up those placings, not only to tell you exactly what the table looks like, but also I got to point out the last 4 teams that you saw in that last final circle, Liquid, Godsent, Free Smoke, and Rogue, nowhere near the highest placing team there is actually going to be Godsent. They were in 9th as we actually see the first wipe coming in. We'll see exactly who that's going to be. That's actually going to be Cruelty, our team from Colombia, as they go down here in a containment early on. But as I was saying, you had a really different result in that last game, number 4, as you saw Free Smoke, who was in 19. They actually fly up the leaderboard to 8th. Excuse me, I think Free Smoke was in 18th, and they fly up 10 spots to 8th. A huge performance from them. Keep in mind, if they place top 10 today, they will advance into the next Super Regional, number 4, and anyone who places top 3 today will advance to the September playoffs. That's what these teams are playing for, of course, along with some cash prizes as well. Fallout, do I have you back with me? Back, bro. Can you hear me okay? I hear you great. Awesome. Fantastic. Sorry about that. All my Grabio seemed to apparently die. My mic was not on mute. Not sure what exactly happened there, but my apologies for the issue on that end. But we are back in this one. Bravo. Way to carry that, my friend. You are great at doing exactly that, and I appreciate it. We are back for game number 5. Bravo has set it up perfectly. There are so many storylines. Things are going to slow down here as we're watching HRN. So many storylines. One of them is this team right here, Complexity, fighting for their first ever ALGS championship, their first top 3 finish, and invite to the Super Regional playoffs in September. They're part of that $500,000 overall prize pool in the entire series. We also have TSM battling to reestablish their stronghold as the number 1 team in the world, as they have, within the last couple of weeks, not performed up to their par. And guess what? They're doing it with the new meta. They're doing it with a new team comp, playing with Revenant and Crypto. And not only that, Imperial Hal playing a hybrid of controller and keyboard and mouse. He is switching back and forth in game. So many storylines, Bravo. It is absolutely insane as we gear down to see who our top 3 and our top 10 will be. Look at NRG on this push as well. Rocker needs to take his time and actually heal before he actually gets that finish. Very wise to do so, as he did have pressure that's coming in from the across, and actually that'll be Senpai that goes down as well. But yeah, really interesting turn of events, and like we said, I can't tell you just enough how big the 6 games really make a difference here for both regions, just because if you look at a team like Free Smoke, they were in 18th coming into game number 4, and now they've got 2 games where they're only about 20 points away from first, right? So not impossible for teams to come from all the way from the bottom of the leaderboard towards the top. There's still a lot of Apex to play here this evening for the Americas.
Yeah, that's a great call out. A good example of that, as mentioned, is Free Smoke, a giant 8-kill first place win that net them 20 points, and just like that, Free Smoke is in 8th place. They go from 17th to 8th. They are now in contention for a top 10 finish and an automatic qualifying spot to the finals of our next Summer Circuit Super Regional tournament. Currently on board with Rogue, another team that's currently on the fringe. They're sitting within top 12. They need a big game here to secure a top 10 finish and need an even bigger game to try and sneak into that top 3. But they, of course, have already earned a qualifying spot. I believe it was the first Summer Circuit tournament where Rogue got 2nd place with 52 points behind Yeet Squad and locked themselves in for the playoffs. They already earned that spot, but they want that top 3 prize pool as well.
Yeah, big wins for them. I believe it was games 1 and games 4 as they're able to take that out. Third place in Super Regional number 2. Only one top 4 finish across that, so leaning heavily on KP, a team that can certainly play both roles, can play for those placement point and those KP, and they are super deadly when they put both on the board. But speaking of deadly, here's TSM running that Crypto Revenant once again. Let's see what they can do here up at Broken Relay.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually on the hunt. I'm not sure who it was. We saw it moments ago, but I think it was a pretty notable team. Might have been Complexity, not exactly sure. We'll keep an eye on that as TSM is currently hunting for their aggressive kills. You talk about Rogue as a team that can do a really, really good job playing with an aggressive playstyle and placement focus at the same time. Well, TSM, another one, probably one of the best, if not the best in the world at doing exactly that. And again, we keep kind of harping on it and talking about it because it is quite significant. For the longest time in Apex, we saw the same exact, actually at one point, all 20 teams in competitive lobbies were running Pathfinder, Watson, and Wraith. Now we see a variety of team compositions, very healthy meta in terms of Crypto, Revenant, Bloodhound all being played. We saw some Caustic in EU, and of course we still see the Gibraltars, the Watsons, and the Wraith that we're used to seeing quite often.
Great damage on the fly there from Euban with that charge rifle to get that Evo going as well. There you go. You see the purple come in. Now also going to grapple right away and does it with style. Able to elegantly dance away over towards Junction. Will be heading towards 2 spines potentially if they want to make that rotation. But great job there to use that charge rifle. And really, like we said, as they moved along that cliffside gap to pick up the damage along the way. And really, you can't ask for anything more out of Euban. Really making the most out of both that rotation and also checking those angles through Capacitor.
Yeah, that's a good call. Meanwhile, at the top right of your screen, you see Complexity pick up 2 or 3 kills. That's on Team Superior, currently sitting in 7th. That's a fringe team for the top 10. We'll keep an eye on them, but it's honestly a kill race at this point, Bravo, is what it seems like. We've seen TSM pick up a few. We've seen Complexity pick up a few. These top 2 teams fighting for that first place spot are trading punch for punch between these 2 heavyweights. Complexity delivering the last 2 blows in the form of 2 kill points picked up for them. We know how aggressive this Complexity squad is. Early game, mid game, late game, doesn't even matter. It looks like they're actually going to scan and find one more.
So let's go ahead and see exactly how they're able to come this out. And it looks like Mastiff is out for Shiny, who has absolutely impressed us today, not just in playstyle, but as we said earlier, also in comms. They are showing up here. Let's keep in mind, if you haven't been following the Complexity story through the summer circuit so far, a decent 4th place finish there in the Super Regional number 1, 12th place in the last one, and here they are in game number 5 in 1st place. So it would be just a sheer disappointment for them to not place within that top 3, and to be honest, it may be even higher based on this, how they've done so far. You know they want to put on a different result here in Super Regional number 3.
That's exactly right. Every game counts. Keep in mind, we have 6 games now. This is not it. So not only does Complexity have to perform consistently here, they have to do it in game 6 as well. Complexity looking great right now, but they are on their back foot. They are trying to survive with a team that has high ground over them. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in with Team Complexity.
I can't help you guys for 2 seconds.
Play your life. Everyone play your life.
Caustic 1! Stay bugged. It's fine, we just reset off this. We just reset everyone.
Yep, we're all good. They're porting somewhere. They're porting at us.
Fucking what?
Can you guys come to me?
I hit her hard. They're coming through, they're coming through. Fuck.
It's all you guys, I can't help you guys.
Yeah, we're leaving, we're leaving. Let's go under bridge, Mon. Go under bridge, right here. On me.
I'm with you.
We go up here, walk up it,
I'm with you.
and then we come up the hole. I have bubble if you ever need. Call.
Roger. Can we re-engage? They're on graves.
We should not re-engage.
I'm gonna start looking.
We're getting shot by another team on
29 on the jib, blue. He's blue.
Can we just chill, please?
Yeah. We can chill.
Okay. Bro, like, I just want to chill for a minute.
Okay, but that was fun though, right?
No, I had
fun, right?
No, I was fucking hard split from you guys, and that was not fun.
That was some next level.
Wait, look at this.
We all had fun, right? Are you kidding me? I love the dynamic between this team. It's hot and cold. It's fire and ice. They know so well when to push, when to put their foot on the gas pedal. And conversely, as we just saw right there, we saw the dynamic perfectly. A little bit of a disagreement as Monsoon wanted to take the fight, but his teammates wisely were having it back out. And again, probably you called it out. It was actually Shiny that was kind of the wise voice, maybe the angel on the shoulder of Monsoon, wisely telling him, hey, this is not worth the fight.
I like this team more and more with every listen-in that I hear. I got to meet, of course, actually all three of these guys at the preseason invitational in Poland, and I don't know how you can't enjoy every single complexity listen-in that we get, as you saw. But one thing I do want to point out, Shiny was doing a lot of calling there, but then you also heard Monsoon saying something like, "Can we re-engage here?" while Reptar repeatedly saying, "Can we chill for a second?" That's why it kind of resulted in ended in laughs there. But so yeah, they're going to have to make sure that they're on the same page throughout these games 5 and 6 if they want to come out on top.
Yeah, we almost feel like, not in a negative way by any means, we feel like Shiny's playing mediator in some way. Meanwhile, we're getting some great shots in here with the longbow cross map. But you feel like Shiny's playing mediator. Reptar, Monsoon, longtime teammates. Reptar's like, Monsoon, I know how you operate. Let's just chill. Monsoon wants to fly, wants to push. Shiny's like, but at least it was fun. So you like the team dynamic. You like the chill Seattle vibe that Shiny brings to this squad, hailing from Seattle in the Pacific Northwest. Overall, I like what I'm seeing from this complexity squad. Of course, if you don't know, Shiny, former member of Fnatic North America, twin brother of Muffins, left his brother, joined Complexity as a fill-in as it currently stands, and depending how they place right here, could be a long-time decision or a full-time decision. We will see. Of course, if you are just tuning in as well, the stage is currently set. This is game number 5. It matters. It's the standings. As Complexity is in second place behind TSM. Guess what? They're going to find a couple more, but there's a team to their right as well. They're going to pick up yet another kill. Make that at least 4 or 5 kills for Complexity. This is the pop-off game that they needed to continue to have, but the question is they got to finish. And guess what? They have aim assist right in front of them.
Yeah, take a look at the aim assist right here at Forestation. Keep in mind, that's just on the opposite side of this cliff.
Yeah,
no, you're right. Aim assist right here on the opposite side of the cliff is Cage, and that's exactly where we did see battles going down as well. So we'll have to see exactly what aim assist is thinking here. Of course, Cage does separate these two teams, but there's teams that are in the middle of them as well. Take a look at the Complexity push.
This is looking dangerous right now for Monsoon. We always talk about this, the high risk, high reward style and dynamic of their gameplay, and it looks like he's just going to have to, unfortunately, leave his teammates behind here, wisely making a decision. It seems like Monsoon, if it seems like Monsoon's always the rat and the last one alive, it's not because he's leaving his teammates, not because he's a bad teammate. Well, he's the Wraith. That's the player that has the quote-unquote get-out-of-jail-free card or an opportunity to escape, and looks like actually he's not even going to have to do that. He's going to be able to sneak a revive here on Shiny. So just like that, Reptar will be taken out, but we still have Monsoon and Shiny alive. They got to be extra cautious here. Shiny's trying to heal up.
They do, and as we said, Complexity here in the lead in this tournament today by only 2 points, so very important that they stay alive and play into the late game and make sure that they don't get caught up in this. They're going to have to continue to move down this hill if they want to get a little bit more cover and have a few more options in terms of how they engage here.
I'm telling you, Brav, I don't know about you, man, but I absolutely love, from an entertainment perspective and as a caster, the current meta in Apex Legends, the diversity of team comps that we see. Meanwhile, Ratcam has showed us a rat caustic in a significant rat spot. It's Onmu.
He's found himself a little place here tucked alongside the beams of a bridge that has seen better days, as well as the rocks. He'll be there for a while. We'll check in with Onmu of the OBB side a little bit later.
Exactly right. Meanwhile, another thing to keep in mind is things are going to slow down a bit as we talk about kind of setting the stage. TSM in first, or sorry, Complexity in first, TSM in second, Team Liquid in third. Team Liquid also fighting for their first top 3 in a qualifying spot in the playoffs in September. So a lot at stake for both Complexity and Team Liquid. Of course, TSM would argue a lot at stake for them as well, as they want to be number 1. They want to return to their what they feel is a rightful spot on top of the throne as the best team in Apex Legends.
Nice little cue there from the Wraith to get a little bit of upgrades and loot there. Very wise to rotate out of Cage to see exactly what they were able to find. Looks like they must have either seen some bins down, loot boxes, excuse me, or maybe even heard those battles going down, able to sneak out with a little bit of better loot, but also once again checking in with Complexity as they are now in this low ground, having to make once again some pretty difficult routes.
Right, I love that we're still following this journey of Complexity. Is again, I was talking about team comps and kind of the current meta. They're playing outskirts because they have a Bloodhound. They have the ability to push with aggression. Obviously, the Bloodhound is dead now, so they got to be careful. However, I do like how Complexity opts to play the outskirts of the map, outer ring as much as they can, and doing such a good job consistently playing with aggression, picking up some kills. Meanwhile, Sentinels, a team that's on the fringe of top 10, gonna pick up a kill on Petty Boss of Smile. Smile, one of our top 3 qualifying teams. They have punched their ticket to the playoffs already with some consistent play. Excited to see what they can do. As again, we saw on the top right of our screen, currently on board with HRN.
Absolutely curious where Liquid is right now. As we were on board with them just a little bit earlier, be curious to see exactly where they are in the mix as we're trying to see exactly where they might have found out. And actually, we already see them up north just a bit. And as we take a look at exactly where they are right now in third, only leading aim assist by 1 point, let's go ahead and get into a listen-in now with Team Liquid.
Thomas, I have a nut spot if you want to use it. Up here.
I can zip it too. Just want
You
to
don't need to.
keep
You
flipping
just
over.
jump over here. Give me a package. Give me your perp.
At least charged up. No.
No, they're not. I might get farmed for doing this, but yellow. Complexity's dead. Watch this team. I need full coverage on this team. I need full coverage.
Beaming. Almost cracked. Jib, I think. Or
I'm going back. Watch our west too. Watch our west. Thomas, watch our west and fuck. I don't know if we can spend attention.
No, I'm watching north right now.
Yeah, we need to watch the crate. Watch the crate. Crate's with full attention right now. I'm going through.
You're good.
he might have an angle on you that I can't see.
I got another Devo.
Okay. Yeah, do we want to go play under now?
No.
Here.
Level 2.
Much different style and pace of a listen in with Team Liquid, who in a different situation. They're, again, a team that plays with that Pathfinder. They play for early rotations. They play for setups, and that is exactly why they've earned this position. Reminds me a lot of Gambit. I believe it was in game number 5 from our EMEA finals where Gambit was very well positioned, I believe in that same building center map, and was able to get a first place finish in that game. That's what propelled them to a second place finish in the finals. Team Liquid in a very similar position. This might be a near identical ring as well, Bravo.
Yeah, taking a look also at Sentinels, we got to keep in mind that they are all the way down to 14th, not a position that we are used to seeing Sentinels in, especially if you think of what I think Hotzik refers to as, quote, old Sentinels, the consistent roster that we saw for the majority of the first part of Apex Legends, and a team that still is trying to fight and make sure that they put up a good performance today. And also now taking a look at TSM here, they're just going to be sitting low and ready to pop up whenever they need to as well.
Oh, beautiful quick view of TSM. I was curious as to where they were set up. And you can always expect TSM, one of the best at predicting where the rings are going to finish. There's, of course, a slight algorithm you could leverage. And generally speaking, for those that are wondering, the ring typically continues to pull in the same direction that it originally went. So if a ring goes to the northwest, the ring will generally continue to pull towards that northwest. And teams get very, very good as they have expertise and they've seen some familiar rings in predicting where they end up. Of course, it's not a sure thing, but TSM at this point really understands that algorithm very, very well, as it currently shows with their positioning. Meanwhile, back on board of HRN, a team that placed well early on, but since has not had the best finishes, as HRN currently in 11th place, vying for a top 10 finish.
Yeah, this area of the map, as you can just see in the mini-map, there's so many little chokes that teams are going to have to use to get into the area where things are headed in. This is one of the most punishing parts of the map, especially at a stage like this, Fallout.
That's exactly right. The fight's going to continue here. Currently back on board of HRN, they're going to spot someone. I think it was a flying Pathfinder who's going to rotate out. Needs to be careful though, as Team Liquid is in the vicinity. TL does of course have, I believe it was a center or a longbow to get some shots in. Charge Rebel's going to fire as well. HRN in a very difficult position as they are fighting a 3-front war. Team to their left, Team Liquid on top of the building, and of course the team to their right.
Absolutely. You know there's going to be a team posted up. We already saw Liquid here in the farm earlier, as well as teams that are still trying to head a little bit south down to Forest Station as well. And you're going to see them fly by. But the side of HRM is not going to have time to engage there. They're instead just going to make sure that they win this battle here at the farm.
Yeah, Sentinels we just saw getting quite a few kills at the top right of your screen. Again, they were the first very ultra-aggressive team before FlyQuest and then, of course, Complexity have really popularized it more recently. Sentinels, of course, big roster change since back then. Meanwhile, Rep's got an elimination as well. Sentinels continues to pop off. Guess what? That's crucial. That's over Aim Assist, who currently is sitting in 4th place. That's a big kill. TSM, Albrelelli getting a great shot in with the Mastiff. Needs to retreat back up to his teammates. He, of course, has his entire kit available for a silence and a potential ultimate available as well, as TSM is content in a very good position right now, just holding this and maintaining this position. They would have loved to have some Watson fences, but they will be great with a Crypto and a Revenant.
Head on a swivel, making sure that they see exactly what's going on by the charge tower as well. And you got to give a shout out to Hal for popping and checking that angle right away. Teammates are quickly there to help with some sprays as well. Reps here also with that Prowler trying to do some damage. But like you said, Paul, they're going to be pretty comfortable holding this position for right now and going to try to be one of the later ones to make a move because they want to take that top spot heading into game number 6.
That's exactly right. Speaking of which, Rogue, another team that's kind of vying for that top 10, a team that is number 1 right now in ALGS points and ALGS standings, given their consistency that they have had throughout. Currently, not having a great Summer Circuit number 3, as we know what Rogue has done with 2nd and 3rd place finishes. They have double qualified at this point for the playoffs. Meanwhile, Sentinels, a team playing ultra aggressive right now, Quite a few kills to their name. 9 squads remain in this one. They're going to pick up yet another one on odd freestyle. Nice bubble, giving him some cover, and here he goes. Crust. He's going to pick up that final Elam.
Yeah, it's a good forward bubble. Make sure that they had the exact position that they needed. They're able to also heal up after that, so we'll see exactly what Crust and Peach are going to be able to do. Keep in mind, they're still going to have to make their route out of the edge of this choke, and they're going to do it right about now, but also taking a look here at Skirt, who has a little bit of high ground, as they're also keeping their eye down here right towards farm.
That's exactly right. Skirt, another team on the fringe for that top 10 qualifying spot for the next. We'll see what they can do. Is they have won a game, but they didn't win it with enough kills to really make a dent in the standings. Now, looks like the Wraith portal is going to be placed, jumping on with the aim assist, 4th place. Aim assist getting some good shots in, as you know, in that close range with that controller. You know, as the name states, they're going to hit shots. Meanwhile, Team Liquid putting in some great work, Designful. All up to you, buddy, as he's forced to heal up and try to survive. But here comes the aggression. I believe it's from Skirt nearby.
Absolutely Designful. We saw a profile on him earlier. Going to try to stay alive, do everything that he can there, as we just have 5 squads left. Dirt taking a whole bunch of damage here. They try to poke and get punished right away.
Exactly right. 5 squads remain in this one. Imperial Hal took out Madness of Skirt. So we know we have TSM. We know we have Team Liquid. 2 of our top 3 teams. However, Complexity is out of this one. This is going to be quite the shakeup, as we're now on board with TSM pushing with aggression. Flanker's going to get taken out by Rocker of NRG. And TSM getting some great shots in on the flank here. Action is heating up. 4 squads remain. TSM going to wipe out Skirt, and they're not done yet. They're going to get some great shots. The flank coming through. Imperial Hal running absolute circles, but missing a couple crucial shots. And no, he's going to get taken out. That is crucial, as NRG has the ultimate position here against Team Liquid. Let's go ahead and jump into a listening with Team Liquid.
One shot, I'm absolutely one. I need help, I need help, I need help. It's on me. You win that, you win that. No, I got headshot. No, it's Peach. Fuck.
Absolutely brutal for Team Liquid, as we thought we'd catch them in the middle of a heated 3 versus 3 fight. We thought they had the advantage in that position, as they were the ones that were occupying that position early on, but somehow, some way, Energy was able to take it. Clutch plays coming through from NRG. And when it's all said and done, I believe we have a 2 versus 2 fight. Resulta and Designful from our reigning champions Aim Assist going up against NRG. Bravo, it all comes down to this.
Here we go. Look at the spray. Some great team shots coming out there. Yes, Aim Assist is able to close it out with ease in the end, and it's a big, big result for them, because we talked about it during the game. Fallout, Aim Assist was in 4th place, only down behind that 3rd place spot with 1 point. We saw they got a lot of KP as well as that placement. And now, actually, Complexity, TSM, and Liquid are the ones that need to be worrying about exactly how Aim Assist is going to do in this game number 6. And I'm not exactly sure how things are going to shake up. We're, of course, going to take a look at the standings after that game before we go into the 6th game. But Aim Assist winning that game is just another wild card in a great tournament that has been happening all evening here.
That's spot on. You couldn't have set it up any better. It's going to be an insane game number 6. Aim Assist looking to be the first team to go back-to-back since, well, TSM did it 5 times in a row. Can Aim Assist close it out? Where do they shake up in the standings? We got to find out. We need all the info, all the deets. Please, T-Squared and Kate, let us know.
Oh man, Fallout and Bravo, thank you so much. We'll try our best. Tom, Aim Assist. 2nd time we've seen them at the top of the podium. 2nd time we've seen them at our game-winning moment. Tell me, how did they do it this time?
Just by, again, being extremely strong players, putting themselves in the right position. We saw in the player profile with Designful, they now know the circles. So all the best teams right there knew exactly where that was ending, over towards the farm. They start to posture over towards that building. Liquid held it for a very long time. They lost that fight, as you heard them say, oh man, it's against Peach. But it was Aim Assist in the end, just coming in and playing smart and making sure that they were in the right position at the right time. And that's scary to think about, considering the fact that they had 0 points in game number 1. Were the first team to lose a player in game number 2, and now they're looking very strong in terms of the points. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take over the number 1 spot right now.
That's a really great point, actually. Some interesting missteps for game number 1 and game number 2. I'm curious what exactly caused that, and I'm also curious what kind of a mentality that changes you to going into the game 3 and the game 4. And now that we have those 6 games, Tom, from a player perspective, how does that sort of, in a lack of a better term, mess with your head?
I think it puts them in a corner, which is exactly where they, want to be as the underdogs, right? When they come in and felt maybe a little bit pressure in the first game, not playing up to their standards, then they kind of just brush it off, settle in and say, hey guys, we can't have these bad games anymore. We really need to do something. And that's the signs of true champions. They really step it up when it's clutch time, and they come and perform when you need them to. And that's what they did.
And that is exactly what they did. And let's take a look at those Game 5 results, because we will see very clearly that's what they did. Aim assist coming in with a solid 6 kills. HRN, though, Tom, not to be outdone, double the kill points?
Yeah, that's a lot of kill points. 12 overall for them. Unfortunately, not able to make it into the final circle. It looked like TSM and Liquid were going to be able to do some serious work, but they fell a little bit short. Hal fell off the top area, had the guy fall in front of him, missed a massive shot, was able to connect on a majority of them, couldn't turn around fast enough to get the damage on the other guy that cleaned him up. And then Aim Assist took full advantage of that, keeping the spots that they needed to, going and pushing it at the right time, and getting the correct kill points, or getting the right placement points, because they didn't get as much kill points as they would have liked to. You could see Sentinels, TSM, and Aim Assist all tying for second in kills with 6 overall.
And something nice to remember here in terms of kill points versus placement points. Note the difference between HRN at number 7 and Smile at number 6. 1 kill, but their placement was better. Something to remember when you're trying that delicate balance between kill points and placement points, and something else that we're going to see here in our overall standings right now. Woo! There it is. Woo! Tom, we have a 1-point change here. Holy God. Ah!
Yeah,
sorry.
It's Aim Assist and TSM duking it out right now, but you can't count out Complexity. Team Liquid, HRN with a ton of kills. Godsend, Solafide, all within striking distance. Aim Assist and TSM can't afford to go down early. They're going to have to make sure they stay off of that kill feed in terms of getting taken down. They need to be the ones adding the points, so the other teams start to lose confidence, lose hope, and they realize that this could be a 2 to 3, 4 team race. But again, HRN, Godsend, Solidifide, all with 34 points tied, trying to take over where Complexity is to get that 3rd spot and security for the playoffs.
Absolutely. And I'm sure if you're Aim Assist, even if you're TSM, you're wanting those points to be just a little bit bigger. You want that divide to just be a little bit bigger. But if you are coaching TSM, if you're coaching Aim Assist, and they've got a nice point lead there, what are you telling them going into this final Game 6? Is it, let's go aggressive, let's see what we can do, because both of these teams have proven themselves time and time again? Or is it you stay back and you try to play as smart and efficiently as possible? What do you tell them, Tom?
I think that you play your game, you play smart and efficient. You don't take any major risks unless it's going to have a huge payoff. But again, I can't really explain how important enough it is to watch the kill feed here going into the final game. Just like the guys were saying on Aim Assist in Designful's interview, that once they saw that it was Petty Boss and Smile was in 2nd place, they really got excited and understood that they took out a priority target. So whenever you see something, if you get a knock with a charge rifle or a scout long range, don't expect these guys to sit back. They're going to get extremely aggressive on this and try to take one of these teams out that are a threat. They're doing addition by doing subtraction here, and sometimes that's the best way to win these.
Man, that is some tough math, but I do appreciate the fact that you know what that is, because quite frankly, math and I do not get along. But at any rate, I will ask you one last question, which is going into this Game 6, this pivotal Game 6 for so many teams. Is it, to your point, you play your game? Is there somebody you're expecting them to change around your comps? Is there somebody that you're expecting to go Hail Mary on? Is that something that you see here in that crucial Game 6 that you can identify this is the team we're going to see some real Hail Mary plays from?
Yeah, we've seen this in NA. We've seen this in EMEA earlier too, where it's Game 6. People know where you're landing consistently now, especially because they've watched you for numerous games now. And we saw this with Third Impact Black, where Third Impact Black got landed on by Team Kicks, and then Team Kicks ends up dying and griefing their own game. That type of stuff is going to happen. Someone may land on a TSM, someone may land on Complexity or Aim Assist that's sitting in 18th place, just so they can, not get bullied and maybe even try to ruin these guys' games. I know it sounds awful, but that's how competitive this is. Maybe it's just they want to go and get more points overall for the standings, or they're just trying to, get a taste of the best, right? They want to say, all right, well, we're better than you guys. Well, we're going to land on you guys and show it. You don't know what these teams are possibly thinking, really, especially, it's scary when the team has nothing to lose and they're in these spots where they can't even get into the top 3. They may do anything. They could get desperate, Kate, is what I'm saying.
Well, that makes for a pretty good Game 6 for us viewers, for sure. But actually, we've got a bonus stats screen I want to bring up that should be fairly interesting here. Bonus stats. Let's take a look. Tom, what do we see here? Oh, listen.
Seeing a lot
my
of damage.
Goodness.
A lot of damage overall. I mean, when you see a team with 3,843 damage, that's fantastic. That's ridiculous damage coming out from these guys. Everybody averaging around 1,200, 1,300 damage each, which is very, very solid. You could take a look at the assists as well. The teams that are picking up a lot of kills are most likely picking up the assists. Whenever you're not getting assists, it's most likely a long-range battle or a long-range kill that's coming in your favor, like a scout or something along those lines. But yeah, you see survival time there too, which is exactly what got these guys the better placements that they needed. And yeah, I love that stat screen. I think that's super, super interesting. But the teams that are doing the most damage right now are feeling warmed up going into Game 6 as well. So I would expect them to keep that pace up.
Yeah, and I will say, HRN is standing out to me, not just because of that damage, but certainly that's part of it. But my gosh, they racked up the kills in our last game. This damage is incredible. Why is it that we're seeing them so far down this list? What is that X factor that they don't have that's prevented them from, getting up to the first, second, or third spot?
Well, we'd have to be on their screen every single time when they die, but there's just so much action on that you can't keep up with everything, right? So I'm not sure where they're necessarily falling short, but when you do not make it into that top 5 area, typically it's just one circle away, and that's not bad at all. So you're talking about dying in the 5th circle instead of the 6th circle, and if you can get into that 6th circle with the 12 kill points, and then you place into the top 3 compared to the top 7, that's how big that difference is. So it's just a matter of maybe making the right Wraith portal, maybe putting down, depending on what their team comp is, putting a Gibraltar bubble at the right spot. Whatever it may be is what they need to do.
Now, complexity is something else another team I want to quick talk about. Bloodhound. That definitely is a decision, is a decisive move for sure. Are we going to see another Bloodhound comp in this final 6th game? Or are they going to be, hanging back, being a little bit less aggressive? What do you think?
I would love to see something that Ad Hoc Gaming earlier did, which is the Bangalore Bloodhound Season 0 composition coming back. Maybe it's Snipe Down and Rogue just for a little bit of fun, but I'm not sure. We may see some weird stuff. Again, it's the final game. There are teams that are mathematically eliminated from getting first place. You can't drop a 50-point game, and if you have like less than 10 points right now, you really don't stand a chance of making top 3. However, I think that the competitive integrity should stay the same. Everybody should still be trying their hardest. This is the finals, and everybody has a lot of respect for one another.
Fantastic. Well, hey, here's something for us fans and for you guys at home. Lenovo, they are the coolest, and they have been sponsoring us this entire tournament. Well, guess what? They are here to give you a little gift as well, a discount of sorts. Go ahead and check this out for a limited time. You can go to Lenovo.com, use code Apex Legion. It's written on the screen. I'm not a good speller, Tom, so thank goodness we've got a lower third to get 10% off select Lenovo Legion gaming products. Head to gaming.lenovo.com/Apex Legion for all of those details. Gosh, hey, listen, 10% off is 10% off, and I will take it every day of the week, Tom.
Yeah, no doubt about it, for sure.
Well, something else I will take is our socials. Make sure that you follow us at Play Apex, and then hashtag ALGS, hashtag, yep, I know things, ALGS. And then, of course, if you would like to follow us or subscribe to us on YouTube at Play Apex Compete, twitch.tv/Play Apex. Make sure to always hashtag ALGS because we like to showcase you and your fan art, your dogs, your cats, your families, your stats, the whole 9 yards. That's what we like to do. Tom, is there anything else that we should know about before we jump into our gameplay?
We also like to showcase your mustaches.
That's a very good point. Couldn't have said it better myself, so I won't. Tom, thank you so much. And before we get to our last and final game, check this out.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of Apex Legends Global Series.
think you might be muted in Grabio, but don't worry, I've got this. So you unmute yourself. You're back. There we go. Girl's back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about it. She's here. We're not going to miss her. Welcome to the next game. Girl, I mean, it's all set up beautifully, right?
Thank you. Sorry for that, everyone. Hello, we're back. I hate to say it, but I did maybe predict that Aim Assist would get a back-to-back win today, although Tom said it would be quite difficult for them to because it is hard to get those back-to-back wins. I am still a big fan of TSM. I am still a big fan of Complexity and other teams, but you know, I may have predicted it. Could you please tell us, show us a little bit about the standings?
Okay, so this is how it stands, right, as we head towards our final game of the day here in the Super Regionals number 3. Aim Assist currently top of the leaderboard by just one single solitary point. 52 points for them. TSM in behind on 51. Complexity just behind them on 47. And then Team Liquid, after that big performance in our last game, you can see it here in front of your very eyes. It is so close at the top of our leaderboards, but some stats that we've been dealt as well, which kind of paint the picture of how things have changed in the meta and how Team Solo Mid especially have changed the way that they have approached this particular tournament. They have the lowest average survival out of the top 6 teams who are in this lobby. So they're going out before a lot of those other teams. However, they have the most damage dealt in the entire lobby that we have here. Alongside that, they have the most kills with 34. 26 is Complexity just behind them. And they have 32 assists as well in comparison to Complexity's 19. So TSM, usually we talk about them early rotating, usually we talk about them playing for placement. They have completely reinvented themselves recently. And girl, you have to say, if they close out here in this final game, it is a masterstroke from this lineup.
For sure. It's going to be fun to see if those like 5th place team, 6th place team, HRN, Godsend, Solafide, to see will they take this into their own hands? Will they land on these top tier teams and try and secure themselves a higher placement? Or do you think they'll try and play it safe, try and maybe wait it out, let those teams get killed by other teams and get their points in a more passive way? Or will they be aggressive, try and get those 20 kill games? We'll see here in a few moments.
It's going to be interesting to see how they play. As you say, are there going to be a few teams who are going to spot out that top 3 and think we want one of those automatic qualification places to the playoffs? We're going to take that fight and see if we can deal that damage and knock them out and affect their chances of winning the tournament. But as well, it's not just the top 3, it's the top 10, right, that we should be looking at, because of the fact that if you get in that top 10, like we've previously mentioned, then you automatically qualify for the next tournament, for the next Super Regionals, and you don't have to go through the slog and the pain and the frustration and the potential disappointment of not making it. So much on the line here for these teams that are still involved in the tournament. And I love the fact that it all comes down to a game 6 and anyone is still in with a chance of winning this one.
For sure, anyone is able to win. And like you said, sometimes it's a good thing to, not qualify for the next. But, what's better is getting that top 3, getting that cash money for this week, for all the hard work you've put in for the last few weeks or last few months, honestly. And our game is about to start here in 5 seconds.
I'm super excited to get into this game. It's going to be the final game of the day. We thank you, of course, for joining us for the journey that we've been on today. Girl, you've been absolutely crushing it, by the way. Looking forward to casting this final game with you. But we want to hear from you. I want to hear some predictions on Twitter as well. Use the hashtag ALGS. We want to see who you think is going to win this. Girl, I want a prediction from you, though. Who do you think is going to win this? You was talking about aim assist. Do you think they're going to manage to carry it through here?
I'm a big TSM fangirl. I'm going to admit I'm a big TSM fangirl, but I like to see the story of the back-to-back win now. So my heart's split in two here at the ALGS finals.
All right, then, ladies and gents, you can see we are heading to Kings Canyon for the final time today. All of these teams have been battling it out for 5 games, I should say. We're now into our 6th all day long to have a chance at calling themselves a champion. TSM chasing down aim assist with just the 1 point separating them. And I'm going to do my best to keep an eye on that kill feed as well, because so many different things can happen here that are going to change the permutations of who qualifies for the playoffs, who becomes our champion today. And it could come down to one KP between these teams. It really is that close.
It definitely really is that close. And here we have the teams dropping. We see the map. Salvage is going to get the hot zone. I feel like one spot on this map is underrated, and I believe it's the rig. The rig has so much good loot, actually really top tier loot, and I'm actually very surprised that it's not contested more, because there's quite a few buildings there with really good loot, and not every place on this map has that kind of high tier loot. And I'm not sure if it's just because it's a new spot on the map and people aren't you know, comfortable contesting it, or you know, they're just respected, and nobody wants to contest them in this field.
We'll have to see how the team who do land over at the rig perform in this game, but we're going to start off by looking at Complexity, the team who is currently in 3rd place, but they are only 5 points behind 1st place. And if any team can put up a bomb game to close our tournament, it is this lineup. What a performance this would be, girl. The first time that we've seen Shiny on this lineup coming in for this tournament, to come in and win, that is pure X Factor coming in from Shiny if they pull it off.
Yeah, that would be super amazing. Shiny has always been an outstanding player and a really amazing human being. He's super nice to talk to, great streamer overall. It'd be really nice to see them pull off the win as well, for sure.
One team who have been nothing but aggressive in this lobby so far, the stats tell the story, is TSM. They are currently 1 point behind Aim Assist in our final game here, and they are continuing with this composition that has brought them so much success. The reinvention of TSM, you could call it. Crypto, Reps, Albrelele, and of course, How. Making up that lineup, so much success for them, but so surprising not to see Albrelele on the Pathfinder, and of course Reps on that Watson. But it does give them a chance to shine a little bit more. We were talking about this in the break, girl, and saying, you know, Reps on that Watson sometimes might have his hands tied a little bit in some of those team fights previously, but now he really has been released to have his full potential shown in these team fights.
Atron on the low ground here. They're trying to get some shots on the team flying over, but it's so hard to shoot those players flying up. They have triple white armor, and they do want to push this team, put aggression on this team. Will they be able to take them out?
It's not going to be the first time that we're going to see HRN involved in a battle early on. They've been contested pretty much every single time here on Kings Canyon, and Zanayo is going to be dropped here, and that is going to be him thirsted as well. So now you're going to see RKN and Eureka are going to have to back up pretty quickly and look to recover that banner to get back into the game, but not the start that they would have wanted. And I think they've had a bit of an uncomfortable time here on Kings Canyon with their neighbors dropping a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for them to recover. Not only did they lose their Wraith player, but they lost him on the top of that hill. Now, they might opt to just leave him, or they're just going to risk it to grab the banner. But there's so many teams around them, they're not going to be able to do too much. They're going to have to play this one safe, or else they're probably going to lose their lives here. Yuri's taking in a lot of damage. He's on half health. Here we have Skirt. Poking them from across the map, they're doing in a lot of damage, but they're quite far away, so they're not going to seem to push that team and get those 2 knocks.
So Skirt trying to do the damage, and we do get the opportunity here to look at that first circle. We saw Pathfinder Beacon, and again, a very central zone is something that's been consistent so far here on Kings Canyon. So everyone has that opportunity to rotate, to make their way into that center zone. No one with kind of a long trek to make, which makes these end zones all the more entertaining for us to have all those teams involved. But Complexity, like we mentioned, just one of those teams inside our top 3 who could potentially walk away with the title of champions here. No engagements for them so far, but you see Madness lining up the kill feed, getting the drop there onto Petty Boss, and that is going to be him down. So Team Skirt, we've already seen them in a couple of scuffles, and it looks like they're starting to have some effect.
Here we have Complexity, and they are 3rd place currently right now, and we're going to listen and we're going to see what they're thinking on what their strategy is for continuing this game forward.
I got shit ton of cells.
Is that a massive blue bolt that nobody's taking?
Yes.
I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
You do that
Dropping
then?
here. Take my R9 stuff.
I just need the stock.
It's gold barrel in stock.
Oh, okay. Sure. Done.
I dropped 20 light as well. I'm dropping another stack of light.
Well, I'll take that. Can you carry it over by chance or no?
No.
Okay, you're cool.
I can grab.
I'm already walking over here. It's fine.
Okay.
Is it in the room or is it?
No, it's on the other side of.
Cancel that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you'll see it.
All right.
Cool.
I'm 6 cell, no bat.
I'm 1 bet, 12 cell.
What's that
Can I get 2
sound? Oh, it's
cells?
a package. I've got 2 bets, 8 cells.
Okay, I'm gonna take a bat from you. And I'm gonna take 2 cells from on.
Good.
Everybody's out of
There's 2 stacks of light here.
You can
as
have
well.
that. You can have that blue back if you want to. The blue save, right there.
Big over here.
Yeah.
Blue save is right there.
Let me see.
No, sorry.
So Complexity is pretty much chilling on top of this tower. They, as you could hear from earlier, they did not want to leave a blue bolt massive, and that's because the massive is one of the strongest close range weapons in this game right now. Especially when you're playing Gibraltar, you want to have that close range damage, and they seem like they're not going to be too aggressive this game. They're going to wait it out. They're going to play for the edge of the zone, and they're going to play for placement. They're going to try and win this one out and get that dub for today.
LTP are trying to get involved in a battle here and trying to line up some crossfire on this team inside a bunker. But one thing that really has stood out for me from Complexity is the calmness in their comms and their communication. Yeah, they've been having fun, and yeah, they're kind of Complexity. You can't take that away from them in the way that they do talk to each other and communicate in these games. But I think Shiny really has had an effect on this lineup. He's kind of been able to put the brakes on them sometimes in some of those pushes that might have previously been a little bit reckless. And this is the position they find themselves in as Tech hits some beautiful shots there with the 301 to get the down. But I really feel like even this early on for Complexity, he has been a fantastic addition to this lineup.
Yeah, right now LTP's sitting at second to last place. They're going to try and play this aggressively. They want that top 10. They want to be able to qualify for this next tournament, but they're taking in so much damage. Tech at 1 HP, Lion at 1 HP with the grapple, trying to grapple out of there. He might be able to survive, but he's lost both of his teammates. He's doing the best he can to zip out. He's still 1 HP, but he's definitely getting chased by HRN, Euris, and Simply RKN going in for that KP. Will they be able to chase him? He is a Pathfinder, and indeed they do not have a Pathfinder right now. Will they be able to track him down underneath here? We're about to find out in about 2 seconds. He finds him, he kills him, and there's the kill for HRN. Good chase on with Euris there and the R99.
Usually it's the Lion who is the apex predator and doing the chasing, but unfortunately for him in that situation, he was doing nothing but running away from Euris on the Gibraltar. And as you say, a good chase, and sometimes difficult to close the ground on those Pathfinder players, as they do have that ability to grapple away from those situations and find themselves being able to live another day and spread out some placement points. But Monsoon now is going to be falling. He's going to be popping this shield battery as well, as the defensive bombardment is going to be coming in. So Complexity now trying to rotate out of that top position from the tower, as they were coming under a little bit of pressure. And you can tell at this point, the Complexity maybe feeling the nerves a little bit here as they're coming under some fire as they move in under containment.
Yeah, Monsoon taking a little bit of damage. He's safely healing. They feel pretty comfortable right now. I think they're taking this very seriously, obviously, because they are in third place. They do not know where the end zone is, unfortunately for them, so they are still sticking to the edge of the zone. Here we are with TSM with this awesome Revenant Crypto Wraith lineup. They're very, very comfortable with this building, and indeed, we've seen them there a couple times today already. 18 squads left, a lot of squads still alive, not too many people playing too aggressive here in this last game.
Yeah, you can certainly feel the nerves in the lobby, and you talked about how TSM have been set up in this building. I'm pretty sure that there's not a number on the door, it's just 3 letters at this point that say TSM. They have spent so much time here on the farm just overlooking these teams and kind of gatekeeping any late rotators in from the east side of the map. So TSM have been picking up KP in this way, and to be honest with them, I think the fact that they are seeing a very similar zone here to what they have seen previously is going to fill them with confidence, because they have managed to pick up KP so far in this position. And if they can do so again in second place, if aim assists fall before them, they could be set up for a potential win in this tournament.
Definitely, for sure. Here we are looking at the map, but not too many Pathfinders. The aim assist has not hit a beacon in this game. I wonder why. Maybe because there's not too many beacons on this map, or they're too dangerous to hit, especially with double white and 1 gold.
Liquid now trying to land those shots with that Sentinel. Unfortunately, can't connect with some of those long-distance shots. Very difficult to hit, but there's a 74 just to back that player down and burn a few more resources. And as I say, a lot of teams not running that Watson as well now in the comps, so that means that resources are going to be at a premium. Those shield cells will disappear very, very quickly, and it's going to be Rogue here. Beautiful grenade coming in from drop to do the damage on this team up on the high ground. That could be the indication that they want to push. They hop over the fence, but that team has scuppered, that team has dipped and got out of dodge because Rogue was looking to hunt them down.
Yeah, Rogue able to take their position. They're on the top of the hill, so they're able to shoot down with the Bloodhound ulti, able to see every step that they took, and able to take their swap because they did not have a Watson ulti up on that high ground.
Another interesting thing here is Snipedown running the Bloodhound. Usually we see him on the Watson, but obviously Rogue have decided the way they want to try and play this final game here on Kings Canyon. They want to be aggressive. They want to try and take fights, and Bloodhound a perfect way to do that, as we see Zera now, last man alive for his squad, trying to get some finishes onto this team who are inside a bunker. And we're seeing so many teams try and rotate through bunker, and just as I say that, right on cue, the third party arrives to get involved and finish him off.
Unfortunately for him, 303 Esports was ready for that third party, and as he was rezzing, they got the kill point. Maybe they both, no, just one of the kill points because he did not get that res off. It's funny to see, you know, in my rank game, sometimes I let people get those reses off just so I can get that extra KP for my rank in my like diamond solo queue games, you know?
Yeah, you got to do these things, right? You got to do what you got to do to get that RP on the board, but this isn't about RP. This is about money, this is about prestige, and this is about being the best team in the Americas region. And now we're going to see OBV trying to push in here. They're coming under a fair bit of damage as they bobbled forward with that Gibraltar Dome, and this is kind of an eggs all-in-one basket kind of play from them. You can see in 1 minute and 49 seconds, they're going to have to move through this bunker and force this team out. If they lose this fight, then it could be all over for them. Shots are going to be exchanged here, and I'm looking at the kill feed right now, and I'm seeing some complexity lights up. So Cole managing to pick up some kills and being in third place, that is massive in the complexion of this lobby.
OBV absolutely destroyed in there. Their shots were hitting. They hit really hard. It was 2 caustic teams in that bunker, and they were able to definitely wipe out that team.
So now the team who did just pick up some KP, you can see 2 of them in the hands. I believe that was Reptar. Monsoon's going to get aggressive on this portal as well. I love the fact that he's pushing into zone to try and get these extra KP on the board. I think it's a solo Gibraltar above him, and Monsoon smells blood in this situation. The difficulty here is that 1v1 with the Gibraltar is sometimes a difficult fight to take, but for Monsoon, he made that one look extremely simple, and that's going to be more KP on the board here from Complexity, really putting the pressure now onto TSM and Aim Assist.
That couple of people right outside of bunker in that little corner, they're going to give someone a little scare here shortly, I'm sure. And now here we are with Sentinels. They're looking for teams around them. They have pretty good armor, pretty good gear. They're really close to the edge of the zone. They have a pretty easy rotation there for them. They're just they're gonna scout around to see if any teams are nearby. TSM still holding the same position they were the last time we saw them. And Sentinel getting absolutely destroyed going through that choke. But they're able to put off a lot of damage. Can Senox do this 1v2 here? He puts off really good massive shots. He's going to be able to shoot him all the way down to 1 HP, but he ends up bubbling to save his life. Will he have enough ammo before he reloads to kill him? And yes, he gets him on his last shot. Great play by Senox there on Team Sentinels. Will he be able to get the revive off before the zone pulls in? He might be able to, but he's about to get third-partied here.
Manages to queue out and get onto this zipline, but what an individual play that was there from Senox, keeping them alive in this game. Huge stuff from the Wraith. And as we now are going to hear the crypto drone above him as well, and it looks like someone is more than aware of senox's position. He is inside the zone here, but he looks like he might be coming under a little bit of pressure as his team might look to collapse onto his position. But it looks like he's got away with it for now as we jump on board with Complexity again. They're just outside of that next zone here inside this building with 11 squads left, and 3 of those, I believe, being in our top 3. This really could be an incredible end to this tournament.
For sure there. And I'm not sure if you noticed, but that was Team HRN getting the finish on senox's team. Now, they're a duo, so he might be able to pull off that 1v2 later on if he notices that they're a duo, or he might be able to recover his teammates, but there's not a lot of res options with the 1 minute and 20 seconds left. So we'll have to see what happens there. Oh no, senox actually ends up getting crabered by Liquid Nocturnal, and that's the end for the Sentinels in this grand finals.
Just to paint the picture for you here, Aim Assist, who are watching right now, still involved in this game. They are top by 1 point. TSM still involved in this game. They're on 51 points just in behind them, and Complexity, the team in third, who was just behind, are still involved in this game. So with 9 squads remaining, 1 out of 3 are involved in our top 3. That is setting this up for a grandstand finish. I genuinely have no idea how this is going to go. Imagine this comes down to the top 3 teams, literally as our final 3 teams fighting this out. If you are not enjoying the action in front of you right now, I don't know what to say. This is an insane final game we're watching here.
This is an amazing, insane final game, and actually we see in the kill feed that TSM Imperial Hal getting 1 kill off. They're getting some kill points. They're not going to wait till the end. They see an opportunity and they're going to take it. They're going to get this damage off. He gets his battery off right in front of him, but Hal, with the amount of damage that he can produce, he's going to get the knock on him anyways.
Reps is going to be trying to get the res as well. You can see some shots over his shoulder here, so he's going to have to be very careful. And look at this aim assist. He's overlooking TSM here. If they could wipe TSM, this would be massive for their chances of winning this tournament. They can't land the shots that they need to, though, in that pressurized situation. But you can see here Gentrifying putting the portal down, and it looks like they want to put the hurt onto TSM here and take out their closest competitors.
Yeah, Gentrifying not going to lose an opportunity. He notices it's TSM. He makes that portal to see if they could safely destroy TSM, but Resulta taking in a lot of damage. The zone pulling in. There's 4 seconds left, and this zone is going to hurt, ladies and gentlemen. Resulta going down. And will they be able to find themselves a safe spot in the zone?
Oh no, this could be it. I mean, last man alive here. Trying desperately to stay alive here for Aim Assist. They are taken out of the game here. 7 squads remaining, and it's Liquid who come to spoil the party. Our first place team are eliminated. Complexity and TSM have a chance to steal this away in the final moments of this game. You could not ask for a better end to an ALGS Sunday. This is insane. Complexity now on board with them inside that next circle as well.
They're inside that next circle, and I can imagine their hearts are beating. They're just going to sit tight. They don't want to be involved in any more fights. They don't want people to know where they are because they want to be the last one standing. They want to end up third partying. All right, they don't want anybody to know. They don't want to fight too early. They've got themselves a perfect position behind that rock, and here we are with OBV recovering, recuperating, and they're a little bit far from the zone, but they'll be able to manage. Getting that Evo shield up to red. They got 2 red Evo shields. Great shots.
Big shots from Vayne, as you say. A great job from him. TSM now coming under a little bit of pressure. Imperial Hal's going to have to heal. Reps is going to be taken down now, and again it's the Craver here from Liquid who really are spoiling the party, and for Complexity this is absolutely huge. Imperial Hal has managed to get some shields back. Reps has managed, Abralelli is now using his as well as Flanker comes in to take down Reps. TSM against the walls, but they look like they're trying to do the damage. Hal manages to get 1 down. Nocturnal now managing to get involved in the fight as well, but here comes Complexity. If they can take down TSM here, they wouldn't be in a huge opportunity to win this tournament. Monsoon now moving in, 96 with 1 shot. Can't get the finish, but does connect again, and that is going to be huge as KP now go into the hands of Complexity.
Well, now here we are going to listen into Complexity. Let's see what they have going on in their mind, in their comms.
I'm jibbolting them.
Good jibble. I'm looking west. I'm looking west.
I have to grab light. I'm grabbing light.
I'm clearing out of light.
I'm hitting them hard.
Nade inside if you can.
Nading.
Just play this shit slow, please.
Nade right there if you can.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I have an arc there as well.
Target spotted.
What do you want, man?
It's in hit. It's in hit. Yeah, they're behind the rock.
Just chill. Wait, on this fucking car. He's 110 red right here. 130.
50. I hit him 50. Dead.
Good shit. Good shit. That's TSM 100% dead.
Yep, they're dead. Liquid's dead. Control screens are dead. It's just house team and rock team.
Yep.
What do we have to play on?
Nothing. We just have to dome in the middle of the open and then push them last second.
Yep, you're right.
We cannot take damage.
Yeah.
Focus up here, boys. We win this, we win the tournament.
Yep.
Alright, I have Blue Bolt Mastiff and R9 now.
I have a PK. I just have no light. I'm gonna come back to you guys.
Moving to R9.
Oh my god, I wish you had told me there's a purple there. Looking?
What's up?
They
Is
TP'd
that
on.
in there?
There's only one here.
Okay, we need to focus the 3-man then.
Yeah. Can you guys come and meet this TP?
Yeah, I'm coming.
I have a PK.
I'm gonna stay here, it's all you guys.
Yeah, I'm
No,
good.
group with us. You should just group.
Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah, it's
It's
okay.
a hard cross. It's a hard cross.
I'm chilling.
I have a fucking caustic. Careful.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. I'm gonna dive into yours bubble whenever I can.
Careful. Shiny.
What's up? No ult. I'm therming their butt. I'm therming it. They're coming through.
99.
Oh my
120. I need the Q.
I'm down. They're just in the corner here, both of them.
I got path. It's only one HP. Dead.
Okay, well, 2v1. On port.
I'm
24.
It's just you.
I couldn't win it. I'm sorry. I couldn't win it. I was
NT.
tossing dust. I couldn't do
Don't worry.
anything. It's probably.
Team Superior with the win there. Complexity was so close. They were able to manage second place. Do they have enough kills? Do they have enough points to secure this victory? What do you think?
I have no words for that final game. Absolutely incredible. Abralele managed to get somehow inside the top 5 from that position as the last man alive for TSM. We saw aim assist not being able to convert on their chance to take out TSM. And then while all of this was unfolding, Complexity takes second place. They didn't get the win, but the most important thing is out of how tight that top 3 was coming into this game. Surely they have done enough with that second place to become the champions here. And what a story that would be. Shiny joining the lineup, Reptar and Monsoon still waiting for that elusive first tournament win. If they've managed to pull this off, that must be one of the greatest games that we've had so far in Apex Legends.
For sure. Monsoon being able to spot Albrelelli behind that truck may have actually just gotten them the win, honestly. So here, let's pass it up to Tom and Kate for the analysis.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. That's all I could say because I think I was on, as much as you were, Tom, with onset, hands in the air. What the French toast did we just witness?
Yeah, Prodigy Ace is the Rat King is what we just witnessed. He just sat there, let the two teams duke it out, just going full on 3-on-3, and he comes in with the cleanup. And I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for these guys to maybe push their way over towards the top 3. We'll see, but it's going to be super close. We had TSM towards the end. We had Liquid towards the end. We obviously know how good Complexity did picking up kill points on the way. The fact that they were able to get those 3 kill points and not die getting third place, they got about 6 extra points right there just by getting second. Could have been 9 more points if they were able to take first. Just a fantastic game. You couldn't even write this up. It was an amazing 6-game series.
100%. And I will say one of the many reasons we love that comms, that moment where we get to see and hear what the players are going through, is that I think sometimes, I mean, me as a viewer and a fan, sometimes I forget that there are human beings behind the legends. And it was incredible to see. Let's see how the game results panned out. I'm just chomping at the bit here, Tom. Okay, what do we got? Team Superior, obviously. Complexity, Team Liquid. Holy kill points, Batman.
Yeah, definitely. And you could see no kill points for aim assist. They couldn't take down TSM when they were down right in front of them. That could have been huge. They could have got the resources off of TSM's body. They could have snowballed that with the confidence. TSM taking fourth with only 2 kill points. So just a massive, massive game from Complexity, putting up 21 points overall, superior with 15 points on the board. And just, again, a fantastic series overall. That last game was everything you would expect in a final match. He even apologizes to his teammates. Sorry, I can't win that one, guys. I was caustic gas. Well, guess what, Complexity? You guys did so great, and I can't wait to see what the overall scores are.
Well, you won't have to wait very long, Tom. Let's take a look at what they see on the board. Everybody, collective side, Complexity bringing it out on top with 68 points. Oh, Lord of mercy, Lord of mercy. Team Liquid showing they had the 13 kills in this last game and that they came from number 11 all the way up to number 2 here to finish us out. Tom, Complexity, what do you have to say?
Hey, congratulations to Complexity. Congratulations, Reptar, Monsoon, Shiny. You guys are champions. You did it. And it was amazing to watch, especially with the Bloodhound. I wonder how many people are going to be running Bloodhound now in pubs and ranked.
Now that they've proven it can be done, aggression does pay, ladies and gents. Aggression does pay. Well, and it was so great to hear, as I mentioned, those columns when they said, we could win this tournament, guys. We could win this. Well, guess what? You did. Well done to you, and well done in the placement points, the overall points, and of course that cool $6 grand that team takes back. Oh, let's take a look at who killed the most people. What do you say?
Yeah, it has to be somebody on Complexity. And it is Reptar on the Bloodhound. Absolutely insane. Everybody go play Bloodhound. He's the most powerful character in the game. Reptar just proved it. No, I'm just kidding, Reptar. It's an amazing, amazing shots that you saw at the end when he was the guy to lay down the most damage onto Madness and his squad. Skirt, that was what really won them the fight and eventually gave them enough points there to win that one. Otherwise, they would have been tied with Liquid if they weren't able to pick up those points because Liquid had such a good game. You could see Casper, TSM, multiple members up there. So just really well played by a lot of teams overall. You saw tons of really interesting things right from the get-go with TSM busting out that Revenant and Crypto combination. No one was expecting it based on what we saw them practice. They've been changing a lot of different things up like HAL over on the Pathfinder. So it was just such an exciting tournament, Kate. It really was.
It absolutely was. And you know what? We've got our Lenovo moment of the match that we want to go ahead and toss to. Take a look at this.
Once hit 60. I might die here. I'm queuing. He got me.
We had 2v2 this.
Yep.
Once hit 50, he's got to have it.
The Pat's peeking me from the middle.
I hit him 15, go. You're good. Right there on me.
He has Havoc.
I scanned.
You're alone, Shiny. You're alone, Shiny.
Path one.
Path dead. On you.
Right on my door, right on my door. Take your time.
Heal up if you want.
Inside. She armor swapped to purple.
He's coming.
Cracked again.
You don't lose this. You're way better, bro. You're way better than this guy.
Just hold it for me, Shiny.
He armor swapped again. He armor swapped again.
On top.
Yo! Get the f out of me!
Reptar.
I'm gonna bleed out.
Whoa!
Seemed like his mic was kind of out there, Kate. Did you hear that? What the?
That's hilarious. You're just the most fun. I will say, you noticed that aggression came. There were still 20 players, 20 teams, I should say, on the board. That game, that early game aggression is something that they maintained game in and game out, Tom. Woo!
Hit him with the hatchet, man. You don't win that fight unless you have the heirloom there. So just impressive fight from Reptar. And I love Monsoon hyping up his boys, the wingman. You're better. You never lose this. And then Shiny's over there like giggling. And he's like, Shiny, just put up your shield. Reptar is cool as a cucumber. You love to see it, man. Complexity is such a fun team.
They are, absolutely. And GG, congratulations to Complexity. And congratulations to our community, for all you Complexity fans, for all of you here that have done such an amazing job of showcasing not just your fandom, not just your setups, not just your cute pets, but also your fan art. Because, Tom, it's about that time again. We've got ourselves some tweets. At Play Apex, since art seems to be a recurring theme, here's a Wraith heirloom. Can't wait to see who wins. Hashtag ALGS. Well, you don't have to wait very long. Complexity. There you go. Wonderful. Well done. Thanks, Nicholas Novak. That's a delight. Here we go. More fan art, y'all. Watson and Lifeline sketches. Oh, Corin. I love it. I feel like we've got a whole art theme going on today.
Yeah, one of the things I love about Apex, usually when I'm scrolling through Twitter or anything like that, I see tons of stuff popping up from all these skilled people. It's hand drawings, it's stuff that they're doing on the computer, on their pads, whatever it is. It's amazing stuff. So, keep it coming and really appreciate it, guys. Much love.
Absolutely. And a huge thank you to our community. We love you. We love our community. Thank you so much for your support. We love you. We love you for all of the tweets and all of the mentions. And of course, at Play Apex, hashtag ALGS, all of that great stuff. But if you want to be a part of the show, of course, you can tweet at us, as I mentioned, at Play Apex. You can go ahead and subscribe to us on YouTube at Play Apex Competes, and follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/PlayApex. But say you find yourself on this podium. Say you think you got what it takes to go up against the likes of TSM and Complexity and all of the other incredible talent. Well, you might just have your chance. Go ahead and go to playapex.com/ALGS and battlefy.com/ALGS. Registration is open for the Summer Circuit Online Tournament number 4. That opens July 28th at 10 a.m. Pacific. Find yourself in one of these lobbies. Find yourself some teammates. Find yourself some players and get good, man, because you have some competition. Whew.
Yeah, make sure you play Bloodhound, apparently.
Yeah,
Always.
exactly. Bloodhound wins for you. That is a fact we can't deny at this moment.
It's impressive. And it's a character that would be considered a lower tier character. So for them to be able to pull that off is really fantastic. And I think that will end up creating a meta shift. I think it will.
Well, I, for one, am very excited for Super Regional number 4, but I'm also excited for FIFA, Tom. Let me tell you a little bit of something about that. July 28th through the 30th, the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series continues as the best FIFA players in Asia. Well, they're meeting to see who can lay claim to the title of the best FIFA 20 player on the continent. Coverage starts every day, 9 a.m. British Summer Time. Stay tuned at twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA to catch all that action. But the action doesn't end there, Tom. No, it does not. In fact, the action continues, this time with The Sims Sparks. It's the first ever reality competition show that brings together creativity, fun, and competition, 3 things I absolutely love, and celebrates the amazing players of the Sims community. 4-episode arc features time, skill, and elimination challenges in which players are inspired to tell their personal stories with limitless imagination. No limits, Tom. None. All for the chance to win $100,000. The next episode airs July 31st. That's 11 p.m. Eastern on TBS. In case you missed it, it's going to re-air at 8 a.m. Eastern on August 1st. So much to do, so little time. Man,
What a day,
Tom,
Kate. What a day.
What a day. Great way to put it. Couldn't have said it better myself, so I won't. Tom, last looks, last things, last stuff you want to say to our viewers in the world.
Yeah, big shout out to everybody watching at home online. Much love to everybody that submitted the tweets in. Keep those things coming. And shout out to UK and the rest of the casters, the production team, everybody at Respawn. And EA, thank you so much.
Absolutely. What Tom said. Thank you all very much. We'll see you next time.